Chapter 12:21. As for the white spirit mouse, it ran away without a trace. When the white spirit mouse went far away, the bubble on his body burst with a poof. This is the time concept. This time, Lu Ming's heart was really in a perilous situation. His eyes were full of disbelief. The reason why the bubble slowed down Lu Ming's speed was not because of other reasons. That was because the flow of time in the bubble slowed down. Therefore, Lu Ming's speed slowed down. That was clearly the time concept. Among thousands of concepts, time and space were king. The time concept and space concept were the kings of thousands of concepts. But in fact, the time concept was stronger, more mysterious and rarer than space concept. That was the legendary concept. Almost no one could comprehend it. But now, a white spirit mouse actually mastered the time concept. The most shocking thing was that this white spirit mouse not only mastered the time concept, but also the space concept. To master time and space at the same time, this was unheard of. It was too shocking and too terrifying. Lu Ming was stunned there. It took him a long time to recover. This spirit mouse's origin is absolutely amazing. But it seems to have no malice towards me. It's just curious and as timid as a mouse. No, it's just a mouse. Lu Ming thought in his heart. After a while, Lu Ming continued to sit cross-legged. Sure enough, not long after, the white spirit mouse came again. Not far from Lu Ming, it blinked its big eyes and looked at Lu Ming curiously. This time, Lu Ming ignored it. He closed his eyes and pretended to cultivate. The white spirit mouse wandered around Lu Ming and looked at him. After half an hour, it ran away. Lu Ming smiled slightly and continued to comprehend the world concept. The next day, the white spirit mouse came again and still looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming ignored it and continued to cultivate. This time, the white spirit mouse seemed to be a little bolder and got closer to Lu Ming. After half an hour, it left again. But the next day, the white spirit mouse came again. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered and focused on cultivating. As for the white spirit mouse, it would come every day to carefully size up Lu Ming. Furthermore, it became bolder and bolder, slowly approaching Lu Ming. 7 days later, it simply climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder. In this way, after a few more days, he decided not to leave. He curled up at Lu Ming's feet. His chubby body curled up and he actually fell asleep. There was even a bubble on his nose. As the white spirit mouse breathed, the bubble would grow bigger and smaller. It was very cute. Lu Ming opened his eyes and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. The white spirit mouse suddenly woke up and subconsciously wanted to escape. However, it immediately realized that Lu Ming was just gently stroking it. Then, it looked comfortable and continued to lie down. Chirp chirp, after a while, the white spirit mouse actually fell asleep again, and it was even making chirping sounds. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What a cute little guy. In the following days, Lu Ming cultivated every day. The white spirit mouse seemed to be dependent on him and stayed by Lu Ming's side all day long. This is a space-time spirit mouse. Suddenly, a shocked voice sounded. Lu Ming opened his eyes and saw Dandan looking at the white spirit mouse in shock. Space-time spirit mouse? Dandan, you know it? Lu Ming asked. Dandan carefully sized up the white spirit mouse. There was a complicated look in his eyes. It seemed to be nostalgic and sad at the same time. Of course I know it. Space-time spirit mouse is one of the top 10 battle beasts. How can I not know it? Dandan said leisurely. One of the top 10 battle beasts. Lu Ming was shocked. Space-time spirit mouse can control space-time. Don't mention how terrifying it is. A space-time spirit mouse in its heyday is a headache even for me in my heyday. Kid, you're really lucky. It seems that this space-time spirit mouse is dependent on you. Dandan said. His tone was full of envy. Isn't it said that the top 10 battle beasts are unique in the world? Could it be that this one is the one from ancient times? Lu Ming asked curiously. He had already determined that this was the real spacetime spirit mouse. Lu Ming had seen it use spacetime essence with his own eyes. It shouldn't be. The spacetime spirit mouse from back then had already died in battle. If I'm not mistaken, this one should be the descendant of the spacetime spirit mouse from back then. I don't know what kind of method it used to seal it until now, but this spacetime spirit mouse shouldn't have been born for too long. I know. This is the Spacetime Spirit Palace. The Spacetime Spirit Palace was an important place in the Hunyuan sect. It was the residence of the Spacetime Spirit Mouse. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant and the Spacetime Spirit Mouse were good friends, so there was a statue of the Archean Dragonesque Elephant. Unfortunately, this place has been destroyed. Dandan kept muttering and revealed many secrets. Dandan, you seem to have recovered a lot. Lu Ming said. Ha, of course. I've refined the Thousand Spirit Crystal. The Thousand Spirit Crystal is the condensation of the essence of countless experts. Now that my cultivation has improved greatly, I can protect you in the future. Dandan said proudly. Oh. Can you deal with the Emperor? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Ahem, I haven't fully digested the Thousand Spirit Crystal. I can't deal with the Emperor for the time being. Dandan said awkwardly. You can't deal with the Emperor. What's there to be proud of? Lu Ming despised. Kid, you. Dandan glared at Lu Ming. If you can't deal with the Emperor, what about the Supreme Being? Lu Ming asked. Ahem, I should be able to barely deal with a Supreme Being, right? Dandan said with some lack of confidence. Lu Ming curled his lips. This guy was most likely unreliable and didn't have any confidence in his words. Kid, what's with your expression? I haven't digested the Thousand Spirit Crystal yet. After I've digested it, I can kill a Supreme Being with a slap. Dandan shouted. Is that so? Lu Ming didn't seem to believe him, which made Dandan very depressed. He stayed at the side alone and continued to refine the Thousand Spirit Crystal. Shaoqing and Long Chen haven't finished cultivating yet. I'll continue to comprehend the concept. Lu Ming pondered and then continued to comprehend the concept of heaven and earth. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left before they set off for the ancient city of gods. At this time, Lu Ming ended his cultivation. They had to think of a way to get out. A few days ago, Xian Yanqing and Long Chen had finished their cultivation and came here. At first, Long Chen and Xian Yanqing also wanted to step into the land of bones, but they retreated in shock. It was difficult for them to resist the killing intent, so they could only give up. Whoosh! Lu Ming stood up and took a step out of the land of bones. During this period of time, each of them had gained a lot. Long Chen seemed to have comprehended a terrifying battle skill while cultivating under the primordial dragonesque elephant. Moreover, his cultivation had broken through from the peak of the 5th level to the 6th level of the spirit god realm. Moreover, he had reached the peak of the 6th level of the spirit god realm. Xian Yanqing's cultivation had improved the most. She was originally at the peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm, but now, she had stepped into the 6th level of the spirit god realm. Yes, the 6th level of the spirit god realm, and she had already reached the middle stage of the 6th level. Chapter 12:22. Of course, Lu Ming's gains were also very shocking. Among his concepts of heaven and earth, the fire concept, thunder concept, and wind concept had all broken through to the peak of the 4th level. In addition, the water concept was at the peak of the 4th level, and the earth concept, which was the hardest to cultivate, was also at the peak of the 4th level. It could be said that his 5 concepts could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. If he cultivated normally, it would take at least a few years, but now, he only needed a little more than a month. If it wasn't for the lack of time, Lu Ming really wanted to raise all 5 concepts to the peak of the 4th level here. Now, although Lu Ming's cultivation was still at the 5th level of the spirit god realm, his various concepts had far surpassed his cultivation. Lu Ming only needed to spend some time to devour and refine origin stones, and his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. For Lu Ming, the advancement of concepts was the most important. As long as he had origin stones, his cultivation could increase crazily. Of course, Lu Ming's greatest fortuitous encounter was obtaining the space-time spirit mouse. Now, the space-time spirit mouse pestered Lu Ming all day and hung on Lu Ming's body. What a cute spirit mouse! Xian Yanqing's eyes lit up when she saw the space-time spirit mouse. She really wanted to hug it. However, the space-time spirit mouse seemed to be shy with strangers. It hung on Lu Ming's body and didn't let Xian Yanqing hug it. This made Xian Yanqing's little mouth pout. Ha, this little guy. Lu Ming laughed loudly, making Xian Yanqing's little mouth pout even higher. Dandan, can you find a way out? Lu Ming asked Dandan. Cough cough, I can try. Dandan coughed again and flew onto Lu Ming's shoulder. This guy is coughing again. Lu Ming had a bad feeling in his heart. When this guy coughed, it meant that he wasn't confident. Bang! At this moment, the space-time spirit mouse kicked Dandan in the face, sending Dandan flying off Lu Ming's shoulder. Then, it curled up its body and nestled on Lu Ming's shoulder, looking at Dandan with its big round eyes. It seemed to be saying that this territory was his. Nestle, little guy, you dare to kick this seat? Audacious, impudent. Dandan's anger soared to the sky. Chirp chirp, the space-time spirit mouse looked at Dandan innocently and chirped. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing laughed heartily. Even the usually reserved Long Chin revealed a smile. Suddenly, Lu Ming thought of something, and his eyes lit up as he rubbed the space-time spirit mouse and said, Little fellow, are you willing to leave with me? Chirp chirp, a small bubble emerged from the space-time spirit mouse's nose, and it nodded its head repeatedly. Then do you know the way out? Can you take us out? Lu Ming continued to ask. Chirp chirp, the space-time spirit mouse nodded again. Lu Ming was overjoyed, and said, All right, then bring us out. Chirp chirp, the space-time spirit mouse extended its small claws and pointed in a direction. Lu Ming was overjoyed, and the few of them followed the direction pointed by the space-time spirit mouse. The headless true dragon knight did not move at all. Very quickly, the few of them left the direction of the palace. On the way, the space-time spirit mouse would often give them pointers. Everyone followed the direction of the space-time spirit mouse and walked forward. Just like that, they walked for half a day. Half a day later, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. They discovered that they had already left the core region and arrived at the inner region of the ruins of God. They had really walked out of the core region of the ruins of God. Little guy, you're so powerful. Lu Ming patted the space-time spirit mouse. Chirp chirp, the space-time spirit mouse squinted its eyes and curled up its chubby body. It had a comfortable look on its face as the bubble on its nose fluctuated between big and small. So cute. Xian Yanqing's eyes were already filled with light as he stared at the space-time spirit mouse. He couldn't wait to rush up and hug it. Lu Ming, this little spirit mouse is much more reliable than your little tortoise. Xian Yanqing said. What? Little girl, what did you say? How can this little thing be compared to this seat? You. Dandan was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He jumped onto Lu Ming's other shoulder and glared at Xian Yanqing. At the same time, he carefully paid attention to the space-time spirit mouse, afraid that it would kick him down again. Isn't it? Xian Yanqing curled his lips, then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, have you given it a name? In my opinion, why don't we call it Bubbles? How cute! Xian Yanqing carefully approached and stroked the space-time spirit mouse. Bubbles, be good, let me hug you. Xian Yanqing whispered very gently. This time, the space-time spirit mouse didn't refuse and let Xian Yanqing approach. Xian Yanqing stroked it a few times first, then hugged the space-time spirit mouse in his arms with a happy look. Bubbles, it's quite appropriate. Lu Ming smiled. Everyone's attention was on Bubbles, which made Dandan angry. Let's go back to the Southern Divine Palace. Mu family, this debt will be settled sooner or later. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. The Mu family could only secretly send people to deal with them. They wouldn't dare to do so in public. Otherwise, what would the young experts from other continents think if they knew? Therefore, they could swagger back to the Southern Divine Palace. In less than an hour, they returned to the Southern Divine Palace. The Southern Divine Palace was even more lively, with people coming and going. The young geniuses from the 9 continents in the southern part of the continent of God had already arrived. They had all ended their seclusion and were wandering around the streets. Because there were only 2 days left before they set off for the ancient city of God to participate in the heavenly god sex selection, everyone came out to relax. The Mu family is holding a stone gambling event. Is that so? Let's go and have a look. Suddenly, someone shouted on the street, and suddenly, many people gathered in one direction. Stone gambling event? The few of them were stunned. Lu Ming casually pulled a person over and asked, then he knew what was going on. The continent of God's ruins was the ancient mine of God's ruins. Peerless treasures could be found in the ancient mine of God, which made many people very tempted. However, not all ancient mines of God could produce treasures, and the probability was very low. Every once in a while, the major forces of the Southern Divine Palace would take out many ancient mines of God for people to choose from. Of course, they had to pay the price of origin stones. The Mu family. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Together with Xian Yanqing and Long Chen, they followed the crowd and headed forward. Soon, they arrived at a large square. At this time, the square was surrounded by a sea of people. There were many shelves in the square, and on the shelves, there were pieces of ancient mines of God. At a glance, there were thousands of pieces. Thousands of pieces seemed like a lot, but it was nothing to a major force. How many people were there in a major force? There were people wandering around the ancient mines of God every day. After a few years, it was normal to have thousands of pieces of ancient mines of God. On one side of the shelves, there was a high platform where the experts of the Mu family sat. Mu Ju was sitting in the middle. Chapter 12:23. Lu Ming, Long Chen, you guys are lucky to have died in the core of the ruins of God. Otherwise, I would have killed both of you. Also, it's a pity for that Xian Yanqing, such a beauty. Mu Ju thought in his heart. Seeing that more and more people were gathering in the square, he felt that it was about time. He stood up and looked around. His voice came from afar. Today, my Mu family is holding a stone gambling event. I have taken out all the ancient mines that my Mu family has collected for decades. There must be a peerless treasure inside. If you want to gamble, you can come up and choose carefully. If you choose one, you can take it away for 100,000 origin stones. Mu Ju announced the rules of the stone gambling event. 100,000 origin stones, it's really expensive. Some people gasped. It's really expensive. In the past, when other families held a stone gambling event, it wasn't that expensive. It's too expensive. Usually, it's not that expensive to buy ancient mines of God. Many people began to discuss. For a moment, no one went up. In fact, many people knew that the ancient mines of God that these big families took out were all carefully selected. The ancient mines of God that might contain treasures had already been filtered out. Those that were taken out were all carefully selected. The probability of a treasure being found was not high. It was too expensive to sell it for 100,000 origin stones. Mu Ju's face turned cold. Usually, when we buy ancient mines of God, we can't let you choose carefully. But now, we can. Moreover, I guarantee that these ancient mines of God are all of high quality. I guarantee it with the Mu family's reputation. Let me try. Let me try too. As soon as Mu Ju's voice fell, a few burly men stepped forward and carefully selected among the thousands of origin stones. After a while, the burly men finished their selection and paid 100,000 origin stones each. Cut it open and see. Someone shouted. All right. The burly men nodded. In the beginning, 2 burly men cut open the ancient mine of God. There was nothing inside. When the 3rd burly man cut open the ancient mine of God, a rainbow light shot out from the ancient mine of God. A treasure has appeared, a treasure has appeared. The crowd was in an uproar as they stared with their eyes wide open. A jade sword. God, it's so powerful. Someone exclaimed. Inside the ruins of God's ancient mine that the burly man had cut open, there was actually a small and exquisite jade sword that emitted a terrifying fluctuation. Even though countless years had passed, causing it to lose some of its essence, as long as it was nurtured properly, it would still be a formidable weapon. This seems to be an emperor's spirit weapon. Someone cried out in alarm, causing the crowd to burst into a frenzy. We really found treasures. Muju was right. This batch of ancient ores is really exquisite. This jade sword is worth at least tens of millions of primordial stones, or even more. 100,000 primordial stones for tens of millions of primordial stones. Looking at the jade sword, many people's eyes lit up. Ha! The big man quickly put away the jade sword and left. It's only 100,000 origin stones. Let's take a gamble. If we get it, it'll be worth it. Yes, let's take a gamble. At this moment, many people were moved. They walked onto the plaza and began to carefully sense it. Then, they each chose a piece of the ruins of God's ancient mine. Of course, every piece of ancient mine of the ruins of God had to pay 100,000 origin stones. Soon, more than 10 people had chosen the ancient ores. A smile appeared on Muju's face. Cut it open and see. Someone shouted. Immediately, those who had chosen the ancient ores began to cut them open one by one. Unfortunately, none of the dozens of people present found any treasures. How unlucky! I wasted 100,000 origin stones. Damn it, if others can choose, I can too. Damn it, again. Some people were ruthless and picked a few pieces in a row, but they found nothing. That big man is most likely a drag. Lu Ming and the others were mixed in the crowd. At this moment, Lu Ming said with a smile. Xia Nianqing and Long Chen nodded. At the beginning, those big men were most likely cooperating with the Mu family to put on a show to provoke others to go up and pick the ancient ores. In a few moments, dozens of ancient ores were sold and millions of origin stones were earned. It was completely a free profit. Gradually, fewer people went up, but there were still people who went up from time to time to try their luck. In the end, they came up empty-handed. Dandan, you can sense the treasures in these ancient ores. Are there really treasures in these thousands of ancient ores? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan. Yes, but there are very few of them. Only a few of them have good things. Do you want them? I can pick them out one by one. Dandan said. Of course I want them. Only a fool would not want the treasures. Moreover, they belong to the Mu family. Lu Ming smiled and stepped into the square. Mu Ju was originally sitting lazily on a chair. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to show his prowess in the Heavenly God Sect's disciple selection. How to be chosen by the Heavenly God Sect and enter the Heavenly God Sect of Yuanlu to cultivate. From then on, he would soar to the 9 heavens and break through to the martial emperor realm or even the sage realm. Just as he was dreaming, he suddenly saw a familiar figure walking into the square. Mu Ju's eyes suddenly widened. His body trembled and he jumped up from the chair. Lu Ming, you're still alive. How is that possible? Mu Ju shouted in disbelief. He was truly in disbelief. Didn't Lu Ming enter the core of the ruins of God? Moreover, he had been in the core of the ruins of God for more than half a month. Even an Emperor Realm expert would not be able to come out after such a long time. Now, Lu Ming actually swaggered in front of him. How could he not be shocked? Then, he looked around. As expected, he found Xian Yanqing and Long Chen in the crowd. This made him even more shocked. What's wrong? Young Master Mu, what's so strange about me being alive? Lu Ming asked with a cold smile. Nothing. After a long while, Mu Ju finally calmed down. His face was extremely gloomy. Damn it, why aren't these guys dead yet? Damn it, I must find a chance to kill them. Otherwise, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Mu Ju thought to himself. His killing intent was extremely strong. I want to gamble a few rounds. Young Master Mu, do you not welcome me? Lu Ming asked with a faint smile. My Mu family is open to business. Anyone who wants to gamble on stones is welcome. You can choose as you wish. Mu Ju said. After saying that, he sat back down on his chair with a gloomy face. He was thinking about some conspiracy in his heart. Lu Ming smiled and casually strolled around the many ancient mines of the ruins of God. After a while, he casually pointed at an ancient mine and said, "This one." Picking up this ancient mine of the ruins of God, Lu Ming paid 100,000 ores. Cut it open and take a look. Someone shouted. Alright, then I'll cut it open and take a look. Lu Ming smiled. His true essence was like a knife, cutting the ancient mine of the ruins of God into two halves. Suddenly, a golden light spread out from the ancient mine of the ruins of God. A treasure has appeared, another treasure has appeared. Someone exclaimed. Mu Ju also suddenly stood up from his chair. His eyes were wide open. Lu Ming had actually chosen an ancient mine of the ruins of God with a treasure. Many people opened their eyes wide, wanting to see what kind of treasure it was. Earth Emperor Spirit, it's actually an Earth Emperor Spirit. Chapter 1224. It was a block-shaped object that looked like a tree root. Its entire body was golden like gold, but it emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. Earth Emperor Essence, one of the main spiritual materials to refine Nirvana pill. Lu Ming never thought that he would find it in a piece of God Ruin's ancient mine. How could Lu Ming not be happy? After obtaining this piece of Earth Emperor Essence, he only lacked one of the 7 main materials to refine Nirvana pill. As long as he gathered the 7 main materials, the other auxiliary materials would be easy to find. At that time, he could start refining Nirvana pill. That's Earth Emperor Essence. It's really a piece of Earth Emperor Essence. It's really a big profit. A piece of Earth Emperor Essence is worth tens of millions of ores. His luck is too good. It's just the first piece and he already found a treasure. Around the square, there were people who recognized the Earth Emperor Essence and exclaimed in envy. Damn it, this Lu Ming, how can his luck be so good? He actually found a treasure. Mu Ju's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. He was very clear in his heart that each piece of God Ruin's ancient mine was carefully examined by the Mu family's experts. As long as there was a possibility of a treasure being found, the Mu family would keep it. There were thousands of pieces of God Ruin's ancient mine here. There might be some that slipped through the net and might contain treasures, but there were very few of them. Thousands of pieces added together, there might not be many pieces. But Lu Ming had found a piece that was worth tens of millions of ores. Mu Ju felt a little heartache. He had just sold dozens of pieces of God Ruin's ancient mine and only earned a few million ores. Lu Ming happily took out a jade box and carefully put away the Earth Emperor Essence. Then, his eyes lit up as he glanced at the other God Ruin's ancient mine. At the same time, he laughed, "Ha ha ha, my luck is really good today. It seems that I have to choose another one." After saying that, he wandered around the pile of ancient mines. "Humph, you're just lucky. Choose, I don't believe you can find another one." Mu Ju thought in his heart. Lu Ming wandered for a while and casually grabbed an ancient mine, saying, "This is it." After grabbing it, he went to the Mu family and paid 100,000 ores. "Cut it open and see." Someone jeered. Just now, Lu Ming had obtained a treasure on the first piece. Many people were very curious and wanted to know if Lu Ming would be able to obtain a treasure on the second piece. All right. Lu Ming smiled, condensed his true essence, and started cutting. It's impossible for me to get another treasure this time. I was just lucky to get the first one. There are very few people who can get 2 treasures in a row. Someone said. But in the next moment, his mouth fell open, and he was dumbfounded. This was because the ancient ore in Lu Ming's hand was emitting a blinding crimson light. Many people were stunned, and then a commotion broke out. Treasure, there's another treasure. He actually got a treasure twice in a row. How rare. This person's luck is too heaven-defying. 1 drop of blood, 1 drop of blood essence. What a powerful blood essence. It's actually a drop of blood essence. Lu Ming himself was a little stunned. He carefully cut open the ancient ore, and a drop of crystal-clear blood essence like a blood gem appeared in Lu Ming's palm, exuding an incomparably rich blood essence. This was definitely an extremely powerful existence. After his death, his blood essence was coincidentally sealed in the ancient ore of God ruins and passed down. Its value was immeasurable. If it was used to refine pills, it would bring out the energy in the blood essence. It would be of great help to a cultivator's cultivation. It's actually a drop of blood essence. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was currently lacking blood essence to improve his bloodline. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he refined this drop of blood essence, his bloodline would be greatly improved. How can this be? Mu Ju's eyes widened, and he subconsciously crushed a purple jade teacup in his hand. Damn it! Mu Ju roared in his heart. The value of this drop of blood essence was even higher than the Earth Emperor essence. He felt that he had suffered a great loss. How good would it be if they cut it out themselves? Now that it had been chosen by someone else, and it was Lu Ming, Mu Ju gnashed his teeth in anger. Lu Ming laughed heartily. He took out a jade bottle and kept the drop of blood essence. He could not stop muttering, "Luck, luck. I'm really lucky today." Ha, let's continue. Lu Ming's gaze began to look around the ancient ore of God ruins again. Mu Ju and the rest of the Mu family couldn't help but feel nervous. They were worried that Lu Ming would choose another ancient ore of God ruins that contained treasures. Mu Ju wanted to stop Lu Ming from continuing to choose, but they were open to do business. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, what reason did they have to stop Lu Ming from continuing to choose? They could only hope that Lu Ming was just lucky the first 2 times, and that he wouldn't be able to choose anything later. This time, Lu Ming was even faster. After taking a few casual glances, he chose an ancient mine and paid 100,000 primordial stones. Cut it open and take a look. Right, take a look. Many people shouted in excitement. Lu Ming had cut out treasures twice in a row. Would he be able to cut out treasures 3 times in a row? Mu Ju and the other members of the Mu family also stared with their eyes wide open. Impossible, impossible. There aren't that many treasures in all of the ancient ore of God ruins here. Mu Ju kept praying in his heart. Crack. Lu Ming's true essence was like a blade as he began to cut. After a few consecutive slashes, the ancient ore of God ruins cracked open and a faint brilliance emitted out. Accompanying the brilliance was an extremely dense medicinal fragrance. The crowd was stunned. After a long while, an earth-shattering clamor erupted. He had cut out another treasure. He had actually cut out another treasure. It had happened 3 times in a row. It was simply too shocking. Could it be that this time, the Mu family really had a conscience and took out so many high-quality ancient ore of God ruins? As Lu Ming continued to cut open, the treasures in the ancient ore of God ruins revealed their true colors. It was a spiritual medicine. It was purple like a lotus flower. On it, there was an indescribable fluctuation. The medicinal fragrance was extremely rich. Could it be a saint medicine? A white-haired old man exclaimed in disbelief. Saint medicine? How is that possible? Oh my God, that's impossible. The others also exclaimed in disbelief. What was a saint medicine? It was a supreme treasure that surpassed level 9 spiritual medicine. Even saints could use it. Even emperors would fight crazily when they saw it. Many people's eyes revealed a fiery light as they stared fixedly at the purple lotus flower in Lu Ming's hand. No, it's not a saint medicine. It hasn't completely evolved. It's a half-saint medicine. Moreover, it's been sealed for many years. Most of its spiritual essence has been lost. What a pity. The white-haired old man carefully identified it and shook his head with a sigh. So it's not a saint medicine. Some people let out a long breath, but many people's eyes lit up. Chapter 12:25. No, no, impossible. Mu Ju's eyes almost popped out as he stared at Lu Ming and the semi-sage medicine in Lu Ming's hand. He couldn't wait to swallow the semi-sage medicine in one gulp. The expressions of the other members of the Mu family weren't any better. Pain in the flesh, heart, liver, and lungs. This was originally a treasure of their Mu family, but now, it had become someone else's, Lu Ming's. These carefully selected ancient mines of the ruins of God actually contained such a treasure. If they had known earlier, they would never have taken it out to sell. Semi-sage medicine. Dandan's eyes lit up as he stared at the semi-sage medicine. His eyes lit up and his mouth began to drool. Give it to me, give it to me. Dandan kept muttering. It's a waste to give it to you now. Keep it first and plant it in the mysterious yellow silicon soil later. When it recovers, its value will be great. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan and then carefully kept it. Although this semi-sage medicine had lost most of its spirituality, Lu Ming had a supreme treasure like the mysterious yellow silicon soil. He might be able to cultivate it again. The value of an intact semi-sage medicine was many times higher. After all, it had the word sage in it. I want to try too. So many treasures, it's amazing. The others' hearts were burning. Their eyes lit up as dozens of people went up to choose ancient mines of the ruins of God. Dozens of people carefully selected a piece and paid 100,000 origin stones each. However, it still didn't make Mu Ju and the other members of the Mu family feel better. Dozens of people only added up to a few million origin stones. It couldn't be compared to the treasures that Lu Ming had obtained. Lu Ming had obtained 3 treasures, each more precious than the other. They were worth at least tens of millions. Cut it open and let's see. A young woman hurriedly cut open the ancient mine she had chosen. Unfortunately, there was nothing inside. Then, the others also cut it open, but there was nothing inside. In the end, out of the several dozen people, not a single one of them had any treasures. What's going on? We've picked dozens of pieces, but we can't even cut one. That Lu Ming picked one and hit one. The difference is too big. Someone sighed. Could it be that he can sense the situation inside the ancient mine of God? Otherwise, how could he choose one piece and hit the jackpot? Someone guessed. As soon as these words were spoken, many people were shocked. That's right, Lu Ming was able to be selected 3 times in a row. This was too shocking. If it was the first time, it was still possible. Even if it was the second time, it was still possible. Although the probability was very small, if it was the third time, the probability was simply too small. Lu Ming, it was extremely likely that he could sense the specific situation inside the ruins of God ancient mine. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a smile, and his gaze swept across the ancient mine of God again. Lu Ming, that's enough. Suddenly, Mu Ju opened his mouth, looking coldly at Lu Ming. Enough? Young Master Mu, I wonder what you mean by this? Lu Ming said indifferently. Today, you have already cut out 3 treasures in a row, it's time to stop. Mu Ju said coldly. Stop. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Is this how you open the door to do business? Seeing that I have cut out a few more treasures, you don't let me cut it out. Then why didn't you stop others from cutting out treasures? Could it be that you can only earn and not lose when doing business? If that's the case, then there's no need for others to do business with your Mu family in the future. Lu Ming sneered and mocked. You're talking nonsense. Mu Ju shouted angrily. Oh, since I'm talking nonsense, then don't stop me. Lu Ming sneered, then strode forward, grabbed a piece of ancient mine of God ancient mine with one hand, and paid 100,000 origin stones. Cut it open and see. Many people shouted, their eyes burning with passion. Could it be that Lu Ming could really sense the treasures inside the ancient mine of God ancient mine? Then, what treasures would he be able to cut out this time? Countless people were looking forward to it. Mu Ju's face was cold, but he didn't stop him. Swish! Swish! Lu Ming's true essence was like a blade, and began to cut open the ancient mine. Kacha! The ancient mine cracked open, but only one layer. Inside was still a piece of ancient mine of God ancient mine. It's actually 2 layers of ore. Someone said. Lu Ming was also curious, and continued to cut. Soon, another layer was broken, but below, it was still yellow ore. Another layer. What's going on? It's actually 3 layers. Could it be that this is a waste mine, and Lu Ming finally failed? It seems like he failed. It's impossible to cut out treasures every time. Some people discussed, while Mu Ju and the other members of the Mu family also let out a long sigh of relief. Dandan, is there really a treasure inside? Lu Ming secretly sent a sound transmission to Dandan. Of course, what kind of existence am I? How could I be wrong? Dandan stretched out its head with a proud face. Lu Ming nodded and continued to cut. However, after breaking open a layer of ore, there was still a layer of ore below. Lu Ming continued to cut, and one after another, there were 7 layers of ore wrapped around the ore. Everyone was speechless. How could there be so many layers of ore wrapped around the ore? The other ancient mines only had 1 layer, and it was rare to see 2 layers. This time, there were actually 7 layers. Now, it was only the size of an egg, and it was basically impossible for there to be any treasures inside. However, Lu Ming's gaze was firm, and he continued to cut. Kacha! The ancient mine cracked open. This time, strands of red light seeped out from the ancient mine. At the same time, a terrifyingly high temperature seeped out from the ancient mine, causing the temperature of the entire square to rise rapidly. However, no one felt the heat. Everyone just looked at Lu Ming in a daze, looking at the egg-sized ancient mine in his hand. A treasure was cut out, and another treasure was cut out. A treasure was cut out 4 times in a row. Everyone felt numb, but they instinctively thought that a treasure was cut out this time. Damn it, how is this possible? Damn it! Mu Ju roared in his heart, and his eyes were bloodshot. Kacha! Lu Ming used a little force, and the ancient mine completely cracked open. A red stone the size of a longan was revealed. The red light spread out, and a terrifying heat wave swept in all directions, causing the temperature of the square to rise by a few thousand degrees. It's so hot, too hot. What kind of treasure is this? It looks like a small sun. Many people had to circulate their true essence to resist the terrifying heat. Oh my God, is this the divine sunstone? Someone exclaimed, full of disbelief. Divine sunstone, yes, this is the divine sunstone. Legend has it that it can only be born in the core of the sun. I've read about it in ancient books. Oh my God, it can't be, is this really the divine sunstone? A supreme treasure. Chapter 12:26. It's actually a piece of divine sunstone. Even Lu Ming himself was somewhat dumbfounded. He was very shocked. Legend has it that the divine sunstone was born from the core of the sun. It would take countless years for one to be born. Its value was immeasurable. If used properly, it could unleash terrifying power. Lu Ming never thought that he would find such a treasure in the ancient mine of God. How is it? Kid, I said there's a treasure. Why would I lie to you? Why would I make an error in judgment? Dandan was immensely proud of herself, looking as if she was about to ascend to the heavens. In the crowd, Xian Yanqing revealed a smile while Long Chen was a little stunned. He realized that he couldn't see through Lu Ming anymore. Divine Sun Stone, it's actually a piece of Divine Sun Stone. Mu Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered in a daze. After a while, his eyes emitted blazing flames. Lu Ming, quickly hand over the Divine Sun Stone to me. Mu Zhu shouted, attracting everyone's attention. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the Divine Sun Stone into the mountain river diagram. Then, he looked at Mu Zhu as if he was looking at an idiot. Hand it over to you. This is mine. You want me to hand it over to you? You want to buy it from me? Sorry, I'm not selling it. Lu Ming said indifferently. What do you mean it's yours? This is clearly my Mu family's treasure. You dare to take my Mu family's treasure? Quickly hand it over. Mu Zhu shouted. His eyes were blazing. What an idiot. Your Mu family. Just now, it was yours. But now that I've bought it, it's mine. Do you think so many people are blind? Can't they see it? Lu Ming mocked. Ridiculous. I just said enough. I told you not to pick any more stones. I haven't agreed to let you pick any more stones. You're the one who wants to pick. This Divine Sun Stone naturally belongs to my Mu family. Mu Zhu quibbled. Then why are you still accepting my 100,000 origin stones? Since you've taken my origin stones, this is mine. Lu Ming sneered. I don't care. I didn't agree. Hurry up and hand over the Divine Sun Stone. You can't swallow such a treasure. Mu Zhu shouted. His voice was cold, revealing a strong sense of threat. Ha ha ha, laughable, truly laughable. You've taken out so many ancient ores of the ruins of God for people to gamble on. Furthermore, each piece is sold for a high price of 100,000 origin stones. Now that you've seen someone else take out a treasure, you want to act shamelessly and force them to hand it over to you. Alright, I'll hand it over to you. How many people have spent their money on useless ores in the stone gambling convention that your Mu clan has held for so many years? Spit out all the money. If you spit it out, I'll hand it over to you. Lu Ming sneered. Mu Zhu was speechless, his face flushed red. How many years has it been since the Mu family held this stone gambling event? It was impossible to calculate. After so many years, it was impossible to calculate how many raw stones they had earned. How could they hand it over? When others earn a little from you, your heart aches. What about when you earn from others? Why aren't you spitting it out? How laughable. Let me tell you. Although your Mu clan is powerful, the Southern God Palace is not your Mu clan's Southern God Palace. If you want to cover the sky with one hand, you'll have to ask everyone here if they agree. Lu Ming sneered. Then, he turned around and flew towards Xian Yanqing's direction. Stop right there. Two Mu clan experts in front of Lu Ming stretched out their claws and grabbed at Lu Ming. Both of them were at the peak of the 8th level spirit god realm. Get lost! Lu Ming yelled and struck with his palm. The majestic palm force sent the two powerful figures of the Mu family flying out. What? You want to use force? Is this how your Mu clan does business? Then, I don't think anyone else will do business with your Mu clan in the future. Lu Ming shouted. Many people looked at the Mu clan with unfriendly eyes. If the Mu clan did business like this, they would snatch other people's treasures. In the future, who would do business with the Mu clan? If the Mu clan held a stone gambling convention, who would choose stones? If they were like Lu Ming and obtained a supreme treasure, wouldn't the Mu clan have to take it back? Damn it! Mu Zhu roared in his heart. He really wanted to ask people to cut Lu Ming into pieces, but he didn't dare. If he really did so, the Mu clan's reputation would be ruined. He could only watch as Lu Ming left. Let's go. Lu Ming came to Xian Yanqing and Long Chen's side. Then, the three of them rose into the air and flew towards General Peak. After flying for a while, Lu Ming stopped again. His voice came from afar, "Everyone, I can indeed sense the situation in the ancient mine of God. So, the remaining ancient mines are all useless. There are no treasures." With that, Lu Ming laughed loudly. He stepped out with Xian Yanqing and Long Chen and left in an instant. Mu Zhu gritted his teeth and shouted out Lu Ming's name. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He couldn't wait to cut Lu Ming into pieces. After hearing Lu Ming's words, who else would go up to choose stones? Sure enough, there was a burst of discussion around the square. "There's no more. The rest are all useless. Lu Ming must be able to sense the situation in the ancient mine of God. If he said there's no more, then there's no more. There are thousands of ancient mines in the ancient mine of God, and only 4 of them have treasures. The Mu clan is really a scam. Let's go. They're all useless. What's the point of choosing?" The people in the square shook their heads and then flew in all directions. After a while, there was no one left in the square. Only the Mu clan's people were left. "Ah!" Mu Zhu let out a sound like a wild boar. He was incomparably angry. This time, the Mu clan's stone gambling conference was completely ruined. Lu Ming took out 4 treasures. Moreover, no one would buy them anymore. With so many ancient mines in the ancient mine of God, the loss was disastrous. Lu Ming must die. Damn it, I must find a way to kill him. Mu Zhu roared crazily in his heart. Lu Ming's mood was the opposite of his. He was very happy. The 4 treasures were each more precious than the last. Especially the Divine Sun Stone at the end, it was simply a priceless treasure. They spent a total of 400,000 origin stones to get 4 such precious treasures. They made a big profit. Soon, the 3 of them returned to the General's Peak. When they arrived at the General's Peak, Xian Yanqing's eyes looked forward. In front of them, Xian Yanjuan was wearing a snow-white robe. She was like a fairy from the 9th heaven who had descended to the mortal world. Besides Xian Yanjuan, there was a young man in white. He was extraordinarily handsome. He was the kind of person who would attract everyone's attention when he stood in the crowd. He was born high and mighty and everyone looked up to him. This was an extraordinary hero. Because with just a glance, Lu Ming felt a strong pressure from this person. It was a dangerous pressure. Xian Yanjuan looked at Xian Yanqing and Lu Ming. He snorted with slight disdain and hostility. "That girl is your sister?" The white-robed man looked at Xian Yanqing and asked Xian Yanjuan. He was a little surprised. "Just a weirdo. Don't bother about him," Xian Yanjuan said. Then, he left the General's Peak with the white-robed man. Chapter 12:27. Fa, benefactors, you have to be careful of that man in white. At this moment, a Buddhist chant sounded and Monk Wuliang appeared. "Monk, do you know who he is?" Lu Ming asked. "Yes, because Xian Yanjuan has been very close to this person. There are 3 strongest supreme talents in the younger generation of South God Palace. This person is one of them, Wang Zhen." Monk Wuliang said. "This person is Wang Zhen." Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The 3 strongest geniuses of the younger generation of Southern God Palace were all extraordinary geniuses. Each of them was terrifying, and their cultivation levels were unfathomable. One of them was Ji Hongchen. Lu Ming had met him before and he was indeed extraordinary. He did not expect Xian Yanjuan to be so close to Wang Zhen, one of the 3 great geniuses of the Southern God Palace. "Thank you." Lu Ming cupped his fists and returned to his room with Xian Yanqing and Long Chen. Lu Ming entered his room and entered the mountain river diagram. First, he planted the purple lotus, a sage-level herb, beside the tree of enlightenment, on the mysterious yellow silicon soil. Then, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the peak of a mountain and a drop of blood essence appeared in his hand. It was the blood essence that he had cut out from the ancient mine of the ruins of God. Lu Ming planned to devour and refine this drop of blood essence to see if the 9 dragons bloodline could be promoted to a level 9 divine grade. Previously, Lu Ming had refined 4 drops of sovereign blood essence, but the 9 dragons bloodline had not been promoted. This time, it was a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, the 9 dragons bloodline swallowed the drop of blood essence. After the drop of blood essence was swallowed, it did not immediately crumble. Instead, it turned into wisps of pure energy and was constantly refined and converted into the power of the 9 dragons bloodline. The energy of this drop of blood essence was extremely vast and boundless. Lu Ming tried his best to refine it. In the blink of an eye, almost 3 days had passed. The energy of this drop of blood essence was finally completely refined. On the 9 dragons bloodline, 8 golden chakras shone brightly. It was so bright that one could not open their eyes. Suddenly, wang! Above the 8 brilliant golden chakras, the 9th golden chakra emerged. The 9th golden chakra represented a level 9 divine level bloodline. The 9 dragons bloodline had finally advanced to the 9th level of the divine realm. Moreover, after the 9th golden chakra appeared, it was dark golden at first, but it soon became brighter and brighter. Finally, all the 9 golden chakras became as bright as the last one. The 9 dragons bloodline had finally reached perfection. Roar! At this time, Lu Ming heard an earth-shattering dragon roar in his mind. At the same time, Lu Ming seemed to see an enormous dragon with 9 dragon claws under its abdomen soaring and dancing in the air. The 9 dragons stepped on the sky, their might shocking the heavens. Boom! Lu Ming's mind was buzzing and exploding. At this moment, many things seemed to appear in Lu Ming's mind. This is... Lu Ming sensed it carefully and realized that it was a memory about the 9 dragons. Unfortunately, it was fragmented, only some memory fragments, extremely rare. The foundation of the true dragon of battle arts. Lu Ming found the foundation of the true dragon of battle arts in the 9 dragons' memory fragments. Only the foundation of battle arts, what a pity. Lu Ming sighed. There should be more chapters of the true dragon of battle arts, but in the fragmented memory fragments of the 9 dragons, Lu Ming only found the foundation of battle arts. And the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. Lu Ming found the cultivation method of the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. Unfortunately, he already had it and did not need it. In addition, he found a few martial techniques, but they were not as good as the true dragon of battle arts and the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps, so they were not useful to Lu Ming. My 9 dragons bloodline was only awakened with a drop of 9 dragons blood essence. Is it because it was only a drop of blood essence that I received fragmented memory fragments? If I want to get more, I need more 9 dragons blood essence. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming sat cross-legged for a while and checked carefully. Finally, he found something new. Is this about the 9 dragons' ruins? Lu Ming discovered some content and was deep in thought. The 9 dragons' ruins were located at the border between Eastern Wilderness and Middle Continent, in the chaotic region. Back then, Supreme 9 Sons had risked his life to enter the 9 dragons' ruins. In the end, he had obtained 2 drops of 9 dragons blood essence, the true dragon of battle arts, and the cultivation method of the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. Because of that, he had been seriously injured. The 9 dragons' ruins might contain all 9 dragons blood essence. If I can obtain all 9 dragons blood essence, I might be able to obtain all 9 dragons legacies. It seems that after I'm done with the Godly Ruins continent, I'll have to go to the 9 Dragons Ruins when I return to the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming pondered. The only thing that excited Lu Ming was that the 9 Dragons bloodline had advanced to the 9th level of the Divine grade and had finally produced another Dragon Force. The 9th Dragon Force. The 9th Dragon Force is so powerful. Lu Ming sensed it and showed a hint of excitement. The 9th Dragon Force was much stronger than any of the previous Dragon Forces. If I release the 9th Dragon Force, I might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the prison-suppressing monument bloodline. Lu Ming pondered. The prison-suppressing monument bloodline was a fragment of the prison-suppressing monument's original body. It was very powerful and was Lu Ming's strongest killing move. However, Lu Ming felt that if he released the ninth dragon force, it might not be weaker than the prison-suppressing monument bloodline. This way, Lu Ming had one more killing move. Suddenly, Lu Ming's mind moved and he exited the mountain river diagram. When he appeared in the room, Xian Yanqing opened the door and walked in. Lu Ming, it's time. We have to go to the ancient city of gods. Xian Yanqing said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. Clang. Clang. At this time, a melodious bell rang from somewhere in the southern divine palace. This was the bell that summoned the elites of all continents. At this moment, Long Chen, Yang Patian, unscrupulous monk, underworld child, and the others walked out of their rooms and flew towards the sound of the bell. Soon, they arrived at a square. There were already some young experts standing in the square. These young people were divided into different regions and gathered together. Obviously, they were all elites from different continents. There were more and less people. Some had 7 or 8 people and some had 30 to 40 people. Lu Ming was shocked. Those who could come here were basically peerless elites who had awakened a level 9 divine bloodline. There were only 12 of them in the entire divine wilderness continent, but some continents had 30 to 40 of them. It was really shocking. The difference in strength between the continents was obvious. Shwa. 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 The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as 50 to 60 young figures flew over. Lu Ming saw Wang Zhen in white and Ji Hengchen in the crowd. However, Wang Zhen and Ji Hengchen were half a step behind another purple-haired youth. This purple-haired youth was flying at the front. Lu Ming also saw Mu Ju in the crowd. Mu Ju looked around and when he saw Lu Ming, his eyes emitted a cold light. Chapter 12:28. The number of geniuses from the Southern Divine Palace who were qualified to participate in the Celestial God Sect selection was around 50 to 60. The Godly Ruins continent was indeed the number 1 continent in the Godly Ruins continent. The number of geniuses there was shocking. The Southern Divine Palace was only one of the 4 major factions in the Godly Ruins continent. With so many geniuses, one could imagine how terrifying the top 3 geniuses were. When the geniuses from the Southern Divine Palace arrived, a loud cry could be heard from the horizon. Huge beasts were flying toward them. They were flying leopards. Their bodies were pitch black, but they had fleshy wings. When they spread their wings, they were more than 100 meters wide. There were at least 20 of them, and each of them had a powerful aura that made people feel pressured. Great Circle Spiritual God Realm. There were more than 20 flying leopards, and they were all at the Great Circle Spiritual God Realm. A black-robed middle-aged man stood on one of the flying leopards. He was the same man who had brought Lu Ming and the others to the Divine Wilderness continent. He was a 3rd-level Martial Royal Realm Elder of the Southern Divine Palace. Behind him stood 2 old men who emitted the aura of martial emperors. However, their status was obviously lower than the black-robed middle-aged man. All of you, get on the flying leopards and follow me to the ancient city of the Godly Ruins. The black-robed middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Yes. The geniuses from the Southern Divine Palace were the first to respond. They stepped into the air and flew onto different flying leopards. Then, the geniuses from the other continents also flew into the air and flew toward the flying leopards. Lu Ming and the rest of the people from the Divine Wilderness continent gathered on a flying leopard. Let's go. The black-robed middle-aged man announced. More than 20 flying leopards roared and flew into the sky. Then, like black lightning, they flew toward the ancient city of the Godly Ruins at an astonishing speed. The flying beasts at the Great Circle Spiritual God Realm were traveling at full speed. However, the ancient city of the Godly Ruins was in the center of the Southern Divine Palace. Even with the flying leopard's speed, it would take them 2 days to reach the ancient city of the Godly Ruins. Whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing stood side by side and looked at the mountains and rivers below. Lu Ming, there are people from 2 continents watching us. Xian Yanqing said to Lu Ming. Yeah, I saw it too. Lu Ming nodded and looked to the left. On one of the flying leopards, there were many youths wearing feathered clothes. Regardless of gender, they all had sharp eyes and there were many of them. There were actually more than 40 of them. Apart from the southern god palace, this was the continent with the most people. Muju. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold because he saw Muju's figure among these people. At this moment, Muju was also coldly looking at Lu Ming and the others. Brother Mu, are they the ones who offended you? One of the feather-clad youths looked at Lu Ming and said indifferently. That's right, it's them, especially that Lu Ming. I want him dead. Muju said resentfully. He's just a piece of trash from the divine wilderness continent. Don't worry, if there's a chance, we'll get rid of him. That woman, on the other hand, isn't bad. We can keep her and enjoy her. The feather-clad youths said indifferently as if killing Lu Ming was as simple as eating and drinking for them. They didn't put Lu Ming in their eyes at all. Then, I'll learn from Brother Yu. Muju was overjoyed. At the same time, on another flying leopard, there were also some youths looking coldly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming knew a few of them. They were the few Heaven's Prides who were defeated by Lu Ming in the Divine Ruins. You were defeated by that person? One of the Heaven's Prides from the continent asked indifferently. Yes, this person's combat strength is pretty good, one of the youths who was defeated by Lu Ming replied. What do you mean by pretty good combat strength? He's just a piece of trash from the divine wilderness continent. What's so good about him? You're just trash. That young man scolded coldly. The few young men who had been defeated by Lu Ming blushed and did not know what to say. However, no matter what, you're still from the divine wilderness continent. Knowing that you're from the divine wilderness continent, you still dared to make a move. I'll remember this. I'll kill those people when I see them. The youth spoke. He had short hair and looked very confident. On the flying leopard that Lu Ming was on, Long Chen walked towards Lu Ming and Muju. Lu Ming, you have to be careful. The people from the White Feather Continent and the Divine Wilderness Continent have their eyes on us. Long Chen reminded. The 4th-ranked White Feather Continent and the 9th-ranked Divine Wilderness Continent. If they don't know what's good for them, we can only send them on their way. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Long Chen's eyes lit up. He nodded and left without saying anything. Hundreds of millions of miles of mountains and rivers passed by in a flash. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. An ancient city that was even more magnificent than the southern divine palace appeared in front of them. This was the ancient city of Divine Ruins, the most majestic and ancient city in the Divine Ruins continent. In the Divine Ruins continent, the 4 major forces were the Eastern, Western, Southern, and Southern Divine Palaces. In fact, a long time ago, the 4 Divine Palaces belonged to one force, which was the Divine Gate. The ancient city of Divine Ruins was the headquarters of the Divine Gate. But now, the 4 Divine Palaces reigned supreme, and the Divine Gate was divided into 4. No force could occupy the ancient city of Divine Ruins for their own use. Therefore, the ancient city of Divine Ruins was very special. It was a city shared by the 4 Divine Palaces. Usually, some people would be stationed here. If the 4 Divine Palaces had any major matters, they would discuss it in the ancient city of Divine Ruins. The flying leopard didn't stop and flew directly into the ancient city of Divine Ruins, towards the center of the city. When they arrived at the center of the ancient city of Divine Ruins, Lu Ming saw that there were 36 straight mountains that reached into the sky, forming the 36 heavenly dipper positions. In the sky above the 36 mountains, there were 9 ancient altars suspended in the air. They were filled with an ancient aura. At this time, the 36 mountains were surrounded by people. They were all local warriors of the ancient city of Divine Ruins. It's the Southern Divine Palace. The Southern Divine Palace and the 9 southern continents have arrived. A local warrior of the ancient city of Divine Ruins said. Roar! The roars of ferocious beasts came from the west. Many huge tigers with wings on their backs flew over, carrying many young geniuses. The Western Divine Palace and the 9 continents have arrived. Someone shouted. Western Divine Palace. Lu Ming looked to the west. There were also young prodigies riding on the giant tigers. They were also looking at them with sharp gazes. Ha ha ha, you guys are early. A loud laugh came from the east. A fiery red divine eagle flew over. The leader was a middle-aged man in a red robe. His aura suppressed the world and was not inferior to the middle-aged man in black from the southern divine palace. There were many young geniuses on the fiery red godly eagles as well. There were more of them than the South God Palace and the West God Palace. The Eastern Divine Palace and the 11 continents in the east had arrived. Whoosh whoosh. Chapter 1229. North Divine Palace and the 12 continents in the north. Someone exclaimed. At the same time, the sky prides of South Divine Palace, West Divine Palace, and East Divine Palace all looked at the sky prides of North Divine Palace with solemn expressions. The 4 great divine palaces also had differences in strength. South Divine Palace and West Divine Palace were similar in strength and ranked last. East Divine Palace was slightly stronger than South Divine Palace and West Divine Palace. Among them, North Divine Palace was undoubtedly the strongest. That was because the second continent in the continent of divine ruins was in the north. In the direction of North Divine Palace, sky prides stood proudly. Powerful auras emanated from their bodies without restraint. There were close to 300 of them. At that moment, around the 36 mountains, sharp gazes pierced through the void like sharp swords. They were sizing each other up in the void. Gathered here were the strongest young sky prides of the continent of divine ruins. There were close to 1,000 of them. Close to 1,000 sky prides was a huge number. These sky prides were all experts who had awakened a level 9 divine bloodline. Every single one of them was a sky prides with great luck. Lion Do, Kong Lin, Yang Patian, Underworld Child, and the others of the divine wilderness continent all had solemn expressions. Deep in their eyes, there was shock. In the divine wilderness continent, they were undoubtedly at the peak of existence. Each of them was destined to become sovereigns. They would be the center of attention and be invincible among their peers. They were all arrogant and thought that even if they were to leave the divine wilderness continent, they would not be weak. They were the best sky prides. However, at that moment, their confidence was shaken. That was because there were close to 1,000 sky prides here. Every single one of them was no weaker than them. Some were even stronger. So many sky prides. This is more interesting. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He felt the blood in his body boiling. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Beside him, Long Chen was also filled with fighting spirit. They stood at the pinnacle of the divine wilderness continent and were invincible. But now, they had so many opponents. This made their blood boil once again. Swoosh! 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 At that moment, a dozen figures moved. In a flash, they flew toward the 36 mountains. Lu Ming saw that there were 3 people from South Divine Palace. They were Ji Hongchen, Wang Zhen, and the purple-haired youth. Western Divine Palace also had 3 people, while Eastern Divine Palace and Northern Divine Palace had 4 each. There were a total of 14 of them, and they were the 14 strongest geniuses of the 4 divine palaces. Their names had long since shaken the entire divine ruins continent. The 14 of them each landed on the peak of a mountain, looking down on the other geniuses. Only the strongest geniuses could enter the 36 astral peaks. It was a symbol of status. The 14 peerless geniuses of the 4 godly palaces obviously had the right to do so. Looking at the 14 heaven's favorites, many people's eyes lit up. Whoosh! 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 Then, one figure after another leaped onto the remaining mountains like flickering lights and passing shadows. More than 22 people leaped onto the remaining 22 mountains. Naturally, Some of the mountains had more than one person. Scram! Someone shouted. You're the one who should get lost. What qualifications do you have to occupy this mountain? Boom! Then, a great battle broke out. It was very intense. Those who wanted to enter the mountains were extremely powerful geniuses. They were confident in themselves. Otherwise, they would not have dared to go up. Most of them were the strongest geniuses of the top 10 continents of the Divine Ruins continent. Boom! 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 The sky rumbled. The battle was extremely intense. Various lights flickered in the sky. Heavens, are these the strongest geniuses of the Divine Ruins continent? This is too shocking. Their strength is comparable to a perfect spirit god, right? Even a perfect spirit god isn't this terrifying. Many people discussed among themselves in astonishment. Meanwhile, the eyes of Underworld Child, Lion Do, and the others were filled with astonishment. These people were too strong. 7th layer Spirit God Realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. These young men in the battle were all at the 7th layer Spirit God Realm. Their strength was extremely shocking. In the end, the battle was still decided. Someone was knocked flying while spitting out blood. Then, a young man stood on each of the 36 astral peaks. However, the battle was obviously not over yet. Scram! This is not a place where you can stand. Young experts flew up from 4 different directions. They each chose a target and launched a fierce attack. On the Southern God Palace's side, 3 people from the White Feather continent had set foot on the Divine Ruins continent, 1 from the Zhanping continent, and 1 youth from another continent. This continent was called the Flaming Tide continent. This youth was wearing a long robe with a flame pattern. He was the number 1 genius of the Flaming Tide continent. At this moment, a short-haired youth from the Zhanping continent flew out and attacked the Flaming Tide continent's genius. Scram! The short-haired youth from the Zhanping continent shouted coldly. His iron fist was like a mountain as he punched the Flaming Tide continent's genius. The Flaming Tide continent's genius's gaze turned cold. Flames surged from his body as he engaged in a fierce battle with the short-haired youth. Both of them were at the 7th layer Spirit God Realm. The 2 of them exchanged dozens of moves. In the end, the short-haired youth from the Zhanping continent was stronger and sent the Flaming Tide continent's genius flying. The Zhanping continent is indeed worthy of being ranked 8th. This person is called Lu Qingzhou. He's the number 2 genius of the Zhanping continent. His strength is actually so shocking. The top 10 continents are indeed amazing. They have as many experts as the clouds. The other continents can't compare at all. The geniuses of the smaller continents around Lu Ming and the others were discussing. Their words were filled with awe and admiration. They were all geniuses who stood at the peak of their respective continents. However, compared to these geniuses, there was a huge gap. However, many of them clenched their fists. They were confident that their talent wasn't inferior to others. It was just that their resources weren't as good as those of the top continents. That was why their cultivation was lagging behind. As long as they were given time, they were confident that they could catch up. Lu Qingzhou stood at the top of a mountain and looked around. His gaze was especially cold when it landed on Lu Ming. You too, Scram. Unfortunately, Lu Qingzhou didn't even stand there for a minute before a genius from the Eastern Divine Palace rushed out and attacked Lu Qingzhou. The 2 of them fought fiercely. However, after just a dozen moves, Lu Qingzhou was beaten until he vomited blood and was sent flying far away. Damn it! Lu Qingzhou growled. He looked unwilling, but his eyes were filled with shock. The genius from the Eastern Divine Palace had defeated him in a dozen moves. He was too strong. The fierce battle continued. However, the 14 strongest geniuses of the 4 divine palaces, as well as the geniuses from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th continents, didn't dare to challenge them. That was because these people gave off a very dangerous feeling. The battle went on for more than 10 minutes before it stopped. Chapter 12:30. 36 Big Dipper peaks were occupied by 36 sky prides. They stood high and proud as they looked down on the other geniuses. For a moment, no one went up to challenge them. Of course, it didn't mean that the 36 sky prides were the strongest among the 1,000 sky prides present. There might be some who didn't want to challenge them. For example, Long Chen. Currently, Long Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level spirit god. With the terrifying power of his immemorial dragonesque elephant bloodline, he could definitely occupy one of the peaks. There was also Lu Ming. Now that his 9 dragons bloodline had reached the 9th level of the divine realm, his combat strength was even stronger. It wouldn't be a problem for him to occupy one of the peaks. Among the remaining geniuses, how could there not be any sky prides with terrifying strength? It was just that they didn't make a move due to various reasons. After all, the Celestial Gods sect hadn't started the selection process yet. There was no need for some to expose their strength. Ha ha ha, looks like the Southern Divine Palace isn't going to make it. You only occupy 7 peaks. A loud laugh came from an emperor of the West Divine Palace. The black-robed middle-aged man's face turned ugly. There were a total of 36 peaks, and the Southern Divine Palace only occupied 7. It was obvious that they were weaker. The Western Divine Palace and the Southern Divine Palace's strength had always been on par. The competition between them was naturally fierce. Moreover, the Celestial Gods sect was selecting disciples this time. Whoever succeeded in joining the Celestial Gods sect would naturally receive more rewards from the Celestial Gods sect. The sky prides of the Southern Divine Palace aren't that high profile. The black-robed middle-aged man snorted coldly. Ha, so you're saying that the Southern Divine Palace is hiding many sky prides who can step onto the Big Dipper Peak? The sovereign from the Western Divine Palace sneered. The black-robed middle-aged man's face was cold. He didn't say anything as he wasn't confident. He was just putting on a brave front. Buzz! At this moment, one of the altars in the sky suddenly vibrated slightly. Countless inscriptions flashed and radiance spread out. Many people were shocked as they looked at the altar with hopeful eyes. Legend had it that the 9 ancient altars were the spatial passageways that led to the major forces of the Yuan continent. A long time ago, the Divine Ruins mainland was connected to the 9 major forces of the Yuan continent. Therefore, the 9 altars were left. But now, the Godly Ruins mainland had long lost contact with the 9 major forces. The 9 ancient altars had not been activated for a long time. Some time ago, one of the forces, the Heavenly God sect, suddenly got in touch with the Divine Ruins continent and issued an order to select disciples. Were the experts of the Celestial God sect, one of the major forces of the Yuan continent, about to arrive? That was one of the major forces in Yuan continent. Most of the people were staring at the altar with burning gazes. Yuanlu was the core of the primordial realm. It was a place that all cultivators yearned for. It was a holy land for cultivation. Over there were powerhouses who truly stood at the peak. Legend had it that there were peerless almighty beings who had survived since the ancient times. There were countless geniuses there. That place was prosperous to the extreme. Unfortunately, no one had been there. Even many rulers had not been there. Now, he was finally going to meet the experts of the major forces in Yuanlu. Wang! The light grew brighter and brighter. In the end, a door of light appeared on the ancient altar. Then, everyone saw figures emerging from the door of light. There were a total of 6 figures. The leader was an elder with a head full of silver hair. Behind the elder were 2 middle-aged burly men. The 3 of them stood there casually, but their bodies exuded an unparalleled pressure. That pressure was like a sacred mountain that weighed hundreds of millions of pounds. It pressed down on everyone's hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. So powerful. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The pressure that the 3 of them gave off was far greater than that of the black-robed middle-aged man. In other words, the 3 of them had surpassed level 3 martial royal realm. Behind the three of them were three young men. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The men were handsome and the woman was beautiful. The 3 young men and women scanned the crowd. Their eyes were filled with curiosity, arrogance, and disdain. It was as if they were high and mighty emperors facing a bunch of beggars. Greetings, emissary of the heavenly gods sect. The rulers of the 4 sacred palaces quickly bowed respectfully. Greetings, emissary of the heavenly gods sect. The others, including the emissary of the ancient city of the divine ruins, also bowed respectfully. Are all the geniuses of the continent of the divine ruins here? The silver-haired elder asked. His voice was melodious and resounded in everyone's ears. No matter how far away they were, they could hear him clearly. Emissary, all the strongest geniuses of the continent of the divine ruins are here. A ruler of the northern sacred palace said respectfully. Very well. From now on, the Heavenly Gods sect will choose a group of geniuses to join the Heavenly Gods sect. There is no limit to the number. It mainly depends on your performance. If you perform well, you will be able to join the Heavenly Gods sect. Therefore, you will have to go through a series of tests. There will be 2 rounds in this test. Now, we need to set up the venue for the first round of tests. It will take 7 days, so the first round of tests will take place in 7 days. Come back 7 days later. The silver-haired elder announced. Yes, we will take our leave. The rulers of the 4 sacred palaces bowed and left with the geniuses. The 4 sacred palaces all had branches in the ancient city of the divine ruins. Soon, Lu Ming and the others arrived at a huge mansion. There were many palaces and buildings in the mansion. Lu Ming and the others each had a spacious room. Lu Ming and Xia Nianqing entered the room together and entered the mountain river diagram. Xia Nianqing sat cross-legged under the enlightenment ancient tree and quietly comprehended. In the divine ruins, Xia Nianqing had obtained the inheritance of a peerless expert who cultivated the demonic Tao. He needed time to comprehend it carefully. The enlightenment ancient tree could help Xia Nianqing improve quickly. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on another mountain peak. With a wave of his hand, a pile of origin stones appeared in front of him. There were millions of them. Now, Lu Ming's various wills of heaven and earth had been greatly improved, far surpassing his current cultivation. It was time to use the origin stones to improve his cultivation. In this selection, there were many geniuses in the divine ruins. With Lu Ming's current cultivation of the 5th level spirit god, it was obviously not enough. Roar! The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and swallowed millions of origin stones in one gulp and began to refine them. The 9 dragons' bloodline had advanced to the 9th level of the divine realm, and the power of devouring and refining had increased to a terrifying level. The refining of origin stones had also reached an astonishing level. Millions of origin stones were constantly being refined and turned into true origin chi, which surged in Lu Ming's body like a tide. Rumble. True origin chi flowed and rumbled. Lu Ming's spirit god became more and more condensed and dazzling. Lu Ming's cultivation also became stronger. Soon, millions of origin stones were all refined. Lu Ming took out millions more and continued to devour and refine them. At his current level, Lu Ming needed even more origin stones. Just like this, Lu Ming had refined a shocking 20 million origin stones. At this moment, a fierce whistling sound came from Lu Ming's body. His aura suddenly soared. 6th level spirit god. Chapter 1231. However, Lu Ming did not stop at this point. Instead, he continued to devour and refine origin stones. His current intent realm cultivation was enough to support his cultivation to skyrocket. Piles of origin stones were constantly refined and turned into Lu Ming's true yuan. Early 6th level spirit god, mid 6th level spirit god, late 6th level spirit god, Lu Ming's cultivation was rising at a shocking speed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. When the 7th day arrived, Lu Ming's aura had reached an unprecedented height. 7th level spirit god. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 7th level spirit god in one go. So strong. Lu Ming circulated the true dragon art and felt the true yuan in his body that was 10 times stronger than before. He smiled. Compared to 7 days ago, his current combat strength was many times more powerful than before. The stronger his cultivation and true yuan were, the stronger the hell-suppressing heaven skills power would be, and his battle strength would skyrocket. Whoosh! Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward, arriving in front of Xian Yanqing. At this moment, Xian Yanqing also stood up and smiled. In 7 days, Xian Yanqing's cultivation had actually risen by 2 levels, from the early 6th level spirit god to the late 6th level spirit god. The speed was also shockingly fast. Xian Yanqing had just obtained the inheritance of a supreme existence. This period of time was the time for her cultivation to explode. As she comprehended more of the inheritance, her cultivation would continue to rise. Time's up. Let's go out. Lu Ming smiled with confidence in his eyes. The two of them exited the mountain river diagram. As expected, the crowd had already begun to gather. In a courtyard, the prodigies of the Southern God Palace were gathered. The black-robed middle-aged man was sitting at the front. The black-robed middle-aged man had a solemn expression. This time, the prodigies of the other 3 forces are all shockingly strong. You must work hard. Once you're selected by the Celestial God sect and become their disciples, not only will you be able to join the Celestial God sect to cultivate, but the Southern God Palace will also reward you greatly. Therefore, you must do your best. Yes. Everyone nodded. All right, come with me. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded and led the group into the sky. Soon, they arrived near the 36 Tiangang Mountains. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the sky, air-piercing sounds could be heard continuously. The geniuses of the other 3 factions had arrived as well. Whoosh! With a flash of light, the heavenly god sect's silver-haired elder and the others appeared in the air above the 36 mountains. The silver-haired old man swept them with his gaze and said, "This time, the first round will be carried out in a small dimension. There are no rules there, and you can utilize any method. Your mission is to stay in that dimension for 15 days, and you'll be able to enter the next round if you stay there for 15 days. As long as I stay for 15 days, I can enter the next round." Many people were surprised. This sounded very simple. If he stayed for 15 days, wouldn't he be able to enter the next round if he found a place to hide? It shouldn't be that simple, many people thought. Also, there are some opportunities in this small plane. I can tell you that these opportunities are very rare in the continent of God and can greatly increase your strength. The silver-haired old man's voice was full of temptation. Many people's eyes lit up. These opportunities were given by the Heavenly God sect. How valuable would they be? Of course, if you want to obtain these opportunities, you'll need the key, and the key is with each of you. The silver-haired old man continued. You need the key. The key is with each of us. Many people were flabbergasted and puzzled. However, the silver-haired old man didn't want to explain further. An earth-shattering aura burst out from his body. The aura was so strong that even the black-clothed middle-aged man, who was a rank 3 martial royal realm expert, was shocked. Whoosh! The silver-haired old man waved his hand and a huge light door appeared in the air. You can enter from here. The silver-haired old man said. Let's go. Whoosh! 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 Immediately, some people rushed into the door of light and disappeared. The silver-haired old man had said that there were great opportunities inside. If they entered first, they would have a higher chance of obtaining great opportunities. Go, go, go. Young people rushed into the light door one by one. Shao Qing, be careful when you enter. Lu Ming held Xian Yanqing's hand. I will, you too. Xian Yanqing nodded. Following this, the two sprang into the air and entered the light door. Following this, the surroundings changed abruptly. Lu Ming discovered that he had appeared in a mountain range. There was no one around him. As expected, the place was random. He had been separated from Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming took out a sound-conducting jade talisman and sent a message to Xian Yanqing. Unfortunately, the message could not be sent out. At that instant, Lu Ming discovered that his spine was slightly warm, with streams of blood qi lingering in the air. These streams of blood qi gathered above Lu Ming's head and formed a blood-red key. Key? The silver-haired old man said that the key is with each of us. Is he referring to this key? Lu Ming pondered. Perhaps, each of them had a key above their heads. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming chose a direction at random and flew into the air. That's... After flying for a while, Lu Ming saw a floating palace high in the sky. There was actually a floating palace here. Lu Ming was very curious and he flew up. The door of the palace was tightly shut. In front of the door, there were two young men. Sure enough, it's a blood-red key. Lu Ming saw a key floating above the two young men's heads. Open. One of the young men heavily punched the door of the palace. However, the door of the palace did not move at all. Instead, it was the young man himself who was pushed back by the rebounding force. It can't be broken. I've tried before. The other young man said. At that moment, the two of them also noticed Lu Ming and looked over at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stopped at a spot not far away and sized up the hall carefully. He did not know what material the palace was made of. The young man who attacked just now was very strong and had reached the 6th level of the spirit god realm, but he still could not break it open. There are 9 small holes over there. Could they be keyholes? Lu Ming suddenly looked at a stone tablet beside the door. There were 9 small holes on the tablet, arranged in a strange pattern. The other two young men's eyes lit up. 9 small holes. Could it be that 9 people and 9 keys are needed to open it? One of the young men in black robes guessed. Swoosh! Suddenly, the 6th level spirit god realm young man pounced toward the young man in black robes like lightning. A saber light condensed in his hand and slashed toward the young man in black robes. What are you doing? Chapter 1232. However, the black-robed youth's cultivation was only at the peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm, and he was much weaker than his opponent. Coupled with the fact that he was in a hurry, he couldn't block the attack at all. Puchi! A bloody light burst forth as the black-robed youth's head flew high into the sky. Even his spirit god was minced into pieces. If I can seize your key, then I don't need 9 people. The youth at the 6th level of the spirit god realm revealed an icy cold smile. Subsequently, a strange scene appeared. The bloodline energy in the spine of the black-robed youth started to converge towards the blood-colored key. The blood-colored key shone resplendently as it suffused the air. Subsequently, it flew towards the youth at the 6th level of the spirit god realm and appeared above his head. 2 blood-colored keys appeared above the head of the 6th level spirit god realm youth. Ha, it was only a guess. I didn't expect that I would really be able to seize it. So long as I gather 9 keys, I'll be able to open this hall by myself and obtain the fortune within. The young man at the 6th level spirit god realm laughed and looked at Lu Ming coldly. You actually didn't flee just now. Now, become my key as well. The youth revealed a ferocious expression as his killing intent was icy cold. It's actually a blood-colored key condensed from bloodline energy. How miraculous. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the youth as he muttered with a curious expression. Die, kid. Killing intent bloomed in the youth's eyes when he saw Lu Ming directly ignoring him. He took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. A blade light slashed towards Lu Ming's neck. Just now, he'd killed the black-robed youth with a blade strike like this. Now, the might of this blade strike was even stronger than the previous one. It seemed like the blade light was about to slash Lu Ming's neck. 3 keys. A trace of a cold smile appeared on the youth's face as if he'd already obtained 3 keys. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly opened wide, and there was an extremely terrified expression in his eyes. A spear light had appeared out of nowhere and pierced through his dantian. It went straight through his body and minced his spirit god into pieces. Fast, the spear light's speed was too fast, and its might was terrifying. The true essence that covered his entire body was pierced through by the spear light like paper. No. He opened his mouth with great difficulty, wanting to beg for mercy. The spear light shook, and the 6th-level spirit god youth's body was torn into pieces. As soon as the youth died, his bloodline power gathered towards the blood-colored key. Finally, the 2 blood-colored keys floated above Lu Ming's head. Including his own, there were 3 blood-colored keys floating above Lu Ming's head. 3 keys. It seems that killing one person will allow me to obtain the other person's key. As long as I gather all 9 keys, I will be able to open the palace and obtain the fortune inside. I just don't know if there are many of these palaces. If there are many, then it will be a bloody massacre. Lu Ming sighed. In order to obtain the opportunities left behind by the heavenly god sect in the palace, those geniuses would definitely kill others to obtain the keys. Little Qing. Lu Ming was a little worried about Xian Yanqing. First, we have to find Shao Qing. Lu Ming made up his mind and was about to leave. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 streaks of light tore through the void and appeared not far away. It's them. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Lu Ming knew both of them. Both of them were geniuses who had fought to a draw with the mainland. One of them was one of the people whom Lu Ming had defeated in the ruins of God. His cultivation was at the 6th level of the spirit god realm. The other one had short hair and looked capable. He was the 2nd strongest genius of the continent, Lu Qingzhou. There were 2 blood-colored keys above Lu Qingzhou's head, and the other one had 1. They first glanced at the palace before looking at Lu Ming. It's him. It's that kid from the Divine Wilderness continent. 3 blood-colored keys. Their eyes lit up when they saw Lu Ming, and then they were overjoyed. Lu Qingzhou's eyes were blazing as he laughed. It's actually this kid who dares to touch the people of the continent. Ha, give me your keys. Lu Qingzhou laughed as his figure flashed and charged towards Lu Ming, as if he was afraid that Lu Ming would escape. Whoosh! A scimitar appeared in Lu Qingzhou's hand and slashed towards Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming moved his feet and his figure swayed slightly, avoiding Lu Qingzhou's saber gleam. Kid, don't even think about running. Lu Qingzhou shouted coldly. Run? I'm afraid that you'll run away. Lu Ming sneered. Whoosh! He took a step forward and instantly approached the other young man from the continent. You! Get lost! The young man shouted and performed bloodline fusion to launch his strongest attack, trying to stop Lu Ming. Although he wasn't a match for Lu Ming in the ruins of God, he could still exchange a few blows with him. Now, he was confident that he could stop Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming punched the young man's bloodline. Immediately, the young man's bloodline exploded and even his physical body was turned into dust. The young man's bloodline power gathered on the blood-colored key above his head and appeared above Lu Ming's head. There were a total of 4 blood-colored keys above Lu Ming's head. Lu Qingzhou's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Ming's punch had shocked him. However, he was still confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. It's not bad for a mere divine wilderness continent to have a genius like you. However, you still have to die. Kill! Lu Qingzhou shouted coldly as his saber light tore through the void, creating a hideous crack in space. Whoosh! The sharp saber light went straight for Lu Ming's throat. You want to kill me after fighting the 2nd strongest genius of the continent? Let's see what you're capable of. Lu Ming punched out and 8 dragon forces erupted from his body as he activated the hell-suppressing heaven skill. The void seemed to be groaning under Lu Ming's fist. The space within a radius of 1,000 miles was vibrating violently, creating many ripples. Clang! The fist collided with Lu Qingzhou's saber light. Lu Qingzhou's expression changed drastically as his body flew out like a cannonball, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. 7th level spirit god, but how can a 7th level spirit god be so strong? Lu Qingzhou roared in his heart. He could sense that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the early 7th level spirit god realm. The fact that there was a 7th level spirit god in the divine wilderness continent had already shocked him. However, his cultivation was at the late 7th level spirit god realm, which was even higher than Lu Ming's. It was shocking that he was heavily injured by a single punch. He was afraid in his heart. This is a monster. Let's go. Whoosh. Lu Qingzhou turned around and fled frantically. It's too late to leave now. Lu Ming executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and crossed the void in a few steps, chasing after Lu Qingzhou. He approached Lu Ming in a few breaths' time. I'll fight you to the death. Lu Qingzhou roared as he executed the bloodline fusion and turned into a saber. The saber emitted a dazzling light and slashed at Lu Ming. Clang! Lu Ming still punched out. The saber shook violently and flew far away. Clang! Then, Lu Ming punched out again. Chapter 1233. Currently, 3 of Lu Ming's 5 intents had reached the peak of the 4th level, and 2 of them had reached the peak of the 4th level. Just the combination of the 5 intents was already very powerful, not to mention the other intents. Now, Lu Ming could easily crush ordinary geniuses of the same level, even if they had awakened a 9th level divine bloodline. The machete exploded, and Lu Qingzhou's body flew far away. His body was almost smashed, and he was covered in blood. Blood was also spurting out of his mouth. How could this be? How could he be so strong? He roared in his heart, extremely terrified. Being ranked 8th among the 42 continents of the Divine Ruins continent group meant that there were many geniuses there. For him to be ranked 2nd among so many geniuses, he was definitely second only to one person and above millions of others. He was an invincible existence at the same level. But now, he was seriously injured by Lu Ming in a few punches. It was really unbelievable. All he wanted now was to escape, as far as he could. But obviously, Lu Ming would not give him the chance. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and punched out. A violent force crushed towards Lu Qingzhou. No, no! Lu Qingzhou roared hysterically, but in the next moment, his body suddenly exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. Bloodline power gathered towards the keys, and in the next moment, 6 blood-colored keys appeared above Lu Ming's head. Buzz! At this moment, the 6 blood-colored keys vibrated as if they were resonating with each other, emitting a strong blood-colored light. Then, the light of the 6 keys gathered, forming an extremely strong blood-colored light pillar that shot up into the sky and pierced through the clouds. At this moment, even Lu Ming could see this blood-colored light pillar from a very far distance away. What's that? What a strong blood-colored light! Could a rare treasure have appeared? Let's go and take a look. Let's go. One by one, figures pounced in the direction of Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at the light pillar above his head and was stunned. Could it be that gathering 6 keys would cause such a phenomenon? Then it would be too difficult to gather 9 keys. It would be strange if such a phenomenon did not attract other experts. There was nowhere to hide. It was too difficult to obtain the opportunity mentioned by the Heavenly God sect. If that's the case, I'll kill whoever dares to touch me. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. He decided not to leave. He stood quietly in the void and waited. Not long after, whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out continuously. 7 or 8 youths in feathered robes appeared first. It's him. It's Lu Ming. One of them was actually Mu Ju. As soon as he saw Lu Ming, he shouted loudly, revealing a cold light. 6 keys. A mere piece of trash from the Divine Wilderness continent actually managed to gather 6 keys. It looks like his luck is pretty good. The moment he arrived, he encountered a pile of trash. A young man with black wings sneered. How strong could a person from the divine wilderness continent be to be able to gather 6 keys? He must have encountered a continent that was even more trashy, allowing Lu Ming to obtain the 6 keys. If I kill him, I'll be able to gather the 9 keys. A young man in silver-white feathered robes licked his lips and sneered. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to die this time. You were lucky last time. Mu Ju laughed. There were 7 heavens prides from the white feather continent here. One of them, the young man in white feathered robes, was an existence that had stepped onto the 36th Tiangang Peak. He was superior to the other heavens prides. With the heavens prides from the white feather continent here, he was sure that Lu Ming was going to die. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air continued to ring out. A group of youths appeared behind Lu Ming. The one in the lead had a face full of green whiskers and an extremely powerful aura. There are 6 keys. Ha, these 6 keys are mine. The young man with the green whiskers saw the 6 blood-red keys above Lu Ming's head and his eyes emitted a blazing light. There were 4 keys above his head. Adding Lu Ming's, he had 9 keys. Man Feng, it's you. On the white feather continent, the young man in silver feathered robes had a slight change in expression. The young man with the green whiskers came from the yellow verdant continent and was ranked 5th in the Divine Ruins continent group. The young man with the green whiskers was also an expert that had stepped onto the 36th Tiangang Peak. Ha, Silver Wing, what a coincidence. The young man with the green whiskers grinned. Man Feng, I found this brat first. You should leave as soon as possible. Silver Wing said coldly. Ha ha ha, what a joke. This is the Heavenly God's sex assessment. Who told you about first come first serve? It depends on ability. The keys will belong to whoever kills him first. Man Feng grinned. He looked simple and honest, but the cruel killing intent in his eyes sent chills down one's spine. At this moment, there were sounds of something breaking through the air from other directions. More young heavens prides had arrived. But when they saw Man Feng and Silver Wing, their expressions changed drastically. Not good, it's the heavens prides that stepped onto the 36th Tiangang Peak. Retreat. Let's go. The faces of those who came later changed drastically as they retreated. Lu Ming is dead meat. One of them was the Divine Wilderness Continent's Heaven's Pride, Lion Capital. At this moment, his eyes flashed with a gloating light as he fled far away. Kill! At this moment, Silver Wing suddenly launched an attack. A pair of silver wings appeared behind his back. Like a silver lightning bolt, he pounced towards Lu Ming. His sharp claws could tear through everything as he clawed at Lu Ming. Silver Wing, you're despicable. How dare you launch a sneak attack? This brat is mine. Man Feng roared. The roar of a beast could be heard from his body. He took a few steps in the air and charged towards Lu Ming. The two of them had completely treated Lu Ming as their prey, their key provider. In their eyes, Lu Ming's fate was already sealed. He was dead for sure. They had to be wary of him. He's mine. Silver Wing's eyes were cold. He had killed Lu Ming in one move. In this way, if he killed Lu Ming first, Lu Ming's blood-colored key would naturally belong to him. Hee hee, you're just ignoring me. Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. He shifted his feet slightly and dodged Silver Wing's claw. Brat, you still dare to dodge? Die! Silver Wing roared. His claws swiftly clawed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming actually dared to dodge. He was furious. He had seized the opportunity with great difficulty. If Lu Ming dodged, wouldn't he lose it? In his heart, he did not consider that if he wanted to kill Lu Ming, wouldn't it be normal for Lu Ming to dodge? He only thought that if Lu Ming dodged, wouldn't he destroy his opportunity? Then I won't dodge. Lu Ming said indifferently. Then, boom. An extremely shocking aura erupted from his body. The aura of a 7th-level spirit god was completely released. The 5-colored concept revolved around him as he punched out. This punch directly hit one of Silverwing's claws. Crack. Chapter 1234. What? Man Feng was originally rushing towards Lu Ming, worried that Silverwing would take the initiative. But suddenly, he saw that Silverwing's claw was injured by Lu Ming's punch, and he kept retreating. He was a little stunned. In his imagination, this was not the case at all. He was still worried that Lu Ming would be killed by the Silverwing in 2 moves. In his heart, he was silently praying that Lu Ming could dodge and block a few moves. Never did he expect that it would actually be such a scene. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. His killing intent was extremely strong. Shrouded by Lu Ming's killing intent, Silverwing felt cold all over and quickly retreated. You don't want to kill me. Why are you retreating now? Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward, caught up with Silverwing in an instant, and struck out with his palm. The power of this palm made Silverwing's hair stand on end, and his muscles trembled in fear. Caw! A sharp cry was heard. Silverwing turned into a big silver bird, exuding a silver light and extraordinary power. It turned out that Silverwing was not a human, but a demon. This was his original form. In his original form, Silverwing folded his wings and blocked in front of him, trying to block Lu Ming's attack. Bam! Lu Ming's palm slashed down, crushing the Silverwing's protective demonic power. The palm slashed on the Silverwing's wings, emitting a loud clang. The Silverwing directly exploded and silver feathers flew all over the sky. Silverwing screamed and retreated like crazy, like a silver lightning bolt. Bam! 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 Lu Ming stepped forward, using the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps. The power of each step was stronger than the previous one, and the power of each step fell on Silverwing's body. With each step, Silverwing's body shook violently. When Lu Ming took the 8th step, Silverwing let out a shrill scream, and then his body was torn apart. Silver blood scattered in the air. How can he be so strong? On the other side, Man Feng was flabbergasted. Then, he felt a chill in his heart. It was too shocking. Silverwing's battle prowess was about the same as his, but in Lu Ming's hands, he was killed in just a few moves. This was too terrifying. Run! Run! This was the first thing that flashed through his mind. Then, he turned around and ran. Didn't you want my key? Why are you running away now? A cold voice rang in Man Feng's ears. Man Feng roared in fright. He exploded with all his strength and punched towards Lu Ming. But what welcomed him was Lu Ming's punch. Bang! When the 2 fists collided, Man Feng felt a sharp pain in his arm. The bones in his arm had been broken by Lu Ming's punch. Boom! 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 Following that was Lu Ming's storm-like attacks. The shadows of his fists were like mountains, enveloping brute wind. No! Man Feng roared, but in the next moment, he was drowned out. Then, with a scream, Man Feng was killed. 2 top powerhouses who could step foot on the 36th Tiangang Peak were killed by Lu Ming in an instant. How could this be? Not too far away, the geniuses of the White Feather Continent and the Yellow Verdant Continent looked at this scene in shock. They were completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? How is this possible? Especially Mu Ju, he kept muttering, completely unable to accept everything in front of him. Lu Ming's battle prowess was very strong. He had long known that Lu Ming had killed so many experts in the ruins of God. Even the experts at the Great Perfection Spirit God realm were no match for Lu Ming. However, the geniuses who could set foot on the 36 Tiangang peaks had the battle prowess of a Great Perfection Spirit God. They could even kill a Great Perfection Spirit God. Their battle prowess was incomparably close to that of a Supreme Being. They were definitely above Lu Ming at that time. He originally thought that with Silverwing's battle prowess, it was enough to kill Lu Ming. But now, Lu Ming effortlessly slashed Silver Wings and Brute Wind consecutively. He did not even unleash his bloodline. This kind of combat power was simply too shocking and terrifying. Mu Ju, it's your turn now. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Mu Ju with eyes full of killing intent. No, no, Mu Ju was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He screamed and ran back frantically. The others also dispersed in an uproar. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure was like lightning, rushing towards Mu Ju. No, don't kill me. Help! Help! Mu Ju screamed crazily, completely without the courage to resist. Didn't you want to kill me? Lu Ming said. No, please, let me go. Mu Ju was about to cry. Why didn't you consider letting me go when we were in the ruins of God? Lu Ming sneered. His killing intent was incomparably cold. He must kill Mu Ju. Lu Ming, I'm the young lord of the Mu family. My father is the patriarch of the Mu family, an emperor. If you want to kill me, no one can save you. You're dead meat. Mu Ju screamed. Seeing that begging for mercy didn't work, he began to threaten. That's my business. You don't have to worry about it. Lu Ming sneered, unmoved. No. Mu Ju was trembling in fear. He only knew how to scream. Kill. Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with Mu Ju. With a palm strike, Mu Ju didn't have the slightest strength to resist and was killed by Lu Ming. Buzz. At this moment, the light above Lu Ming's head was even more dazzling. The blood-red light pillar was even more brilliant. Because there were a total of 9 blood-red keys floating above Lu Ming's head. Why are there only 9? Lu Ming was surprised. Just now, he had killed Silver Wing and Man Fong. Logically speaking, he should have obtained more than 10 keys from them. But now, there were only 9 keys above Lu Ming's head. It seems that I can only get 9 keys at a time. Any more and it would be a waste. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Let's open that palace first. Lu Ming's eyes looked at the palace. Suddenly, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. He felt a sense of danger approaching rapidly. Whoosh! In the sky, a sword light fell from the sky, aiming at Lu Ming. Before the sword light arrived, a terrifying chill descended, as if it was going to freeze Lu Ming completely. Boom! Without any hesitation, Lu Ming threw a punch at the sword light. With a bang, the sword light exploded and turned into ice shards that scattered in all directions. It was an ice sword. As for Lu Ming, he took 3 consecutive steps back. So cold, such a terrifying chill. Lu Ming felt his fist go numb. He looked down and saw a layer of ice crystals on his fist. His fist was covered with 5 types of essence of heaven and earth and was covered by his vital essence. Under his skin, there was also a layer of dragon power due to the outburst of dragon power. However, the cold air actually penetrated multiple layers of defense and was about to freeze Lu Ming's fist. Lu Ming had never seen such a chill before. Lu Ming looked up at the sky and saw a young man in white walking towards Lu Ming step by step. There were 5 keys floating above this person's head. It's him. Lu Ming's eyes moved. This person was one of the 4 strongest geniuses of the North Divine Palace. He was as famous as Ji Hongqian and Wang Zhen. Ice Dragon. Chapter 1235. Not bad. You were able to take one of my attacks and only took 3 steps back. You're pretty strong. Ice Dragon stepped down step by step and spoke calmly, looking high and mighty. He had seen how Lu Ming killed Silver Wing and Man Fong, but he was still full of confidence. Stepping onto the 36th astral peak didn't mean anything. He didn't care about Silver Wing and Man Fong at all. You want my key too? Lu Ming looked at Ice Dragon and asked. Ha, I can't miss this chance. You can only blame yourself for being too unlucky. Ice Dragon said coldly, as if he was certain that Lu Ming would be defeated. You're that confident? Silver Wing and Man Feng were also that confident, but they ended up giving me your key. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Don't compare me with those two trash. Otherwise, you'll realize that you've made a huge mistake. Ice Dragon smiled confidently. He walked toward Lu Ming as he spoke, and a terrifying chill spread out from his body. Lu Ming's true yuan boiled and burned fiercely. It seems like you want to fight to the death. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Ice Dragon's voice turned cold, and countless ice crystals appeared around him. That was the condensation of the water vapor in the air, which had been frozen by the cold air. Even the wind around the ice dragon had stopped, as if it had been frozen. Whoosh! Ice Dragon pointed at Lu Ming, and a terrifying chill shot toward Lu Ming. The chill seemed to be able to freeze everything in its path. Boom! Lu Ming's true yuan roared in his body, and the 5 intents of heaven and earth were circulated to the extreme. A pair of 5-colored gloves formed on his fists, and he punched out at the attack. Bang! An intense explosion rang out, and a white, cold chi ripple spread out in all directions. At this moment, with them as the center, the sky for thousands of miles around them turned white, and countless ice crystals appeared. Lu Ming's body swayed, and he took 2 steps back. So cold. This time, not only Lu Ming's fists, but even his body was covered in a layer of white ice crystals. Ice Dragon raised his eyebrows. He was surprised that Lu Ming had managed to block his attack. He was confident that he could kill geniuses like Silver Wing and Man Feng with this single finger. Icebound 10,000 miles. The cold aura around Ice Dragon's body became even colder. This time, it changed from a finger to a palm. With a palm strike, cold aura filled the sky and enveloped Lu Ming. At this moment, space seemed to have been frozen. Lu Ming felt as if his body had sunk into a swamp, unable to move. Die. It's your honor to die from this move of mine. Ice Dragon's cold voice sounded. Really? Then let's try the 9th dragon force. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a sneer as a dragon's roar resounded from within his body. The 9th dragon's force erupted. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was suffused with a layer of purple sparkling light. Even his muscles were slightly wriggling. This power? Lu Ming seemed to have transformed into 9 dragons. His dragon power was boiling, and he was filled with endless power. Boom! With a punch, with Lu Ming as the center, the space within a 10-mile radius was annihilated and turned into nothingness. The feeling of sinking into a swamp also disappeared without a trace. Boom! Then, another punch was thrown towards Ice Dragon, colliding with his palm. This power, when the fist and palm collided, Ice Dragon's face changed drastically. His body trembled as 9 layers of ice crystals appeared in front of him. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Boom boom, the 9 layers of ice crystals turned into ashes under Lu Ming's terrifying power. Chi chi, the ice crystals contained endless cold aura. They wanted to freeze Lu Ming, but they were all repelled by Lu Ming's power. This cold aura seems to be the ice concept. But why is it so terrifying? The temperature is so low. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He had come into contact with the concept of ice many times. Although its power was great, it was still worlds apart from the Ice Dragon. Ice Dragon's ice concept was extremely powerful. Lu Ming had never seen it before. Lu Ming was surprised, but Ice Dragon's heart was in turmoil. Lu Ming could actually force him back, which was beyond his expectations. Looks like you were hiding your strength before. Your strength is indeed shocking, but it's still too early to fight with me. Ice Dragon's voice became colder and colder. The aura on his body also became stronger and colder. 8th level Spirit God Realm was Ice Dragon's cultivation. At such a young age, his cultivation had already reached the 8th level Spirit God Realm. Coupled with the terrifying ice concept, it was easy for Ice Dragon to kill a perfected spirit god. Concept martial technique, absolute 0. Hoo hoo, At this moment, Ice Dragon performed bloodline fusion and turned into an ice sword. The sword light was shocking. The moment this sword light appeared, everything in the world seemed to stop moving. It was as if everything in the world had stopped moving. There was only that sword light in the world. The ice sword slashed towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes also became serious. Ice Dragon's cultivation was originally one level higher than his. Coupled with the terrifying ice concept, his battle strength was extremely shocking. Ice Dragon did have the right to be arrogant. People like Silverwing and Man Feng weren't even worthy of carrying Ice Dragon's shoes. They were too far apart and could be killed with a casual move. Roar! The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming also performed bloodline fusion and turned into 9 dragons. Kill! The 9 dragons stepped into the air and charged towards Ice Dragon. The two of them started a great battle. Boom boom boom. This part of the world exploded. Endless energy mixed with terrifying coldness wreaked havoc in the world. In the distance, some people saw Lu Ming's blood-colored light pillar and wanted to rush over to check the situation. But thousands of miles away, they all widened their eyes in horror and then turned around to leave. Heavens, how can he be so strong? Is he still in the same generation as us? Too terrifying. With such strength, he can almost fight with a sovereign, right? Run, run quickly. Those skyprides scattered in all directions in fear, not daring to get too close for fear of being sucked in and dying an unnatural death. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Ice Dragon had exchanged dozens of moves. Dragon roars shook the sky. Lu Ming became more and more courageous as he fought. Every inch of the 9 dragons' body was a weapon of war. He used the true dragon battle technique, 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps, and the suppressing hell heaven skill one after another. The power of the 9 dragons seemed to be able to destroy everything. The power of the suppressing hell heaven skill seemed to be able to suppress everything. Although the Ice Dragon's frost concept was extremely terrifying, Lu Ming had comprehended 5 types of heaven and earth concepts after all. If he gathered them together, he would be able to contend with it. Rip! With a swipe of his dragon claw, he broke through Ice Dragon's layer of ice battle armor and left a deep mark on it. Bang! The divine dragon swung its tail and the suppressing hell heaven skill exploded, sending Ice Dragon flying. Who is this person? Which continent is he from? He actually has such shocking battle strength. Chapter 1236. I'll let you off this time. Let's fight again next time. After saying that, the Ice Dragon turned around and left. Just like that, it escaped. Lu Ming did not chase after him. He transformed back into his human form and looked coldly in the direction that Ice Dragon had left. Ice Dragon was indeed very strong. Lu Ming still had some tricks up his sleeve and had not activated his 3rd bloodline. However, even if he did, he might not be able to kill Ice Dragon. Moreover, he already had 9 keys. Even if he killed Ice Dragon, he would not be able to obtain more keys. Let's see what's inside the palace. Lu Ming flew into the sky and came to the front of the palace. There was a stone tablet in front of the door of the palace. There were 9 small holes on the tablet that looked like keyholes. With a thought, the 9 keys above his head flew toward the 9 small holes. The 9 keys all entered the small holes. Crack! The door of the palace opened. Just as I thought. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Without hesitation, he stepped out and walked into the main door of the hall. As soon as Lu Ming walked in, the door of the palace closed again. There was a large hall in the palace. Lu Ming looked around. Lu Ming found that there were several platforms in the hall. There were balls of light on the platforms. He could see that there were symbols under the balls of light. On one of the platforms, there were some elixir symbols under the balls of light. The expert of the Heavenly Gods sect said that there was an opportunity in this small plane. The key was with each of them. The opportunity he mentioned should be these balls of light. Lu Ming guessed and continued to look around. The symbols under the balls of light on the other platform were much more complicated. Below some of the balls of light, there were lightning patterns. Below some of the balls of light, there were flame patterns, water patterns, tornadoes, and so on. What's in these balls of light? How many can I choose? They can't all be mine, right? Lu Ming guessed. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming walked to the ball of light with the lightning pattern and reached out to grab it. Poof! The ball of light shattered, and a jade talisman appeared in Lu Ming's hand. So easy. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Then, his eyes lit up and he reached out to grab another ball of light. He didn't move an inch. That ball of light seemed to be a layer of protective shield, firmly blocking Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated his quintessential essence and even unleashed his dragon power. However, the ball of light did not budge at all. He could not break it at all. Following that, Lu Ming switched to another ball of light, but the result was still the same. Lu Ming tried almost all the balls of light, but none of them could be broken. It seems that I can only obtain the items in one light ball each time I enter. Lu Ming guessed, but he could only give up. I wonder what's recorded in the pendant. Lu Ming was a little curious. What was the opportunity that the heavenly god sect was talking about? His soul sense submerged into the jade plate, and he began to examine it carefully. It's a martial skill, a low-grade deity-level martial skill. Intent-level martial skill. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with doubt after he took a look. What was an intent-level martial skill? Lu Ming only knew about bloodline martial skills. Apart from bloodline martial skills, all other martial skills were ordinary martial skills. How could there be an intent-level martial skill? Lu Ming had never heard of it before. Immediately, Lu Ming read the contents carefully. Thunder God Strike was the name of this martial skill. So amazing, so magical. After reading for a while, Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he was filled with amazement. He finally understood what an intent-level martial skill was. Ordinary martial artists comprehended the intent level of heaven and earth. As their cultivation level increased, their power would become stronger. However, they had not unearthed the true power of the intent level. Ordinary martial artists could only use the power of the intent level crudely. For example, Lu Ming's fusion of 5 types of intent levels was only used to increase Lu Ming's attack power. However, the deeper aspects of each intent level were not unearthed. As for intent-level martial skills, through special operations and application of martial skills, the power of the intent level could be displayed to the fullest, and the hidden power of the intent level could be used to the extreme. Lu Ming had never heard of intent-level martial skills in the Divine Wilderness continent. Intent-level martial skills were the same as ordinary martial skills. They were low-grade deity level and high-grade deity level. Low-grade deity level intent-level martial skills were mainly about the deeper application of the intent level. As for high-grade deity level martial skills, they were not considered intent-level martial skills. They should be called domain martial skills, and they could be used to the extreme of an emperor's domain. The power of intent-level martial skills was several times stronger than ordinary martial skills, and even bloodline martial skills. Its power was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming looked carefully, and the more he looked, the more shocked he was. What a powerful and terrifying power. However, this is too profound. The difficulty of cultivating it is shockingly high. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Intent-level martial skills were powerful, but at the same time, it was even more difficult to cultivate. Lu Ming felt that even though they were both inferior-grade divine-level martial techniques, the concept martial techniques were 100 times more difficult to cultivate than ordinary inferior-grade divine-level martial techniques. Yes, 100 times. Intent-level martial skills were 100 times harder to cultivate than ordinary martial skills. Lu Ming frowned and looked carefully. In the end, he simply took out the Enlightenment Ancient Tree and placed it beside him to help him comprehend. Unknowingly, Lu Ming's mind sank into the Thunder God Strike, carefully comprehending its mysteries. After the War of Providence, Lu Ming's comprehension had increased tenfold. At this moment, under the Enlightenment ancient tree, his understanding of the Thunder God's strike was rapidly increasing. Lu Ming was completely immersed in the cultivation of the Thunder God's strike. Unknowingly, 7 days had passed. Zzz, bolts of lightning swam around Lu Ming's body, as if they were alive, as if they had spirituality. In the end, there were more and more thunderbolts on Lu Ming's body and they became thinner and thinner. In the end, the endless thunderbolts were thinner than a strand of hair. Countless such thin thunderbolts were actually woven together to form a thunderbolt combat suit. It looked exactly the same as ordinary clothes. There was no difference at all. However, if anyone touched it with their hands, they would be struck to ashes by the power of lightning. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. The first level of the Thunder God's strike has been successfully cultivated. Lu Ming muttered to himself. After 7 days of comprehension, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the first level of the Thunder God's strike. This speed was already very shocking. Some peerless geniuses could not cultivate the first level even if they spent their entire lives. Intent level martial skills are indeed amazing. It can fully unleash the potential of the lightning intent level. I'm still at the first level. The further I cultivate, the stronger the power will be. Lu Ming looked at the thunder battle suit on his body. With a thought, the thunder battle suit dissipated into nothingness. It seems that Ice Dragon should also be cultivating intent level martial skills. No wonder the ice intent level can unleash such terrifying power. Lu Ming thought of Ice Dragon. Chapter 1237. The Divine Ruins continent was worthy of being the top continent in the Divine Ruins continent. Martial techniques that had never been heard of in the Divine Wilderness continent were actually passed down here. Perhaps, the 4 great palaces all had their own martial techniques. Most of the strongest geniuses in the 4 great palaces had come into contact with them. After cultivating for many years, their power must be extraordinary. Lu Ming guessed that Ice Dragon should have cultivated the ice will martial technique to the 2nd level. I didn't expect that 7 days have passed unknowingly. It's time to go out. I wonder how Xiao Qing is doing. Lu Ming was a little worried. He had fallen into the previous comprehension unknowingly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to comprehend it at this time. He would have definitely looked for Xian Yanqing first. This place was too dangerous. The geniuses were killing each other to seize each other's keys and obtain opportunities. Even with Xian Yanqing's cultivation and combat strength, it was still dangerous. Without hesitation, Lu Ming walked out. Kacha. When Lu Ming came to the door opened automatically. Lu Ming stepped out. When Lu Ming went out, the door closed automatically. Whoosh! A blood-red key flew out of the 9 keyholes on the stone tablet and floated above Lu Ming's head. It was Lu Ming's key. As for the other 8 keys, they disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, a few figures flew out from the mountains below. Sure enough, someone has entered the palace. Stop him. Don't let him go. It's him. I recognize him. He's from the Divine Wilderness continent. Voices rang out. Lu Ming even recognized one of them. It was the top genius of the Divine Crocodile continent, Yi Kuang. After this period of time, Yi Kuang's cultivation had also broken through the bottleneck and stepped into the 6th level spirit god. A total of 3 people surrounded Lu Ming in 3 directions. When they came here some time ago, they discovered that there were 9 keyholes on the stone tablet in front of the door. They knew that someone had entered. The few of them waited in the mountain ridge below. True enough, they saw Lu Ming coming out from it. This person can't be underestimated. His combat strength is not weak. Yi Kuang said solemnly. What are you afraid of? With the 3 of us working together, there's no need to be afraid of him. Another young man said. Scram! Lu Ming coldly shouted. You are courting death. Let's join hands and kill him. A young man roared. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming stepped forward and punched out, shattering the man's body into pieces. Following that, Lu Ming charged towards Yi Kuang and his companion. No! Yi Kuang roared in horror. Bang! Bang! With 2 explosions, 2 more corpses appeared on the scene, and 3 more keys appeared above Lu Ming's head, turning it back into 4 keys. Lu Ming did not stop. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and flew in a certain direction. At the same time, he spread out his spiritual sense to search for Xian Yanqing. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure was like a bolt of lightning, extremely fast. In just a short while, they had already flown over 100,000 miles. Along the way, Lu Ming saw no less than 10 palaces in the sky. There were indeed many palaces in this world. Suddenly, Lu Ming looked to the front. There was a blood-colored light pillar that soared into the sky. Obviously, someone had obtained more than 6 keys, which was why the blood-red light beam was triggered. I wonder if Shaoqing is over there. Let's go and see. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He took a step forward and flew in that direction. After flying for a while, Lu Ming saw that there were also sky prides flying in that direction from other directions. Obviously, the others had also seen the light beam. Someone has obtained more than 6 keys. Kill! Quick, don't let others get ahead of us. Voices sounded one after another. Lu Ming took a casual glance and saw no less than 10 young men flying towards the blood-red light beam. Sure do. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Among these people, Lu Ming saw Sure Du's aura was at the 4th level of the spirit god realm. Obviously, he had also broken through to the 4th level during this period. Ahead, on a mountain peak, everyone saw a young man in blue. There were 7 blood-red keys above his head. It's him, it's him. He's only at the peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm. He's mine. He's mine. Sensing the young man's cultivation, many people's eyes emitted a blazing light. Nearly 1,000 young sky prides had entered this time. The weakest of them was even at the 2nd level of the spirit god realm. There were even some at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. This person was at the peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm. If they were lucky, he would really obtain 7 keys. If they could kill this person and obtain his 7 keys, they would be able to easily obtain 9 keys and enter the floating palaces to obtain opportunities. The young man in blue was shocked when he saw so many people. He turned around and fled. Where do you think you're going? It's too late to escape. Cold shouts sounded. More than 10 figures chased after the young man in blue. Lu Ming frowned. He faintly felt that something was wrong. However, he was fearless and chased after him from afar. In a flash, the young man in blue fled into a valley. Suddenly swoosh. 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 7 or 8 young men in blue suddenly flew out of the valley. Many of them had 5 or 4 blood-red keys floating above their heads. Ha! So many big fish. We're rich. These people laughed loudly. Not good. We've fallen into a trap. Let's go. The young men who were chasing after them were shocked. They knew that they had fallen into a trap. That blue-clothed young man at the peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm was only bait, and he intentionally obtained the 7 keys in order to draw others to kill him and then lead them into the trap. It's too late to leave now. The few young men in blue clothes sneered as they revealed powerful auras. 2 of them had even reached the terrifying 7th level of the spirit god realm. They were extremely fast. They stepped into the air and surrounded Lu Ming's group. 7th level of the spirit god realm. It's over. They're dead. Someone was terrified. Shurdo was the same. He was terrified and wanted to escape. However, he was surrounded by the young men in blue from all directions. Ah! Lu Ming. Shurdo turned around and saw Lu Ming. Previously, his attention was always on the young man in blue and he didn't see Lu Ming. Only now did he see him. His eyes flashed with astonishment. 7 days ago, he saw Lu Ming being surrounded by Silver Wing and Man Feng. He thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. He didn't expect that Lu Ming was still alive and well. However, he didn't have time to be astonished. Escaping was more important. Die! The 7 young men in blue attacked. Their sword lights slashed out. Ah! Suddenly, screams sounded out. 5 young men were killed in an instant. The remaining few fought with all their might to block the attack. Shi Do was a little more agile. He dodged the attack. Bang! Lu Ming waved his palm and destroyed the sword chi. Kill! Kill! Chapter 1238. Lion Do and the other young man were lucky enough to survive, but they were terrified to the point of screaming repeatedly. They were utterly no match for the 2 blue-clothed young men at the 7th level of the spirit god realm. They were too strong and could crush them. No, I don't want to die. Lion Do roared madly in his heart. He was extremely anxious in his heart, and his mind was swiftly thinking of countermeasures. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Lu Ming. 7 days ago, Lu Ming was clearly surrounded by Silver Wing and Man Feng, but he was still alive and well now. Lu Ming might be able to save him. He hurriedly charged towards Lu Ming and shouted, "Lu Ming, save me, save me." "Why should I save you?" Lu Ming sneered. Swish! At this moment, a young man at the 7th level of the spirit god realm made a move, and a sword light pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming blasted out with a punch and dispersed the sword light. This caused the blue-clothed young man at the 7th level of the spirit god realm to frown, whereas Lion Do's eyes lit up. Lu Ming was able to block the attack of a 7th level spirit god. At this moment, Lion Do seemed as if he'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw. We're from the same place, the same continent. At this moment, we have to work together. Lion Do shouted loudly. Work together? Why didn't you work together when I was trapped 7 days ago? Lu Ming sneered. 7 days ago, Lu Ming had noticed Lion Do's figure from the corner of his eyes. At that time, Lion Do fled faster than anyone, and he even took pleasure in Lion Do's misfortune. Now, Lion Do wanted him to save his life. Wasn't that laughable? I'm weak. Lion Do shouted loudly. What's the point of leaving a weak piece of trash in this world? Lu Ming smiled faintly, and then his figure flashed and left Lion Do. No, save me. Lion Do was almost scared to the point of wetting himself when he saw Lu Ming leave, and he wailed. Lu Ming, save me. I'm willing to be your mount as long as you save me. I'm not interested in a mount of trash like you. Lu Ming said. Die. At this moment, a blue-clothed young man at the 7th level of the spirit god realm approached Lion Do and slashed out with his sword. No! The lion roared unwillingly and resisted with all its might. However, it was completely useless as its head was sliced off by the sword. Lion Do die. At this moment, only Lu Ming's to kill Lion Do. Let's join forces. A blue-clothed youth at the 7th level of the spirit god realm spoke. Lu Ming did not see Xian Yanqing. He was somewhat disappointed and wanted to leave. Since you've seen us attack, do you still want to leave? A blue-clothed youth at the 7th level of the spirit god realm sneered. They came from a famous continent. However, if word spread that they had hunted and killed other elites, it would not be good for their reputation. Therefore, Lu Ming had to die. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Let's attack together, kill him, and leave this place quickly. Roar! Lu Ming unleashed the power of 8 dragons and punched out 8 times in a row. 8 punches blasted out, and the 8 sword lights instantly collapsed. The punches didn't stop and continued to blast forward. 2 young men with weaker cultivations were directly penetrated by the punches. The remaining 4 coughed up mouthfuls of blood and retreated with heavy injuries. Even the 2 7th-level spirit god realm geniuses retreated wildly. Their expressions changed drastically. Not good. This person is too strong. Let's retreat. One of the 7th-level spirit god realm geniuses roared in fear and wanted to escape. Kill. Lu Ming stepped forward. His fist aura was shocking, shrouding the remaining 6 people. A few shrill cries resounded out successively as the remaining blue-clothed young men were annihilated. Even if there were 2 existences at the 7th level of the spirit god realm, they were only able to resist a few moves before being annihilated as well. In just a short moment, more than a dozen geniuses had died in this area. These geniuses stood at the peak of their respective continents. They looked down on their peers and were invincible. They had awakened a 9th-level divine bloodline, and it was certain that they would become emperors in the future. But here, their lives were like grass that were constantly being harvested. This way, Lu Ming was even more worried about Xian Yanqing's safety. Buzz! 9 blood-red keys floated above Lu Ming's head, and a beam of light shot up into the sky. However, Lu Ming didn't have the time to pay attention to it, nor did he have the time to open a palace and obtain the fortuitous opportunities inside. He only wanted to find Xian Yanqing first. Whoosh! He stepped forward and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to the extreme, flying into the distance. His speed was extremely fast, and he was like a bolt of lightning that flashed in the sky. What's that? A beam of blood-red light? It looks like a blood-red beam of light. There was a blood-red beam of light above Lu Ming's head. Under Lu Ming's high-speed flight, it was like a huge blood-red iron rod that swept across the void, attracting the attention of many people. But many people had only just seen it when the blood-red beam of light had already disappeared into the distance. It was truly too fast. Lu Ming used his spiritual sense to the extreme and radiated it in all directions to search for Xian Yanqing's whereabouts. Fortunately, this small world wasn't very big. Lu Ming quickly arrived at the end. Ahead was a chaotic void. Lu Ming turned around and continued to search. An intense battle was taking place in the sky above a lake. 2 7th-level spirit god experts were joining forces to battle a peerless beauty. This woman was precisely Xian Yanqing. At this moment, there were 5 blood-red keys above Xian Yanqing's head. And the 2 7th-level spirit god youths each had 5 blood-red keys. The 2 7th-level spirit god experts joining forces were actually unable to take down Xian Yanqing for a moment. After more than 7 days, Xian Yanqing's cultivation had improved again, reaching the peak of the 6th-level spirit god. However, her combat strength was incomparably terrifying, and she could fight 2 7th-level spirit god geniuses by herself. Devilish chi seethed on Xian Yanqing's body, and it was vast and mighty as it formed numerous terrifying devilish palm prints that smashed towards the other 7th-level spirit god realm expert and entered into a battle with the other 2. For a time, it was difficult to determine the outcome. Not far from the battlefield, there were 3 figures. One of the youths had a tall and sturdy figure, and he had a huge golden hoop on his nose. He crossed his arms and watched quietly. At the side, the other 2 youths stood respectfully by his side. I didn't expect that a woman who hasn't grasped a concept martial skill would actually have such combat strength. It's truly rare. The youth with the nostril hoop spoke indifferently as he looked at Xian Yanqing's peerless beauty, and his eyes flashed with a fiery light. This woman is indeed powerful. If young Master Niu can take her down, you can take her as a concubine. At the side, a youth revealed a flattering smile and flattered. The youth with the nostril hoop revealed an expression of interest and said, "Yes, let's wait and see." Damn it! Who is this woman? She actually has such combat strength. We must take her down as soon as possible and not be looked down upon by young Master Niu. One of the youths that besieged Xian Yanqing roared in his heart. The 2 of them gnashed their teeth and attacked Xian Yanqing with all their strength. Chapter 1239. Although Xian Yanqing was at a disadvantage, her expression was calm. The demonic aura on her body slowly converged and covered her body like a battle armor. God-slaying demonic sword. Suddenly, Xian Yanqing's glabella lit up and a black demonic sword flew out and slashed down at one of the experts in the 7th level of the spirit god realm. The other party attacked to block, but Xian Yanqing's demonic sword was like an illusion. It slashed through the other party's attack and layers of defense, cutting through the other party's glabella. There was no wound, but the other party's eyes suddenly widened and revealed an extremely shocked expression. But in the next moment, the other party's eyes lost focus and his body fell down. Dead. This person was killed by Xian Yanqing with a single slash. Swoosh. After killing this person, Xian Yanqing controlled the demonic sword and slashed across the other person's body. There was still no wound, but that person screamed and his body shook violently. He frantically retreated and his aura was weak, as if he had been seriously injured. What a pity! Xian Yanqing muttered. Then her delicate body trembled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her small face was a little pale. Obviously, that move just now had put a huge burden on her. How is this possible? The two people beside the nostril ring youth were dumbfounded. God-slaying spirit god realm, what a powerful move. The nostril ring youth had a grave expression, but the light in his eyes was even more intense. You, get lost, you useless thing. The nostril ring youth stepped out and casually glanced at the injured young man and coldly scolded. The young man gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to refute. This nostril ring youth was one of the 3 strongest geniuses of the Western God Palace. His strength was terrifying and his methods were cruel. He didn't dare to refute. Girl, surrender. Although you have some skills, you don't have the power to resist in front of me. The nostril ring youth walked step by step towards Xian Yanqing. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. The 8th level of the spirit god realm. Xian Yanqing's eyes flashed with a hint of decisiveness. This nostril-hooded youth was giving her immense pressure, but it was impossible for her to surrender. Xian Yanqing's stature flashed, and he retreated like a wisp of devil light. You can't escape from me. The young man with the nostril ring did not panic. Lightning flashed on his body and his body seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning. He tore through the void and approached Xian Yanqing at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! At the same time, the youth with the nostril ring waved his hand, and a chain completely condensed from thunder and lightning wrapped around Xian Yanqing. Sky Demon Force Field. Xian Yanqing shouted as the heavenly demon force field exploded with full force. At the same time, she used bloodline fusion to increase the power of the heavenly demon force field to the extreme. Within the heavenly demon force field, the lightning chain's speed suddenly slowed down. What a miraculous force field! It has a trace of the power of a domain. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak. The youth with the nostril ring's eyes turned cold. Lightning flashed all over his body, and the lightning chain suddenly exerted force, cutting the heavenly demon force field in half and wrapping around Xian Yanqing at an extremely fast speed. Heavenly Demon Great Palm. Xian Yanqing's heavenly demon bloodline sent out a few palm prints, but they exploded after being hit by the lightning chain. Xian Yanqing's face turned even paler, and she spat out another mouthful of blood. I said, you can't resist in front of me. The youth with the nostril ring spoke coldly with an arrogant expression. God-slaying demon sword. Xian Yanqing gritted her teeth. Ignoring her injuries, she unleashed the full power of the god-slaying demon sword. Her forehead glowed, and a black sword light slashed through the void toward the youth with the nostril ring. Facing this sword, the youth with the nostril ring revealed a slightly serious expression, and the power of thunder and lightning on his body surged. 9 Thunder Sword. The youth with the nostril ring slashed down with his hand, and a battle sword flashing with lightning slashed out, clashing with Xian Yanqing's demonic sword. With a bang, the 9 Thunder Sword gave off a blazing light, hoping to block the demonic sword. But in the end, it only blocked a portion of the sword, and a small portion continued to slash toward the youth with the nostril ring. Block it! The youth with the nostril ring was covered in lightning, forming a lightning armor that blocked the demonic sword. In the end, the demonic sword was weakened layer by layer, and only a sliver of it reached the youth with the nostril ring. The youth with the nostril ring trembled as if he had been struck by lightning, and he took a step back. "Damn it! You dare to injure my soul!" The youth with the nostril ring roared, and his expression was extremely dark. Xian Yanqing's body trembled, and she retreated, spitting out another mouthful of blood. "Little girl, I didn't want to hurt you, but you asked for it." The youth with the nostril ring shouted coldly, and his body was covered in lightning. He stepped forward and quickly approached Xian Yanqing. "Lu Ming." Xian Yanqing sighed in her heart, and then a trace of viciousness appeared in her eyes. Even if she died, she would not let herself fall into the hands of the youth with the nostril ring. "Ah! What's that?" Suddenly, a youth looked into the distance and exclaimed. The youth with the nostril ring and Xian Yanqing subconsciously looked in that direction. In that direction, a blood-red beam of light was moving at a terrifying speed. It was as if a blood-red stick was tearing through the void. Rumble. The sound of space exploding was heard, and they saw a youth flying toward them at a terrifying speed. Because he was so fast, the space was shattered. "Lu Ming!" Xian Yanqing exclaimed. The person who came was Lu Ming. "Halt!" A youth stepped out and blocked Lu Ming's path. "Get lost!" Lu Ming shouted coldly and threw out a punch. The terrifying fist force enveloped the youth with an unstoppable force. The youth's pupils dilated rapidly, and in the next moment, he screamed in pain and his body exploded in the air. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure flashed and appeared beside Xian Yanqing. "Little Qing, you're injured." Seeing Xian Yanqing's pale face and the blood at the corner of her mouth, Lu Ming's heart ached. However, he was relieved that Xian Yanqing was fine. "Lu Ming, I'm fine." Xian Yanqing smiled. She was so beautiful that even the young man with the nostril ring was stunned by her beauty. "Little Qing, don't worry, I'll avenge you." Lu Ming stretched out his hand and wiped away the blood at the corner of Xian Yanqing's mouth. Seeing Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's intimate expressions, the youth with the nostril ring showed jealousy in his eyes. He shouted coldly, "Brat, how dare you kill my men and stand beside my woman? You're courting death. Your woman." Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He looked at the youth with the nostril ring and said, "Just because of what you said, I'll kill you." "Ha ha ha, kill me. Brat, with just you." The youth with the nostril ring laughed. "Lu Ming, be careful. This person is one of the 3 strongest geniuses of the West Divine Palace, Lane Yo." Xian Yanqing whispered. "Don't worry, he'll become a dead bull soon." Chapter 1240. Die. Lane Yo shouted coldly and waved his hand. A lightning chain flew out and wrapped around Lu Ming. Roar! 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 Dragon roars came from Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming unleashed 9 strands of dragon energy. Lane Yo was one of the 3 strongest geniuses of the Western Divine Palace. He was at the same level as Ice Dragon. It was very likely that he had grasped a martial skill. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't be careless. 9 strands of dragon energy exploded out. Boom! Lane Yo threw out a punch and the space within a dozen miles exploded into nothingness. Lane Yo's lightning chain also collapsed in an instant. A terrifying fist energy continued to fly towards Lane Yo. Lane Yo's face changed drastically. The power of Lu Ming's punch was too shocking. It had far exceeded his expectations. 9 lightning sword. A huge lightning sword appeared in Lane Yo's hand and he slashed down. Boom! The lightning sword and Lu Ming's fist energy clashed. The sky was filled with lightning. Half of the sky was filled with lightning. It was like a punishment from the heavens. It's indeed a martial skill. Furthermore, it's like the thunder god's strike. It's a martial skill with the thunder intent. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lei Niu had used the thunder intent to a terrifying extent. There was no other way to use it other than a martial skill with the thunder intent. Kill! Lei Niu roared and charged towards Lu Ming with the lightning sword in his hand. Lu Ming's strength made Lei Niu want to kill him. Kill! Lu Ming also charged towards Lei Niu. The five-colored intent revolved around him. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying power of the suppressing hell heaven skill exploded out. Boom! Lu Ming threw out another punch at the 9 lightning sword. The land of lightning was like the might of the heavens. However, Lu Ming wasn't afraid of the might of the heavens. He broke through the might of the heavens and charged upwards, destroying the 9 lightning sword. Lei Niu's face darkened. Lu Ming's cultivation was clearly at the early stage of the 7th level spirit god realm. His cultivation was lower than Lei Niu's, but Lu Ming was able to fight him. He was a peerless genius, unrivaled among those of the same level. No one had ever been able to fight him with a cultivation base lower than his. Kill! Kill! 9 different colors appeared on the lightning sword in his hand. 9 different types of lightning energy converged, and its power became even more terrifying. Boom! 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 Lu Ming punched out continuously. On his fist, the shadow of a stone tablet was faintly discernible. The hell-suppressing heaven art clashed with the thunder battle sword, causing the world to shake. Chi La! A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm was sent flying and landed on a mountain range in the distance. That mountain range was thousands of miles long. Under the power of the lightning, it exploded, turning into rubble and dust. Boom! A fist energy landed on the ground, creating an immeasurably deep hole in the ground. Blazing lava gushed out from the ground. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves in a row, but it was hard to determine the victor. Moo! The Thunder Bull suddenly let out a loud roar. His body rapidly grew, and finally, he turned into a giant bull that was as big as a mountain. His entire body was covered with lightning. The Thunder Bull was a demonic beast, and this was his true form. Bang! Bang! The giant Thunderbull stepped on the void, and his 2 sharp horns were like heavenly blades. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 sharp horns shone and slashed out 2 combat sabers condensed by thunder, slashing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw out 2 punches, and the 2 lightning blades were sent flying. However, his body trembled slightly, and he took 2 steps back. The demonic beasts were stronger in their true form. 9 lightning sword, 10,000 sword kill. The Thunderbull shouted. The lightning energy on his body was even more shocking. Endless lightning spread out, and some were even thicker than a water tank. With the Thunderbull as the center, they shot out and danced in the sky. Lu Ming. Not far away, Xian Yanqing's demonic chi spread out, and he was resisting the force outside. He had a worried look on his face. Who is this person? He actually forced young Master Thunderbull to use his strongest combat strength. In the distance, there were 2 young men who were shocked to see this scene. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Endless lightning gathered on the Thunderbull's body, and it turned into 9-colored battle swords that slashed towards Lu Ming. This was the power of intent realm martial techniques. It could kill everything, and it was like a lightning tribulation that could destroy all life. Roar! At this moment, Lu Ming turned into 9 dragons, and 9 dragon claws stepped out continuously. The sky shook, and there was a dense explosion. The lightning swords exploded in the sky. Kill! The 9 dragons stepped forward, and they rushed towards the Thunderbull, clawing at him. Bang! The dragon claw landed on the Thunderbull's body, but it was blocked by layers of barriers. First was the lightning armor. The dragon claw pierced through the lightning armor and landed on the Thunderbull's body. It was like hitting a drum. With a bang, the dragon claw bounced off. At the same time, the Thunderbull's horns glowed, and a lightning bolt struck Lu Ming. However, it was blocked by Lu Ming's defenses. Moo! Roar! A dragon and a bull fought in the sky, and it was as if they had returned to prehistoric times. After more than 10 moves, it was difficult to determine the winner. "Kid, let's fight again next time," the Thunderbull said. The more he fought, the more shocked he was. He felt that Lu Ming's strength was endless. Every time he was hit by Lu Ming's dragon claws, he would feel pain all over his body. He couldn't help but want to retreat. "Want to leave? Did I allow you to leave?" Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. "Humph, kid, although you're strong, I'm not weak either. You can't do anything to me." The Thunderbull snorted. "Is that so?" Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. In the next moment, a drop of blood appeared, and a layer of blood light appeared on the 9 dragons' bodies. The third bloodline. As soon as the blood light appeared, the 9 dragons' strength suddenly skyrocketed. With a claw, they broke through the Thunderbull's defenses, leaving a deep claw mark on his body, and blood flowed out. The Thunderbull was furious. He didn't expect Lu Ming to be holding back. "Moo!" The Thunderbull roared and wanted to rush out. Bang! Every step of the 9 dragons' stomp could pierce through the sky. The lightning on the Thunderbull's body was scattered, leaving wounds on his body. Blood flowed out, and even his bones were exposed. The Thunderbull roared crazily. He felt a chill in his heart. Lu Ming was too strong and could threaten his life. He rushed out crazily. "Kill!" Lu Ming roared. 9 dragon claws grabbed one of the Thunderbull's front legs and tore it apart. With a tearing sound, one of the Thunderbull's front legs was torn off by Lu Ming. The Thunderbull wailed. "Thunderbolt, escape!" He let out a long roar as strands of blood wrapped around his body. Afterward, the Thunderbull's body shrunk rapidly and turned into a bolt of lightning. With a flash, he rushed thousands of miles away and disappeared into the distance with another flash. So fast. Lu Ming frowned. It was too late to chase now. This Thunderbull's life-saving means were not bad. Young Master Thunderbull lost. "Run, run!" The remaining 2 screamed in horror and ran for their lives. But in a flash, Lu Ming appeared in front of them. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming slapped them twice. The 2 of them screamed miserably, vomiting blood and retreating. "Shao Qing, I'll leave these 2 for you to kill," Lu Ming said. "Spare me." Chapter 1241. After killing the 2, there were a total of 9 keys above Xian Yanqing's head, and a blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky. It complemented the blood-red pillar of light above Lu Ming's head. "Little Qing, let's go and open that palace together." Lu Ming walked towards Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing nodded. The 2 of them walked side by side and flew towards the nearest palace. Not long after, a palace appeared in their field of vision. However, the blood-red pillars of light from the 2 of them were too eye-catching. Swoosh! Swoosh! 7 or 8 young experts flew over from all directions. Their eyes were blazing with passion. Both of them have 9 keys each. Some people's eyes lit up. "Get lost!" Lu Ming directly punched the strongest person among them. A fist energy pierced through the sky and struck toward that person. The terrifying pressure made that person's soul leave his body. He tried his best to set up a defense, but in the end, he was still hit by Lu Ming's punch and spat out a mouthful of blood. Hiss hiss hiss, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Everyone recognized that person just now. He was a genius who had stepped onto the 36 Big Dipper Peak, and his cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level Spirit God realm. He was actually hit by Lu Ming until he spat out a mouthful of blood, which made everyone terrified. "A monster! Go, go! Run!" The remaining people fled in all directions, wishing they could grow 2 more legs. Before long, not a single one of them was left. Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to them and came to the front of the palace with Xian Yanqing. There was also a stone tablet in front of the door of the palace. There were 9 keyholes on the stone tablet. Little Qing, you go first. Lu Ming said. Xian Yanqing nodded. With a thought, 9 blood-red keys flew into the keyholes and the door opened. Lu Ming, I'll go in and wait for you. Xian Yanqing said. I don't know if 2 people can enter in a row. You go in first. If I don't go in, it means that I went to another palace. You don't have to wait for me. Lu Ming said. Xian Yanqing nodded and stepped through the door. After Xian Yanqing stepped through the door closed automatically. I wonder if it's still useful. Lu Ming's mind moved, and the 9 keys flew towards the 9 keyholes. Unfortunately, the 9 keys stayed outside, unable to enter. As expected, it's useless. Only one person can enter a palace at a time. Lu Ming shook his head and walked away. Not long after, Lu Ming found another palace. There was obviously no one in this palace. Lu Ming opened the door of the palace with 9 keys and stepped in. The scene in the hall was almost the same as the last time he saw it. There were also a few shelves. On the shelves, there were balls of light. Under the balls of light, there were different symbols. Lu Ming sized them up carefully, pondering how he should make his choice. He had the Thunder God strike for the time being. If he chose another one, he wouldn't have time to cultivate it. The Thunder God strike was enough for Lu Ming to comprehend. If he could cultivate the Thunder God strike to the highest level, its power would be shocking. It would be enough for the time being. Learning another one wouldn't be of much use. Lu Ming pondered for a while and decided to choose a pill. If it could be placed together with a concept martial skill, it wouldn't be bad. However, the symbols of the pills looked similar. He couldn't tell what pill it was, so he could only choose randomly. Lu Ming grabbed at a ball of light. The ball of light shattered and a jade bottle appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Domain Condensing Pill. There was a label on the jade bottle with 3 words written on it. It's actually a domain condensing pill. Lu Ming's eyes lit up with a blazing light. His heart couldn't help but beat faster. He had heard of the domain condensing pill before. However, it didn't exist in the Divine Wilderness continent. It was only a legend. If a spiritual god at the Great Perfection stage wanted to advance, he would have to transform his concept into a domain. However, this step was undoubtedly extremely difficult, shockingly difficult. If he could condense a domain, he would be considered a prime. However, if a spiritual god at the Great Perfection stage took the domain condensing pill, it would greatly increase the chances of condensing a domain. It would even make it easier to condense a complete domain. This was a priceless treasure. Its value was immeasurable. The Heavenly God sect was indeed a major force in the Yuanlu. They could even casually take out the domain condensing pill as a reward. Or perhaps, a peerless divine pill like the domain condensing pill was just ordinary in the eyes of the Heavenly God sect. However, this was definitely a peerless divine pill for Lu Ming. If Lu Ming's cultivation reached the Great Perfection stage, this domain condensing pill could help Lu Ming reach the prime stage quickly. Lu Ming carefully put it away. Then, he tried the other balls of light. As expected, none of them could be opened. Let's go take a look at Shaoqing. Lu Ming didn't stop. He went out of the hall and arrived at the hall that Xian Yanqing had entered. However, the door of Xian Yanqing's hall was tightly shut. Xian Yanqing didn't come out. Lu Ming stopped at a nearby mountain peak and let Dandan keep watch outside. Lu Ming entered the mountain river diagram and sat under the tree of enlightenment to comprehend the Thunder God strike. In this small world, the massacre continued. One by one, the top geniuses of their respective continents were killed here and would forever stay in this land. Some of the weaker ones didn't dare to show their faces at all. They looked for a safe place to hide. As for the strong ones, they hunted everywhere. It was a scene of blood and slaughter. In a valley, Longchen transformed into the primordial dragonesque elephant and roared at the sky. He took a step forward and killed 2 7th-level spirit god experts. Now, Long Chen's cultivation had also reached the 7th level of the spirit god realm. His combat strength was even more terrifying. Then, Long Chen gathered the 9 keys and stepped into a hall. On a large river, Ice Dragon waved his hand and sealed several young experts in ice. He also gathered the 9 keys and entered a hall. In a land full of holes, Xian Yanjuan's body was pure and holy. Milky white light suffused the air. 9 keys floated above her head. Not far from her was the 3 strongest geniuses of the Southern God Palace, Wang Zhen. Miss Nianjuan, you enter the hall first. I'll go to the other halls. Wang Zhen said. Thank you, young Master Wang. Xian Yanjuan nodded and stepped into a hall. A blazing light flashed in Wang Zhen's eyes, and then he walked towards the other halls. Scenes like this were happening all over this small world. Top geniuses like Ji Hengchen had gathered the 9 keys and entered the halls to obtain fortuitous opportunities. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Half a month's time was almost up. After 7 days of comprehension, he had made great progress in the Thunder God strike. However, he still needed some time to cultivate it to the 2nd level. At this time, Dandan sent news that Xian Yanqing had come out. Lu Ming came out of the mountain and river diagram. As expected, he saw Xian Yanqing standing in front of the hall and looking around. Xian Yanqing smiled when she saw Lu Ming flying over. Little Qing, what did you get? Lu Ming asked. It's a pill. Xian Yanqing explained. She had obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert in the divine ruins. Within it, there were several martial skills related to the concept of the Devil Dao. Chapter 1242. I chose the Demon Essence pill, but I didn't expect that as soon as I got it, my bloodline would directly appear and take the initiative to swallow the Demon Essence pill, so I could only start to refine it. I didn't expect that this cultivation would take 7 days. Xian Yanqing explained. Lu Ming nodded. No wonder Xian Yanqing stayed in the palace for 7 days. Little Qing, your cultivation. Lu Ming carefully looked at Xian Yanqing and felt that Xian Yanqing's true essence fluctuation was incomparably powerful. After I refined the Demon Essence pill, my cultivation broke through from the peak of the 6th level of the Spirit God realm to the 7th level of the Spirit God realm in one go. Xian Yanqing said. 7th level of the Spirit God realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The 7th level of the Spirit God realm was a peak existence among all the geniuses this time. Xian Yanqing could break through to the 7th level of the Spirit God realm, and coupled with Xian Yanqing's own combat strength, there was no need to worry about protecting himself. Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. There was less than a day before half a month. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing wandered around. If they encountered others, Lu Ming didn't mind killing them and seizing the key. However, after flying for a while, they didn't encounter anyone. Many people with lower cultivation had hidden during this period of time, and it was difficult to find them. Time flew by quickly. Buzz! Suddenly, the space trembled. Lu Ming felt the space around him tighten, and he disappeared from this place. In the next moment, he appeared on the 36 Big Dipper peaks in the ancient city of gods. Xian Yanqing also appeared beside him. Countless people were watching in the surroundings. They're out. The first round is over. Someone exclaimed softly. In the air above the 36 Big Dipper peaks, people constantly flashed out. Soon, more than 500 people appeared in the air. But after that, no one else appeared. Only 500 people were left. Many people's hearts trembled. Needless to say, the remaining people would definitely stay inside forever. Nearly 1,000 people, but only 500 people came out. The death rate was nearly half. Such a death rate was too high. It was truly frightening. Lanyo, you actually lost an arm. Who has the strength to do so? A voice sounded. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man with a nostril hoop. One of his arms was missing, and his face was extremely gloomy. Many geniuses, including some rulers, also looked at the Thunder Bull. Lei Niu is one of the 3 strongest cultivators of the West God Palace. Who could have cut off one of his arms? He has such strength. Could it be the strongest experts of the other 3 divine palaces? Or are they the second strongest in the continent? How formidable! Thunderbull's combat strength is already terrifying and shocking. I once saw him easily kill 3 perfection stage domain enlightened spirit gods, and he was even capable of going against an exalt, yet he actually lost an arm. Sounds of discussion could be heard all around. They were incomparably shocked. This made Lei Niu's face even gloomier. He looked around and finally fixed his eyes on Lu Ming. Cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He then snorted coldly and walked toward the West Divine Palace. The others looked at each other and flew in 4 different directions. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing arrived at the South God Palace. The middle-aged man in black swept his gaze across them, and his face was a little gloomy. More than half of the geniuses of the South God Palace had come here. The loss was too great. One had to know that as long as these geniuses did not die, they would definitely become rulers in the future, and not just any ordinary rulers. So many people have died. Lu Ming was also secretly observing. Almost every continent had people who died in battle. On the Divine Wilderness continent, Lu Ming saw Long Chen, Xian Yanjuan, Yang Patian, Monk Wuliang, Moonless Bodhisattva, and Underworld Child. For example, the Cerberus and Kong Lin were no longer there. Obviously, they had died in battle. Including Lion Capital, the Divine Wilderness continent had lost 3 geniuses. Such a loss was considered small. Some continents were almost completely wiped out. For example, the 8th-ranked Zhanping continent had lost 70% to 80% of its geniuses. Even the 2nd-ranked genius had died. The Divine Crocodile continent was even more miserable. Only 2 or 3 geniuses were left, looking at each other. The Bayou continent had also suffered heavy losses. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 figures flashed, and 2 figures in feathered robes appeared on both sides of Lu Ming. Cold murderous intent covered Lu Ming. My hair, what's going on? Monk Wuliang chanted the name of Buddha. The others on the South God Palace side also looked at the 2 youths in feathered robes. Of the 2 youths in feathered robes, one was wearing a golden feather robe, and the other was wearing black wings. Golden Wing, Shini, what are you 2 doing? Ji Hongchen frowned slightly and said. He killed Silver Wing, and Silver Wing left a special aura on his body. Only the winged clan can sense it. The youth in the golden feather robe said coldly. What? He killed Silver Wing. He can kill Silver Wing. Many geniuses on the South God Palace side were puzzled. Silver Wing was one of the 3 great geniuses of the Bayou continent. He had stepped onto the 36th heaven astral peak, and his cultivation was profound. His battle strength was strong. How could someone from the Divine Wilderness continent kill Silver Wing? Ji Hongchen frowned and did not continue speaking. On the other hand, Wang Zhen and Xian Yanjuan were gloating. That's right, I killed Silver Wing. At this moment, Lu Ming said. Since he had been discovered, there was nothing to hide. How dare you kill a genius of the Bayou continent? Speak, what despicable method did you use to sneak attack? I don't believe that a trash from the Divine Wilderness continent like you can kill Silver Wing. Golden Wing scolded coldly. We are all from the South God Palace, but you have an internal conflict. You killed a genius of the Bayou continent and weakened the strength of the South God Palace. Speak, what are your intentions? Also, who is your helper? Is it someone else from the Divine Wilderness continent? The black-feathered Shini said as his cold gaze swept across the other people from the Divine Wilderness continent. Xian Yanjuan, Underworld Child, and Yang Potion's faces turned ugly. I have nothing to do with him. I have always been with young Master Wang Zhen. Xian Yanjuan explained. That's right, I can testify that Miss Nianqing has nothing to do with this matter. Wang Zhen opened his mouth and explained. I also have nothing to do with him. I have a grudge with him. Yang Patian and Underworld Child spoke one after another, wanting to distance themselves from Lu Ming. Heartless Monk and Moonless Bodhisattva did not speak. Xian Yanqing stood closely beside Lu Ming. Bang! At this moment, Long Chen stepped forward and stood beside Lu Ming. This made Xian Yanjuan, Yang Patian, and the others' expressions change. Long Chen was actually standing beside Lu Ming. Why would I need others to kill Silverwing? I can kill him with a flip of my hand. Lu Ming said with a calm expression. Also, you have to understand one thing. It was Silverwing who wanted to kill me first, so I killed him. You don't have to slander me for no reason. It's useless. Nonsense, don't try to quibble. Since you have admitted that you killed Silverwing, you have to pay with your life. Now kneel down and admit your crimes. Also, these accomplices are all guilty. Kneel down and cripple your own cultivation. When the Celestial Divine Sect's disciple selection is over, I will bring you back to the Bayou continent and pronounce your crimes. Chapter 1243. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of the other parties. The geniuses of the other 3 divine palaces all looked over as if they were watching a show. Beasts are beasts. Their brains don't work well. Lu Ming curled his lips. You are courting death. Jin Yi shouted. Shen Yi's eyes were cold. The other geniuses of the Bayou continent were all filled with murderous intent and shrouded Lu Ming. Whoosh! Jin Yi's body burst out with golden light. He formed a claw with his fingers and clawed at Lu Ming, making a sharp piercing sound. Boom! Boom! Xian Yanqing and Long Chen's aura burst out. You don't have to do anything. It's just a few beasts. Lu Ming said and punched out. Bang! Crack! Lu Ming's punch landed on the Golden Wing's claw, causing the sound of bones breaking to be heard. The Golden Wing screamed and retreated continuously. Many people couldn't help but widen their eyes and look at the scene in disbelief. Jin Yi was also an expert who had stepped onto the 36 Tiangang Peak. Now, Lu Ming's punch had broken his finger bone. It was unbelievable. The black-robed middle-aged man from the Southern Divine Palace had been standing quietly in the void, watching indifferently without saying a word. Kill! Jin Yi's finger bone was broken by Lu Ming's punch. He was angry and turned into his original form, a golden eagle. He flapped his wings and attacked Lu Ming. At the same time, Shen Yi's eyes were cold. He also turned into his original form and attacked Lu Ming. The 2 geniuses who had stepped onto the Tiangang Peak actually joined forces to attack Lu Ming. It was despicable. Well, the bird meat contains the bloodline of a divine beast. It's just right for me to have a good meal. Lu Ming said coldly. The dragon power in his body burst out and he punched out twice. Wherever the fist passed, the space was squeezed into a ball and blasted toward Jin Yi and Shen Yi. 2 wails sounded, and the sky was filled with golden and black feathers. Jin Yi and Shen Yi were seriously injured in one move. Kill! Lu Ming consecutively sent out 2 palms. His palms were like heavenly blades, slashing at the necks of the golden wings and divine wings. A terrifying power erupted, blasting the 2 bird heads into pieces. Jin Yi and Shen Yi were instantly killed. Hiss! Many people gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Those were 2 geniuses who could step onto Tiangang Peak, but they were killed by Lu Ming so easily. The black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes lit up with surprise. He had some impression of Lu Ming. Back in the Divine Desolate Continent, Lu Ming had only possessed a rank 8 Divine Realm bloodline, but he had easily defeated Mu Feng, which had attracted his attention. Therefore, he had made an exception and allowed Lu Ming to come to the Divine Ruins continent with him. Now, the abilities that Lu Ming displayed were even more shocking. Even he was taken aback. As for Wang Zhen, Ji Hongchen, and the purple-haired youth, their eyes were filled with shock, astonishment, and seriousness. Lu Ming's strength had attracted their attention. Many people from the other 3 divine palaces were also shocked. Who is this person? His combat strength is not bad. I didn't expect Southern Divine Palace to have such a hidden character other than those 3 guys. Someone spoke, obviously treating Lu Ming as an opponent. Among them, Lei Niu and Bing Long snorted coldly, their faces ugly. You killed Jin Yi and Shen Yi? A genius from the Bayou continent asked in a trembling voice, extremely shocked. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the corpses of Shen Yi and Jin Yi. He said, "What? You want to fight too?" The youth from the Bayou continent was horrified. Lu Ming. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Wang Zhen stepped out and his gaze fell on Lu Ming. He said, "Lu Ming, your methods are too vicious. Jin Yi and Shen Yi only said a few words to you and you killed them. Moreover, Jin Yi and Shen Yi are 2 generals of my Southern Divine Palace. You killed them so ruthlessly to weaken my Southern Divine Palace's strength. With your temperament, you are not qualified to participate in the Divine Sky Sect selection." Wang Zhen's eyes flickered with a ruthless light. Xian Yanjuan had told him about her conflict with Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. At this time, he wanted to seize the opportunity to perform in front of Xian Yanjuan and gain Xian Yanjuan's favor. Ha! Lu Ming looked at Wang Zhen and sneered, "Are you blind? They wanted to kill me just now. Can't I fight back and kill them? How about this, if I want to kill you, you can stand still and let me kill you." "You're just quibbling," Wang Zhen said. "Who do you think you are? I don't need to quibble with you. Get lost." Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and directly scolded him. This made Wang Zhen's face extremely gloomy. Who was he? The 3 strongest geniuses of Southern Divine Palace, and the Wang family's influence in the Southern Divine Palace was even stronger than the Mu family. Lu Ming dared to talk to him like this. "Kid, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you killed Golden Wings and Shen Yi. I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you." Wang Zhen said coldly as a cold murderous intent rose from his body. Enough. At this time, the voice of the middle-aged man in black came out and made Wang Zhen stop. Golden Wings and Shen Yi were at fault in this matter. They wanted to kill others, but they didn't have the ability and were killed instead. They can't blame anyone else. The middle-aged man in black said. But, Wang Zhen wanted to say more. The middle-aged man in black reached out his hand and Wang Zhen could only swallow his words. "Kid, you're lucky today." Wang Zhen stared coldly at Lu Ming and turned to leave. He walked to Xian Yanjuan's side and said, "Don't worry, I'll find a chance to kill that kid." Xian Yanjuan nodded casually. At this time, there was a powerful fluctuation in the sky and a few figures appeared in the air. It was the silver-haired elder and 2 middle-aged men from the celestial sect. As for the 3 young men, there was no trace of them. "Okay, the first round is over. Next, we'll set up the venue for the second round. It will take half a month. Those who survived the first round will gather here in half a month." After the silver-haired elder finished his announcement, he turned and left. Half a month later, the second round of the competition would begin. Many people's eyes were filled with anticipation. After half a month, they might be able to join the celestial sect. Then, the crowd dispersed and flew in different directions. "Let's go and barbecue." Lu Ming laughed. The sky prides of the Bayou continent trembled and their faces turned ugly. Soon, the crowd returned to their residence. Half an hour later, in Lu Ming's courtyard, there was a rich aroma of meat that spread throughout the entire Southern Divine Palace residence. That Lu Ming really barbecued Golden Wings and Shen Yi. Some young men from other continents were dumbfounded. "Brother Long, come and eat together." Lu Ming called out to Long Chen's room. The door opened and Long Chen strode in. "I have rice hair. Almsgiver Lu, I wonder if I have the fortune to eat a piece." Unscrupulous monk appeared and looked at the 2 golden roasted birds. His eyes lit up and his saliva almost flowed out. Of course. Chapter 1244. Ha ha ha, this little monk can't eat benefactor Lu's food for free. This little monk has some top-grade wine that matches this barbecue. Monk Wuliang stepped forward and waved his hand. 7 or 8 jars of wine appeared on the ground. This, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and Long Chen were all stunned. How could there be such a monk in the Buddhist sect? Ba. Ha, then this little monk won't stand on ceremony. Monk Wuliang laughed, his eyes shining. He rolled up his sleeves, tore off a bird's wing, and began to chew on it. Lu Ming smiled and picked up a jar of wine. He opened it and took a big gulp. It was mellow and sweet in his mouth. It was warm and comfortable in his stomach. Even his true essence was flowing smoothly. This was truly a top-grade wine. This monk Wuliang really knew how to enjoy himself. Next, he seemed to be gulping down wine and eating meat. In 2 hours, 7 or 8 jars of wine had been finished. The 2 large birds with 9th-level divine beast bloodline had been gnawed until only bones were left. What was even more shocking was that monk Wuliang didn't even let go of the bones and began to chew on them. This is good stuff. It would be a pity to miss it. Don't stand on ceremony. Monk Wuliang muttered as he stuffed it into his mouth. Lu Ming and the other 2 looked at each other. After another half an hour, Monk Wuliang reluctantly left. Shaoqing, there is a thunder region 1,000,000 miles away from the ancient city of God. I plan to take advantage of this half a month to go to the thunder region to cultivate the concept martial arts. Lu Ming told Xian Yanqing his plan. I want to choose a concept martial art to cultivate. During this time, I will cultivate in the mountain and river diagram. Xian Yanqing nodded. Then, Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing entered the mountain and river diagram. Xian Yanqing sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tree. Chirp chirp, a meatball flew over and rushed into Lu Ming's arms, rubbing against him with all its might. It was Bubbles. During this period of time, Lu Ming had placed the bubbles in the mountain river diagram. Now that they saw Lu Ming, they were very sticky. Little guy, let me carry you. Lu Ming rubbed the bubbles, then exited the mountain and river diagram. He left the southern god palace's mansion and headed west of the ancient city of gods. The lightning region was to the west of the ancient city of gods. In a room in the western divine palace, Lei Nyo's face was extremely gloomy. Looking at his empty arm, he was even more furious and filled with killing intent. The domain enlightened spirit god realm was still incapable of regrowing severed limbs, and only by breaking through to the martial monarch realm would one be able to regrow an arm. This wasn't a big deal. Lei Nyo was worried that the sky god sect's selection this time would affect the sky god sect's perception of him. At this moment, a black shadow flashed and a skinny black-clothed old man appeared in the room. Young Master Nyo, what instructions do you have for me? The black-clothed old man bowed and asked. Send a message back and ask my master to send some experts over. I want to find a chance to kill that brat. Lei Nyo said with killing intent. Yes. The black-clothed old man bowed and accepted the order, and then his figure flashed and left. I've lost a lot of my origin energy this time, so I need to find a place to recover. The lightning region to the west of the ancient city of gods is a place where lightning gathers. It just happens to be suitable for me. Lei Nyo muttered to himself. A distance of 1,000,000 miles was covered in an instant for Lu Ming. Black clouds covered the area in front of him, and endless black clouds were rolling. Terrifying bolts of lightning descended from the clouds and covered the entire sky like silver snakes. Rumble. Thunder rumbled and everything fell into a dormant state. This was a vast and boundless lightning region. This was the lightning region, and it was called the boundless lightning region because it was extremely vast. Swoosh. Lu Ming paused for a moment before he stepped out and entered the lightning region. Crack. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the lightning region, 9 bolts of lightning as thick as an arm struck towards Lu Ming. Thunder God strike. Lu Ming grasped the void and condensed bolts of lightning out of thin air, canceling out the bolts of lightning that struck towards him. What a strong power of lightning, what a strong lightning concept. Lu Ming extended his spiritual consciousness and felt the space around him. It was filled with extremely rich power of lightning. This place is still too weak. Let's go deeper. Lu Ming continued to step into the depths of the lightning region. Along the way, lightning constantly struck Lu Ming, but they were all easily blocked by Lu Ming's Thunder God strike. At the same time, Lu Ming also used the power of lightning here to comprehend the Thunder God strike. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly. He felt the lightning cauldron in his sea of consciousness vibrate slightly. Then, his glabella lit up and the lightning cauldron appeared on its own. The lightning cauldron vibrated slightly and produced a strong suction force. Bolts of lightning were attracted to the lightning cauldron and flew towards it, disappearing into it. This works too. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment and then revealed a look of joy. Swoosh! Lu Ming used his movement technique and ran towards the depths of the lightning region at an extremely fast speed. The deeper he went into the lightning region, the stronger the power of lightning. The lightning concept would also be stronger and easier to comprehend. On the way, Lu Ming also noticed a few auras. Obviously, there were other people cultivating here. Not long after, Lu Ming came to a valley. The power of lightning here was incomparably strong. Endless lightning bolts constantly fell down with an astonishing aura. This is it. Lu Ming walked into the valley and sat down cross-legged. He quietly comprehended the power of lightning between heaven and earth and cultivated the Thunder God strike. The lightning cauldron floated above his head, absorbing a few huge bolts of lightning from time to time. There were traces of lightning swimming around the cauldron, shining brightly. Chirp chirp, Bubbles lazily laid on Lu Ming's body and squinted its eyes to look around. Lightning is destruction, a punishment from the heavens. Lu Ming carefully comprehended and muttered. He was comprehending the essence of the power of lightning. The power of lightning was a punishment from the heavens. Everything was afraid of it and its power was extremely terrifying. However, it was extremely difficult to comprehend its essence. In the past, Lu Ming only used it casually and did not dig deeper. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been cultivating in the valley for 3 days. In these 3 days, he had benefited a lot. He was very close to the second level of the Thunder God strike and could break through at any time. However, at this time, Lu Ming felt that the power of the lightning in the valley was not enough. He needed a stronger power of lightning to cultivate. Lu Ming got up and walked out of the valley, continuing to go deeper. 2 hours later, Lu Ming came to a majestic mountain. In the sky above the mountain, endless lightning scattered and the power of lightning was incomparably dense. However, Lu Ming sensed that there were many caves in the mountain. There were auras entrenched in them. Obviously, there were experts cultivating here. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and turned to leave. He did not want to stay here any longer. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot out from the mountain. A green-robed old man appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his path. Chapter 1245. What a miraculous lightning treasure. Kid, give this lightning cauldron to me and you can fuck off. The green-clothed old man spoke indifferently. His body emitted a powerful aura, the aura of a perfected spirit god. Lu Ming thought in his heart. It turned out that the old man was eyeing his lightning cauldron. A trace of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Lu Ming's mouth. A mere perfected spirit god. Presently, Lu Ming didn't take the old man seriously at all. If the old man wanted to court death, then he didn't mind sending him on his way. Kid, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Hand over the lightning cauldron and fuck off. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving once I make a move. The green-clothed old man berated. You can give it a try. Lu Ming replied indifferently. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Could it be that a mere 7th-level spirit god can go against me? Since you're so stubborn, then I'll send you on your way. The green-clothed old man's expression turned cold, and his body emitted icy cold killing intent. Swoosh! 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 Right at this moment, a few more powerful auras rose up from the mountain. A total of 3 people flew out from the mountain and appeared around Lu Ming, and they surrounded Lu Ming tightly. All of them were at the perfected spirit god realm. Old freak Qing, how can such a treasure be taken by you alone? A one-eyed man spoke loudly. Gentlemen, I was the one who discovered it first. The green-clothed old man's expression became even more gloomy when he saw the 3 of them appear. You noticed it first? How laughable. I was just cultivating just now, but my spirit sense noticed it long ago. The one-eyed man mocked. The other 2 spoke as well and said that they'd noticed it long ago. The 4 of them completely ignored Lu Ming and actually started fighting for it. In their eyes, Lu Ming was only a lamb waiting to be slaughtered and wasn't a threat at all. Are all of you done talking nonsense? Right when the 4 of them were fighting and confronting each other, Lu Ming's voice sounded out. The 4 of them instantly fell silent and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. If you're done talking nonsense, then I'll send you on your way. Traces of killing intent bloomed on Lu Ming's body. What? What did this kid say? Ha ha ha. The one-eyed man burst into laughter. Under such circumstances and under the encirclement of 4 perfection stage spiritual gods, Lu Ming actually said that he would send them on their way. Could it be that this kid has gone mad? Brat, I'll send you on your way first. The one-eyed man's only eye was filled with killing intent. At the same time, a battle axe appeared in his hand. His entire body was covered with the power of lightning. He swung the battle axe at Lu Ming's throat. Wang! With a thought from Lu Ming, the lightning cauldron above his head shook. Then, a thick lightning bolt shot out towards the one-eyed man. With a crackling sound, the one-eyed large fellow was submerged in thunder and lightning. The power of thunder and lightning emitted from his body was like a mouse meeting a cat, instantly disappearing into nothingness. The one-eyed man howled in grief. His protective Jin Yuan was also shattered by the lightning. His entire body was split open, and smoke rose from his body. It was a horrible sight to behold. What power! What a powerful treasure! The azure-clothed old man exclaimed. At the same time, the burning glow in his eyes grew even more dazzling. This treasure is extremely powerful. Why don't we join forces and seize it first, and then we'll discuss how to split it? Said the azure-clothed old man. All right. All right. The other 2 didn't hesitate in the slightest before agreeing. The lightning cauldron had instantly split open the one-eyed large fellow's flesh, and its might caused them to be shocked. At the same time, their hearts burned even more fervently. In an instant, the 3 of them attacked. 3 terrifying attacks descended towards Lu Ming. When the 3 of them joined forces, not to mention a 7th-level spiritual god, even a perfection stage spiritual god would be heavily injured or even killed. Roar! 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 Meanwhile, waves of dragon roars resounded from within Lu Ming's body as 9 strands of dragon energy instantly erupted. Bang! Lu Ming slapped out with his palm and dispersed the attack of a gray-robed old man, and then his palm didn't stop and slashed onto the gray-robed old man's body. The gray-robed old man let out a shrill cry as his body sunk in, and then he was blasted flying like a cannonball while spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. A perfection stage spiritual god was heavily injured with a single move. Whoosh! A huge bolt of lightning flew out from the lightning cauldron and drowned the gray-robed old man, causing him to let out a wail. When the lightning disappeared, the gray-robed old man's body was already charred black and without a trace of vitality. A perfection stage spiritual god had been killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. At the same time, the azure-clothed old man and his companions' attacks landed on Lu Ming's body, but Lu Ming's muscles flexed as he used the hell-suppressing heaven skill and easily neutralized their attacks. How could this be? Their eyes widened to the size of copper bells, and they were filled with disbelief, followed by shock and horror. A perfection stage spiritual god had been killed by Lu Ming in 2 or 3 moves. This was too terrifying. Whoosh! Lu Ming didn't stop at all. After killing the gray-robed old man, he attacked the other person. That person frantically resisted, but everything seemed so fragile under Lu Ming's attacks. His heart was pierced through by Lu Ming's palm, and his spiritual god didn't manage to escape either, and was smashed into nothingness. Ah, what a monster! The azure-clothed old man screamed in fear and fled frantically. Kill! Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and appeared above the azure-clothed old man's head. Under the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, the azure-clothed old man's body exploded. 3 perfection stage spiritual gods had been killed by Lu Ming in a few breaths. There were still a few people in that mountain, but their cultivation hadn't reached the perfection stage spiritual god realm. When they saw the 4 perfection stage spiritual gods attacking earlier, they knew that they had no fate with the treasure, so they didn't attack and sighed inwardly. At this time, their faces were pale with fear, and their hearts were cold. They tried their best to restrain their aura and hide in the mountain. Now, they were glad that they didn't go out, or they would be the ones to die. He's a monster, a god of death. They thought in fear. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared, opened its mouth, and swallowed all of their blood essence. Then, it took a step and chased after one of them. That person was the one-eyed burly man. Initially, he had been struck by the thunder cauldron, but he was only severely injured and did not die. Previously, when he saw Lu Ming unleashing his invincible prowess and killing a perfected spirit god powerhouse as if he was chopping melons and vegetables, he was already scared out of his wits and was trying his best to escape. At this moment, when he saw Lu Ming, he was so scared that he screamed, "Spare me, young hero." A peerless treasure. Lights and shadows flashed and Lu Ming appeared in front of the one-eyed burly man, deep in thought. Seeing that Lu Ming did not kill him and seemed to be tempted, the one-eyed burly man was overjoyed. He shouted, "There is a treasure nurtured by the power of thunder and lightning. It is very useful for cultivation techniques that cultivate the power of thunder and lightning or martial techniques that use the power of thunder and lightning. As long as you promise not to kill me, I will bring you there." The one-eyed man looked at Lu Ming with hope, but his heart was uneasy. He was afraid that Lu Ming would kill him. "If I'm satisfied with that treasure, I won't kill you," Lu Ming said. Okay, I'll take you there. You'll be satisfied." Chapter 1246. Lead the way. Lu Ming said. The one-eyed burly man nodded and led the way. Lu Ming followed the one-eyed burly man into the depths of the lightning field. Along the way, they crossed many towering mountains and came to a small hill. Sizzle. The area within 100 miles of the small hill was filled with boundless lightning. What a terrifying power of thunder and lightning! Lu Ming's eyes widened and he was a little shocked. The power of thunder and lightning around this small hill was at least 10 times or even 100 times stronger than other places. It was too shocking that a small hill had such an amazing power of thunder and lightning. Lu Ming looked carefully and finally found the reason. On the small hill, there was a small tree about half a meter tall. It only had 3 leaves, but the 3 leaves were exactly the same as the legendary phoenix. They were like 3 small phoenixes hanging on the branches, vivid and lifelike. Above the small tree, a phoenix condensed from lightning was dancing gracefully. It flew around the small tree continuously and let out a crisp chirp. The incomparably rich power of thunder and lightning was all because of this small tree. What a wonderful spiritual tree! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If he could use this small tree to cultivate, the cultivation speed of the thunder god's strike would definitely skyrocket. It was indeed a supreme treasure. Buzz! Buzz! Above Lu Ming's head, the lightning cauldron kept vibrating, as if it was very excited. This is the spiritual tree. Can I go now? The one-eyed burly man looked at Lu Ming carefully. Go! Lu Ming waved his hand casually. Whether he killed the one-eyed burly man or not, it didn't matter. The one-eyed burly man was overjoyed and quickly retreated. At the same time, his eyes looked around, as if he was waiting for something. Boom! Suddenly, not far from the small hill, a terrifying aura erupted. A figure rushed up and came to Lu Ming's side in an instant. A supreme. Lu Ming's face changed slightly. There was actually a supreme hiding near this small hill. It's the Dark Lightning Sovereign. Ha, this brat is dead for sure, daring to injure me. The one-eyed man's eyes lit up and he laughed in his heart. A ferocious look flashed in his eyes. He had long known that there was a supreme being here, so he deliberately brought Lu Ming here. He was sure that if that supreme being saw Lu Ming's lightning cauldron, he would definitely make a move. As expected, a supreme martial artist appeared. This was a black-robed old man with a terrifying aura. His eyes were burning as he stared at the lightning cauldron above Lu Ming's head. Ha, with this lightning cauldron, I will definitely be able to enter and obtain the Thunder Phoenix tree. The black-robed old man laughed and said, Kid, this seat is Dark Lightning Sovereign. Hand over your lightning cauldron. He wants the lightning cauldron again. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. However, this was the world of martial arts, where the strong were respected. When adventuring outside, it was normal for the strong to snatch the treasures of the weak. Lu Ming wasn't too surprised. However, did the other party really think that he was stronger than him? Previously, that person and a few others said the same thing to you, but now, they are all dead. Lu Ming pointed at the one-eyed man in the distance. Oh. How many perfected stage spirit gods can you kill? Looks like you are a genius. However, do you think a perfected stage spirit god can compare to a supreme martial artist? Dark Lightning Sovereign's eyes only moved slightly before he sneered again. So what if Lu Ming could kill a few perfected stage spirit gods? How could a perfected stage spirit god compare to a supreme martial artist? Is that so? Lu Ming licked his lips, his eyes revealing fighting spirit. So what if he was a supreme martial artist? Lu Ming wanted to test his strength and see if he could fight a supreme martial artist. Kid, if you want to fight with me, then I will fulfill your wish. Sensing Lu Ming's fighting spirit, Dark Lightning Sovereign's face sank, and the aura on his body became even more terrifying. Boom! A terrifying force suddenly pressed down on Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming's body to tremble slightly. Erupt! Lu Ming roared, and all 9 dragon forces erupted. At the same time, his true yuan circulated crazily, and the 5 intents of heaven and earth completely erupted, forming a battle armor that covered his entire body. Dark Lightning Hand. Dark Lightning Sovereign's body was filled with endless black lightning. He stretched out his hand, forming a huge black lightning palm that grabbed at Lu Ming. Sizzle, black lightning flashed, full of destructive power, and in the destructive power, there was a corrosive intent. This kind of black lightning was very terrifying. Above Lu Ming's head, the 3rd bloodline appeared, and a force poured into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's hair to turn blood red. Kill! An extremely powerful killing intent rushed out, and Lu Ming stepped out, circulating the hell-suppressing heaven skill, and punched out, bombarding the black lightning palm. Boom! There was a shocking explosion, and a black hole appeared at the place where the fist and the black palm collided. Then, it suddenly exploded, and terrifying energy scattered in all directions. Bang! 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 Lu Ming's body trembled, and he took 3 steps back. However, the black lightning palm also collapsed under Lu Ming's punch. The strength of a sovereign is really shocking. Lu Ming felt his fist go slightly numb, and there were even thin black lightning flickering, desperately trying to drill into Lu Ming's fist. However, they were blocked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked, but he didn't know that Dark Lightning Sovereign was even more shocked. He actually blocked it. Dark Lightning Sovereign's heart also jumped, and he found it unbelievable. He had never heard of a mere 7th-level spirit god being able to block his attack. Let's see how many moves you can take from this old man. Dark Lightning Sovereign's killing intent bloomed, and he blasted out another palm. This palm strike was even more powerful than the previous one, and it was even more shocking. Roar! With a dragon roar, the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared, and Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. Dragon claws stepped out, and the black palm was destroyed. Damn it, kill! Dark lightning domain. Dark lightning sovereign's killing intent became even stronger. He turned his palm into a fist and punched out. In this punch, another black domain bloomed, and it blasted towards Lu Ming. This is the embryonic form of a domain. Lu Ming's heart jumped, and he felt the aura of danger. Boom! 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 Lu Ming circulated the hell-suppressing heaven skill to the extreme, and at the same time, the devouring power erupted, and the 5-color concept circulated, erupting with the strongest power. Boom! The two collided again. The 9 dragons' bodies shook violently, and their dragon claws stepped on the air, and they retreated. However, Dark Lightning Sovereign also retreated, and the distance he retreated was not shorter than Lu Ming. How is this possible? In the distance, the one-eyed burly man was still watching the battle. At this time, his only eye was almost popping out. His mouth was wide open, and his face was dumbfounded. Lu Ming, such a young man who was not even 30 years old, with the cultivation of a 7th-level spirit god, could actually fight a sovereign and even defeat him. This was simply unbelievable. How could there be such a powerful young genius in the world? Could it be the strongest genius of the 4 great divine palaces? Again. Dark Lightning Sovereign roared, and he was really angry. He had been famous for thousands of years, and he was actually defeated by a little fellow at the 7th-level spirit god. If this spread out, he wouldn't be able to survive. Chapter 1247. The 9 dragons roared as a terrifying devouring power erupted, clashing fiercely with Dark Thunder Supreme's embryonic domain. The devouring power of the 9 dragons enveloped an area, and it also had a trace of the power of a domain. The two engaged in a fierce battle, from the ground to the sky, and then from the sky to the ground. Terrifying energy swept in all directions, spreading freely, and could cut open space and destroy the earth. In the distance, the one-eyed man's face was pale, and his body was trembling. Dark Thunder Supreme can definitely kill this kid. Dark Thunder Supreme still has his bloodline. Once he uses it, this kid will die for sure. The one-eyed man prayed in his heart, but he didn't leave. He wanted to see Dark Thunder Supreme kill Lu Ming before he could feel at ease. Lu Ming and Dark Thunder Supreme fought over 100 moves, but there was still no clear winner. Your bloodline power is almost exhausted, but I haven't used my bloodline yet. Let's see how you die. Dark Thunder Supreme's cold voice sounded. Is that so? Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. At this moment, the 9 dragons' bloodline's light dimmed, and the bloodline power of the 9 dragons' bloodline was about to be exhausted. But before Paragon Dark Thunder could celebrate, a stone steel shot out from the 9 dragons' bloodline. The stone steel rapidly expanded, and a single character on it began to shine with boundless light. It was like an ancient divine mountain that suppressed everything as it smashed down on Paragon Dark Thunder. This is impossible. Dark Thunder Supreme roared in disbelief. Lu Ming actually had 2 types of divine bloodlines, and their levels were so high. Although the suppressing steel bloodline was only at the 8th level of the divine grade, the aura it emitted was terrifying to the extreme, shocking Dark Thunder Supreme. Boom! The suppressing steel bloodline and Dark Thunder Supreme clashed, and the terrifying suppressive power made Dark Thunder Supreme stagger back. Dark Thunder Supreme was actually at a disadvantage. This made the one-eyed man, who was watching the battle from afar, almost bite his own tongue, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. A martial artist at the 7th level of the spirit god realm could actually suppress a supreme with his own strength. This was simply like a fantasy story, and he had never heard of it before. He simply thought that he was dreaming. Boom! The hell-suppressing steel's bloodline trembled, and its light grew even brighter. The words on the steel seemed to contain some sort of magical power, a mysterious power that Lu Ming had stimulated. It emitted an aura that could suppress 10,000 worlds, causing Sovereign Darklightning's heart to tremble. At this moment, he unleashed his bloodline without any hesitation. His bloodline was a hammer with black lightning and 6 golden chakras. It was a level 6 divine bloodline. Dark Lightning Sovereign turned into a beam of light and rushed into the hammer. The hammer rapidly expanded until it was as large as the suppressing Hell Steel bloodline. Black lightning revolved around it as it blasted towards the suppressing Hell Steel bloodline. Dong! A muffled sound rang out. It was as if the stars had moved, and the heavens and the earth were shaking. The prison-suppressing steel trembled and was sent flying. Dark Thunder Sovereign's battle prowess had indeed increased by a large margin after using bloodline fusion. Die! The huge thunder hammer, like the hammer of the ancient thunder god, smashed towards Lu Ming with thousands of thunderbolts. Go! With a thought from Lu Ming, a thunder cauldron floating in the air trembled slightly. Thousands of thunderbolts erupted, turning into a mountain and smashing towards the huge hammer. Dong! Another muffled sound rang out. This time, it was a tie. The thunder cauldron and the huge hammer both retreated, but Dark Thunder Sovereign's angry roar sounded from the thunder hammer. What the hell is this? In the collision just now, the thunder cauldron had actually absorbed some of the black lightning on the huge hammer. This lightning was the essence of Dark Thunder Sovereign's bloodline. If it was absorbed, it would have a great impact on his future cultivation. In fact, his chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm in the future would be even smaller. Boom! Boom! The suppressing Hell Steel bloodline and the thunder cauldron blasted towards Dark Thunder Sovereign together. Another 2 explosions rang out. This time, the huge hammer that Dark Thunder Sovereign had transformed into was sent flying. Some of the lightning on it was absorbed by the thunder cauldron. Buzz! After absorbing Dark Thunder Sovereign's lightning, the thunder cauldron seemed to be very excited. It shook slightly, and Lu Ming could feel the excitement of the thunder cauldron. Then let's continue. Lu Ming controlled the thunder cauldron and continued to bombard the huge hammer. This time, a large amount of black lightning was directly absorbed by the thunder cauldron. Dark Thunder Sovereign let out an angry roar. In the end, he couldn't maintain his bloodline form and directly dissipated. Kid, remember this. Dark Thunder Sovereign transformed into a lightning and actually ran away. He turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. A supreme being had been beaten away by Lu Ming, by a young man in the 7th level of the spirit god realm. If this news were to spread, no one would believe it. Supreme beings were synonymous with invincibility when there weren't any emperors. They were called supreme beings. They had comprehended the embryonic form of a domain and could be called half-step emperors. They were much stronger than ordinary perfect spirit gods. But now, he had been beaten away by a young man in the 7th level of the spirit god realm. He could only run for his life. No one would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, it still felt like a dream. At this moment, the one-eyed burly man felt like he was dreaming. He widened his eyes and only reacted after a while. He immediately turned around and ran in horror. He's running pretty fast. Lu Ming looked in the direction Dark Thunder Sovereign had fled and thought it was a pity. He didn't chase after him. A supreme being's speed was too fast. Moreover, he could tear through space. Even if he chased after him, he wouldn't be able to catch up. Chirp chirp, on his shoulder, the round bubble chirped and waved its little claws. The bubble on its nose was one big and one small as it breathed. You mean, if you helped, he wouldn't have been able to escape? Lu Ming guessed what the bubble meant. Chirp chirp, the bubble nodded repeatedly and waved its claws. Alright, then I'll let you help next time. Lu Ming touched the bubble's round body. Then, he looked in the direction the one-eyed burly man left and sneered, "How dare you scheme against me? You're courting death." With a step, Lu Ming turned into a stream of light and chased after the one-eyed burly man. Not long after, a scream rang out. The one-eyed burly man was killed by Lu Ming. After killing the one-eyed burly man, Lu Ming returned to the vicinity of the small hill. He looked at the thunder phoenix tree inside and didn't enter immediately. The lightning around the thunder phoenix tree was too strong and terrifying. It was full of destructive power. Moreover, Dark Thunder's sovereign was guarding nearby but didn't enter to take away the thunder phoenix tree. This meant that the thunder phoenix tree must be very terrifying. Let's give it a try first. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming decided to give it a try. Since he had come here and encountered the thunder phoenix tree, there was no reason to retreat. If he didn't give it a try, he wouldn't be satisfied. Lu Ming controlled the thunder cauldron to float above his head and stepped into the area within 100 miles of the small hill. Rumble. As soon as he stepped into that area, the heavens and earth roared. Endless thunder and lightning crazily struck at Lu Ming. That kind of power was countless times more terrifying than Lu Ming's heavenly thunder tribulation. Buzz. Chapter 1248. This lightning cauldron is really amazing. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had obtained this lightning cauldron from the 100 Gods slope. The 100 Gods slope was formed after many powerful corpses fell from the sky. The lightning cauldron might be a treasure of a supreme existence. Moreover, the 100 Gods slope had been explored for so many years and was still preserved. It even went through its own tribulation back then. It was definitely extraordinary. Lu Ming felt that it was unfathomable. In the past, he couldn't control it at all. He could only barely control it after his lightning intent broke through to the peak of level 4. However, Lu Ming felt that he couldn't unleash much of the lightning cauldron's power. This lightning cauldron seemed to contain boundless power. This involuntarily reminded Lu Ming of a round bead that he had encountered at the 100 Gods slope in the past. It had the power of the wind. It had been at the 100 Gods slope for so many years and had not been taken away by anyone. It must be extraordinary. Lu Ming thought to himself that if he had the chance, he would definitely go to the 100 Gods slope to explore it. With the help of the lightning cauldron, Lu Ming was relieved and took big strides forward. Rumble. The closer he got to the lightning phoenix tree, the more terrifying and powerful the lightning force became. When he was 10 miles away from the lightning phoenix tree, the lightning force had reached a terrifying level. The lightning force here is so powerful that even a supreme being would be in danger. They would be severely injured or even killed. Lu Ming was shocked. It was no wonder that Dark Thunder Supremacy was guarding nearby but didn't come in to collect the lightning phoenix tree. It was because Dark Thunder Supremacy couldn't get close to the lightning phoenix tree at all. If he came in, he might die here. However, Lu Ming had the lightning cauldron and it wasn't a problem at all. The lightning cauldron absorbed all the lightning force in the world. Lu Ming took big strides forward and got closer to the lightning phoenix tree. 10 miles, 9 miles, 8 miles, soon, Lu Ming was only 1 mile away from the lightning phoenix tree. At this moment, a phoenix cry was heard. A phoenix that was completely condensed from lightning spread its wings and flew towards Lu Ming. It had a ferocious look in its eyes. It was lifelike like a real phoenix. With a cry, the lightning phoenix pounced towards the lightning cauldron. Buzz! The lightning cauldron shuddered as a vast lightning suppression spread out from it. This pressure enveloped the thunder and lightning phoenix. The thunder and lightning phoenix let out a wail. It actually let out an incomparably terrified cry and quickly retreated. Suppress! Lu Ming whispered. The lightning cauldron flew forward, suppressing the thunder and lightning phoenix. The phoenix let out a mournful cry and was incomparably terrified. It was completely powerless to resist and was suppressed by the lightning cauldron. In the end, it turned into numerous bolts of lightning and was absorbed by the lightning cauldron. Following that, the lightning cauldron floated above the thunder phoenix tree. The lightning cauldron continued to emit lightning Tao pressure. It was as if a superior was commanding a subordinate. During this process, a strange scene occurred. The thunder phoenix tree shone and the boundless lightning in the surroundings actually weakened. Slowly, this area returned to normal. There was no more powerful lightning energy lingering in the air. Lu Ming revealed a joyful expression. He strode forward and grabbed the Thunder Phoenix tree. Under the suppression of the lightning cauldron, the lightning energy of the Thunder Phoenix tree was completely restrained. It did not harm Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming pulled up the Thunder Phoenix tree and carefully sensed it. He could still feel the incomparably dense lightning energy of the Thunder Phoenix tree. If Lu Ming used the Thunder Phoenix tree to cultivate the Thunder God Strike, the effect would definitely be outstanding. Let's find a place to cultivate. Lu Ming smiled and dug out the Thunder Phoenix tree. He then stepped into the air and left this place. A few hours later, Lu Ming found a mountain peak with dense lightning energy. He opened up a cave in the mountain peak. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the cave. With a thought, the Thunder Phoenix tree appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Buzz buzz buzz, the Thunder Phoenix tree emitted wisps of lightning that enveloped Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was bathed in the dense lightning energy. He closed his eyes and combined the dense lightning energy to cultivate the Thunder God Strike. With the help of the Thunder Phoenix tree, Lu Ming's comprehension of the Thunder God Strike improved by leaps and bounds. In just 2 days, the Thunder God Strike broke through and reached the second level. 9 days later, the Thunder God Strike broke through again and reached the third level. There were still a few days before the start of the second round. Lu Ming planned to cultivate until the last day before returning to the ancient city of God. Not far away from Lu Ming's cultivation place, 5 to 6 figures appeared. Lu Ming even knew one of them. It was Lei Niu who had one of his arms cut off by Lu Ming. The others were all Lei Niu's subordinates. Young Master Niu, the lightning energy here is still all right. You can cultivate here. An old man said. This won't do. The power of thunder and lightning here still hasn't reached my expectations. I have to find a place where the power of thunder and lightning is extremely dense. Over the past few days, I've almost recovered my Yuan Qi, but I haven't fully recovered. I have to find a place where the power of thunder and lightning is extremely dense to fully recover. Lei Niu said. At the mention of this, he thought of Lu Ming and his eyes flashed with anger. He couldn't help but want to tear Lu Ming into pieces. If it weren't for Lu Ming, he wouldn't have fallen into such a situation. Others were seizing the time to break through, but he was seizing the time to recover. In this way, he had unknowingly pulled away from others. It's all because of that guy, Lu Ming. I don't know where that guy has been hiding all this time. I must find a chance to take revenge. Lei Niu gritted his teeth. Suddenly, his nose twitched a few times and 2 horns appeared on his forehead, flashing with lightning energy. There's a powerful lightning energy ahead. Lei Niu's eyes lit up. He was a beast and was born with the ability to control lightning. He was very sensitive to lightning energy, far surpassing ordinary people. Let's go, it's ahead. Lei Niu took the lead and flew in a direction. The direction they flew was the mountain where Lu Ming was cultivating in seclusion. Not long after, Lei Niu arrived at the mountain where Lu Ming was cultivating in seclusion. Young Master Niu, there seems to be someone cultivating in seclusion in this mountain. But judging from his aura, his cultivation isn't very strong. An old man beside him said. Treasure, a lightning treasure. At this moment, the 2 horns on Lei Niu's forehead were flashing with lightning. His eyes were shining. He sensed that there was an extremely precious lightning treasure in this mountain. It was a lightning treasure that made him very tempted. Blast this mountain open. I want the treasure inside. Lei Niu's eyes flashed with a blazing light. Yes. 2 burly men bowed and accepted the order. Then, a powerful aura erupted from their bodies. It was actually the aura of a perfected spirit god. 2 saber lights as big as mountains broke through the sky and slashed towards the mountain. The mountain was split open like tofu. Lu Ming was in the midst of comprehending the Thunder God Strike. All of a sudden, his heart stirred and he sensed danger approaching. He opened his eyes abruptly and ended his cultivation. You're courting death. Lu Ming roared. His body was wrapped in endless lightning as he rushed out of the rubble. The rubble, regardless of size, was struck by the lightning on Lu Ming's body and turned into dust. Kill. Chapter 1249. Bang! Bang! Under the attack of the lightning phoenix, the two men at the perfection stage of the spirit god stage could only let out a miserable cry before their bodies were torn into pieces. Terrifying, terrifying power. This was the terrifying power of intent realm martial skills. It could bring out the deepest level of intent realm and unleash shocking power. Moreover, Lu Ming had already cultivated the third level of Thunder God Strike, which was more profound and powerful than the intent realm martial skills that Lei Niu and Bing Long had cultivated. Lei Niu and the others were stunned when they saw that Su Mo had killed two great perfection spiritual gods in one move. Lu Ming, it's you. After being stunned for a moment, the Thunder Bulls saw Lu Ming's appearance clearly and roared furiously. It's you. Why? Don't you want your other arm? Lu Ming said coldly when he saw Lei Niu. No one would be in a good mood if they were interrupted during their cultivation. Lu Ming was in a bad mood now. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I've been looking for you for a few days. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. Today is the day you die. Lei Niu laughed. When he saw the lightning phoenix tree in Lu Ming's hand, his eyes were burning with passion. Lightning phoenix tree, you actually got the lightning phoenix tree. Ha, the heavens are on my side. Kill him. Lei Niu roared. Boom. There were 4 people beside him who were emitting shocking auras. 3 of them were at the perfection stage of the spirit god realm. The other old man with a horn between his eyebrows had the most terrifying aura. He was a Supreme Being expert. It turned out that there were Supreme Being experts following him. No wonder Lei Niu was still calm when he saw Lu Ming killing 2 great perfection spiritual gods so easily. He looked as if he was sure that he could defeat Lu Ming. Lei Niu was full of confidence with a Supreme Being around. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly shouted. His figure swayed and he charged toward the Thunder Bull at lightning speed. Since they were already enemies, Lu Ming decided to strike first. Roar! Roar! In the process of running, Lu Ming's 9 dragon energies all erupted. At the same time, the third bloodline appeared. Lu Ming borrowed a trace of the third bloodline's power. As Lu Ming's cultivation improved, his ability to borrow the power of the third bloodline had also improved. His resistance to the murderous intent had also improved. Sizzle! Lu Ming punched out and a phoenix condensed from lightning pounced towards the Thunderbull. The boundless killing intent and terrifying power caused the Thunderbull's eyes to widen in shock. 9 Thunder Sword. He exerted all his strength and slashed out with his sword. Bang! The 9 Thunder Sword was instantly destroyed. The Thunder Bull let out a muffled groan and retreated rapidly with a pale face. Kill! Lu Ming roared and continued to attack the Thunder Bull. Junior, how dare you! You're courting death. 4 angry roars could be heard. The other 4 people charged toward Lu Ming. Especially the old man with a horn on his forehead. His aura was shocking and his strength was terrifying. His speed was even faster. In a flash, he appeared in front of Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming and the old man exchanged blows and Lu Ming was pushed back 100 meters. This person's strength was even stronger than Dark Lightning Supreme's. Kill! Kill him! The other 3 great perfection spiritual gods shouted when they saw Lu Ming being pushed back. They wanted to seize the opportunity to kill Lu Ming. You're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he transformed into 9 dragons. The devouring power enveloped the 3 of them and the 9 dragon claws stepped out. No, the terrifying power made the 3 of them scream in horror. But in the next moment, the 3 of them were pierced by the dragon claws and their hearts were crushed. Devour! The 9 dragons opened their mouths and devoured the blood essence and energy of the 3 great perfection spiritual gods. The 3 of them turned into 3 dried corpses. Kill, Thunder Rhino Supreme, kill him for me. The Thunder Bull roared hysterically. Whoosh! The old man with the horn, Thunder Rhino Supreme, had a saber flickering with lightning in his hand. He split the void and slashed at Lu Ming. Bang! Bang! The 9 dragon claws stepped out continuously. Some of the claws were using the hell-suppressing art while the other claws were filled with lightning. They were actually using the Thunder God Strike. The 2 terrifying ultimate skills were executed at the same time, and their power was overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Thunder Rhino Supreme had exchanged dozens of blows. Boom! After the last blow, Lu Ming and Thunder Rhino Supreme were pushed back at the same time. Thunder Rhino Supreme's face was gloomy. He was a great perfection, but he couldn't take down Lu Ming. He felt humiliated. The Thunder Bull was also shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was stronger than when he fought with him. He could actually fight against a great perfection spiritual god. Whoosh! At this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed in the distance. A figure appeared behind Lu Ming. Dark Thunder Supreme, it was actually Dark Thunder Supreme. This made the Thunder Bull and Thunder Rhino Supreme's faces change slightly. Why did a great perfection spiritual god suddenly appear at this time? The 2 of you, this kid has a grudge with me. Why don't we work together to kill him? Dark Thunder Supreme said. This made the Thunder Bull and Thunder Rhino Supreme's eyes light up. This great perfection spiritual god who suddenly appeared was Lu Ming's enemy. The Thunder Bull was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, good, senior, let's work together to kill him. The Thunder Bull laughed and then ordered the Thunder Rhino Supreme to work together with Dark Thunder Supreme. The 2 of you, this kid has 2 bloodlines, both of which are very terrifying. We better work together and use all our strength to kill him as soon as possible. Dark Thunder Supreme said. Good, then let's go all out. Kid, die. Thunder Rhino Supremacy let out a loud roar, and his body rapidly enlarged, turning into a mountain-like rhinoceros with lightning all over his body. As for Dark Thunder Supreme, he used bloodline fusion and turned into a giant hammer. You escaped, but you still want to die. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. With a thought, the lightning cauldron appeared and bombarded the giant hammer. At the same time, he also attacked the giant hammer that Dark Thunder Supreme had turned into. Moo! However, the Thunder Rhino Supreme roared and stepped on the void, attacking Lu Ming. The Thunder Rhino Supreme had 70% of a divine beast's bloodline. In terms of strength, he was stronger than the Dark Thunder Supreme. A bolt of lightning shot out from his horn and attacked Lu Ming. Dandan! Lu Ming called out and released Dandan from the mountain river diagram, saying, I'll leave this rhinoceros to you. Don't worry, watch me kill him. Dandan's face was full of confidence. Since swallowing the 1000 spirit crystal in the ruins of God, Dandan had been digesting it. Every day, its strength was improving and recovering. Now, according to him, it had no problem dealing with a great perfection spiritual god. Get lost! The Thunder Rhino Supreme shouted. Dandan retracted its 4 limbs into the turtle shell. The turtle shell rolled and collided with the lightning beam, blocking it. A wild rhinoceros dares to be presumptuous in front of me. Watch me peel off your skin. Chapter 1250. Dandan transformed into an incomparably huge tortoise, as tall as the sky. With a slap, it blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Thunder Rhino Supreme was shocked. The lightning all over his body became even stronger. A huge single-horned rhinoceros formed by lightning gathered in the air and rushed toward Dandan. Bang! Dandan's slap collided with the huge rhinoceros. With a loud bang, the Thunder Rhinoceros was defeated. Watch my world kill! Dandan shouted. Mysterious patterns appeared on his tortoise shell. These patterns made people dizzy with a glance. It was as if they were peerless patterns that had existed since the beginning of the world. Swish! These patterns gathered and formed a beam of light that shot toward Thunder Rhino Supreme. At the same time, Dandan unfolded his figure. His huge body stepped on the air and charged toward Thunder Rhino Supreme. Thunder Rhino Supreme roared and erupted with all his strength to fight Dandan. However, Dandan was clearly stronger, suppressing Thunder Rhino Prime at a disadvantage. Clang! On the other side, Lu Ming controlled the Thunder Cauldron and collided with the giant hammer formed by Dark Thunder Supreme. Just like last time, the lightning on the giant hammer was absorbed by the Thunder Cauldron. Damn it! Dark Thunder Supreme roared in his heart, feeling that the situation was not good. Last time, he fought with Lu Ming. In terms of pure strength, he was stronger than Lu Ming. It was just that he was restrained by Lu Ming's Thunder Cauldron, so he fled in defeat. That was why he joined forces with Thunder Rhino Supreme. Originally, he thought that joining forces with Thunder Rhino Supreme was enough to kill Lu Ming. However, he did not expect that Lu Ming had a terrifying tortoise with him. A tortoise could actually suppress Thunder Rhino Supreme and gain the upper hand. At the same time, he was shocked, and at the same time, he began to think of retreating. Divine Gate 9 Seals. At this moment, Lu Ming transformed back into his human form. While controlling the Thunder Cauldron to attack Dark Thunder Supreme, he formed seals with both hands. Suddenly, 3 sealed doors appeared around Sovereign Dark Thunder. The sealed gate emitted a dazzling light, and the power of the seal bloomed, suppressing Dark Lightning Sovereign. This is, Dark Thunder Sovereign's expression changed slightly. Beneath the sealing gate, he felt that not only his body, but even his true essence and soul were about to be sealed. Open! Dark Thunder Sovereign bellowed. His Shen Yuan erupted, crazily attacking the sealed door. Immediately, the 3 sealed doors began to tremble violently, as if they had received a terrifying impact. Bubble! At this moment, Lu Ming called out. Chirp chirp, Bubble chirped and stood on Lu Ming's shoulder, full of energy. Whoosh! At the next moment, Bubble rushed out and disappeared in a flash. It was impossible for the naked eye to capture Bubble's figure because it was traveling through space. Suddenly, a huge transparent bubble appeared, enveloping Dark Lightning Sovereign within. At this moment, the giant hammer that Sovereign Dark Thunder had transformed into froze in midair. Time and space. Impossible. A horrified voice came from the giant hammer. Kill! Lu Ming bellowed. He transformed into the suppressing prison monument bloodline and raised his combat strength to the extreme, suppressing the giant hammer. At the same time, the lightning cauldron also blasted towards the giant hammer. Clang! Boom! 2 loud booms rang out as the hammers exploded, revealing a horrified Dark Lightning Supremacy, who was coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's voice was cold as he continued to attack Dark Lightning Sovereign. At this moment, Dark Lightning Sovereign was desperately trying to break out of the transparent bubble formed by Bubble, wanting to escape. But at this moment, the space trembled, and 4 transparent bubbles appeared at the same time, enveloping Dark Lightning Sovereign from all directions. Dark Lightning Sovereign's body became still again. No! Dark Lightning Sovereign roared in horror. Dong! The lightning cauldron hit his forehead, forcing Dark Lightning Sovereign to swallow back his words. His head was bleeding, and a part of it caved in, almost bursting open. Then, Lu Ming arrived again. At this moment, Lu Ming transformed into his human form, holding the blood sword formed by the 3rd bloodline, and slashed at Dark Lightning Sovereign's forehead. Squeak! An ear-piercing sound rang out. In the end, Dark Lightning Sovereign was split in half by Lu Ming's sword. Even the spirit deity couldn't escape. Dark Lightning Sovereign was dead. A supreme expert was killed in one fell swoop under the cooperation of Lu Ming and Bubble. Once upon a time, Supremes were so high and mighty that Lu Ming was like an ant in front of them. But today, Lu Ming had personally killed a supreme martial artist. Whoosh! Bubble flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder, chirping proudly. Lu Ming smiled and touched the little guy. Fortunately, Bubble attacked together. Otherwise, with Lu Ming's current cultivation and combat strength, he wouldn't be able to kill a Supreme. If a Supreme wanted to escape, it was too difficult to kill. But Bubble imprisoned Dark Lightning Sovereign. Not to mention escaping, he couldn't even resist and was killed by Lu Ming in one fell swoop. As expected of one of the top 10 war beasts, the space-time spirit mouse looks so mysterious and powerful. If it grows up and reaches its peak, I wonder how terrifying it will be. Lu Ming sighed in his heart and couldn't help but look forward to it. Lu Ming cooperated with Bubble to kill Dark Lightning Sovereign. It didn't take much time at all, less than a minute. This scene fell into the eyes of Thunder Bull and Thunder Rhino, but they were shocked. Impossible. Thunder Bull uttered a roar, his eyes filled with disbelief. He stood not far away. Initially, he wanted to see Lu Ming being killed with his own eyes. However, he did not manage to see that. Instead, he saw Lu Ming killing a supreme martial artist. He was almost scared to death. Run! Without hesitation, Thunder Bull turned around and fled. Did I say you could leave? Lu Ming's calm voice could be heard. With a flicker, Lu Ming's figure appeared beside Thunder Bull. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? I'm the young master of the Western Sacred Palace. My father is an undefeatable fourth-layer martial dominator realm expert. If you kill me, you'll suffer a horrible fate. Thunder Bull yelled, threatening Lu Ming. Bubble! Lu Ming softly called out. Bubble sprang forward, followed by a transparent bubble. The transparent bubble appeared out of nowhere as if it had appeared out of nowhere. Even Dark Lightning Sovereign failed to dodge it, let alone Thunder Bull. His figure was encapsulated by the bubble, unable to move at all. The transparent bubble contained the will of time and space, capable of sealing everything. No, no! Thunder Bull yelled in his heart. He almost burst into tears. Lu Ming remained unmoved. With a slash, Thunder Bull's head flew high into the sky. His spirit was destroyed too. Young master! Thunder Rhino let out a roar filled with anger, but more importantly, astonishment. Previously, he had tried to save Qin Nan, but Dandan had kept him busy, preventing him from leaving. I have to leave this place. This man is a monster. Thunder Rhino let out a roar in his heart as he tried to escape. Chapter 1251. Seeing that Dandan had completely suppressed Thunder Rhino Supreme, Lu Ming didn't panic. He first put away Dark Thunder Supreme's blood essence and then stepped toward Thunder Rhino Supreme. Seeing Lu Ming coming, Thunder Rhino Supreme was terrified. He let out a roar and desperately attacked, but the next moment, a transparent bubble appeared, enveloping Thunder Rhino Supreme and imprisoning him. Don't kill me, spare me, spare me. Seeing this, Thunder Rhino Supreme was afraid and began to beg for mercy. To be honest, he was still young. From birth until now, he had only lived for 1,000 years. Supremes had 5,000 years of life. He still had a long time, and he didn't want to die. Ridiculous, you wanted to kill me just now, and now you want me to let you go? Lu Ming sneered, his killing intent cold. Bang! Dandan slapped Thunder Rhino Supreme's head, making him dizzy. No, spare me, I can do anything you want. I can join you and be your mount. Thunder Rhino Supreme shouted. At this time, he couldn't care about anything else. He only wanted to save his life. Dandan, wait a minute. Lu Ming's eyes moved. It wasn't a bad idea to take Thunder Rhino Supreme as a mount. After killing Thunder Rhino Supreme, at most, he could take away all his materials and his 9 drops of blood essence, which were useful to Lu Ming. But if he took him as a mount, a living Supreme Being could help Lu Ming do a lot of things. Dandan, do you have a way to control him? Lu Ming asked Dandan. Don't worry, as long as he doesn't resist, I have 100 ways to control him and make him obedient. He won't dare to be disloyal. Dandan said. Thunder Rhino, don't resist. Lu Ming said. Paragon Lightning Rhino had no choice but to do as he was told. He didn't resist, and allowed Dandan to engrave a spell formation into his spirit divinity. If he had any thoughts of betrayal, Dandan could easily kill him. After engraving the matrix, Dandan once again transformed into the appearance of Little Tortoise, while Thunder Rhino Supreme transformed into his human form. He sincerely saluted Lu Ming. His heart was full of helplessness. But, in order to save his life, he had no other choice. Lei Shi, I still need to cultivate for a few more days. You stay in the mountain river diagram. After saying that, the mountain river diagram appeared. Grotto Heaven Treasure. Thunder Rhino Supremacy was shocked when he saw this. In his eyes, Lu Ming was simply unfathomable. Beside him was a little tortoise and a plump spirit mouse. They were all terrifyingly strong. Lu Ming's combat strength was even more astonishing. The mountain river diagram glowed and took the Thunder Rhino into the mountain river diagram. Then, the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared and began to devour Dark Thunder Supremacy's energy and True Yuan. Dark Thunder Supremacy mainly cultivated the Thunder Intent. However, Lu Ming's Thunder Intent had already reached the perfected stage of the Spirit God realm. It was useless to devour and refine it. Lu Ming devoured the True Yuan energy. Then, he found a place and began to refine it. How strong was a Supremacy's True Yuan? The energy essence contained in the blood was also incomparably strong. Lu Ming began to refine it and convert it into True Yuan to improve his cultivation. As he refined it, Lu Ming's cultivation also began to improve. The early 7th level of the Spirit God realm. Not long after, it rose to the late 7th level of the Spirit God realm, and then the peak 7th level of the Spirit God realm. With Lu Ming's current intent, as long as he had enough energy, Lu Ming could rise to the peak 9th level of the Spirit God realm. The True Yuan in his body circulated and became more and more majestic. In the blink of an eye, a few more days passed. Lu Ming's cultivation finally made another breakthrough and reached the early 8th level of the Spirit God realm. The True Yuan and blood energy of a supremacy had raised Lu Ming's cultivation by an entire level, reaching the 8th level of the Spirit God realm. The True Yuan of the 8th level of the Spirit God realm is several times stronger than the 7th level of the Spirit God realm. Feeling the vast True Yuan in his body, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with confidence. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, his combat strength had undoubtedly increased by a large margin. Now, if he used his full strength to kill a genius like the Thunderbolt, a single move would be enough. Now, he was confident that even if he didn't rely on the lightning cauldron or the bubble, he could still fight a supremacy like Dark Thunder Supremacy with his own combat strength. Of course, there were differences in strength between supremacies. Some supremacies who had awakened the bloodline of the 7th, 8th, or even 9th level of the God realm were naturally stronger. Half a month is almost up. It's time to go back. Lu Ming pondered, then took a step forward and turned into a ray of light, heading towards the ancient city of gods. Soon, Lu Ming returned to the ancient city of gods. Xian Yanqing and Lu Ming walked side by side. There seems to be more people in the ancient city of gods. Xian Yanqing said. Lu Ming nodded. There were people coming and going in the ancient city of gods. It felt like the density of people was greater than before. After asking around, he found out that the celestial god sect's disciple selection was about to reach the end. A large number of experts from all over the ancient city of gods had rushed over to watch. Lu Ming nodded. It wasn't difficult to understand. Since ancient times, it was rare for Yuanlu sect to select disciples in the ancient city of gods. It was normal for so many people to be attracted. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing walked around casually. They had been in seclusion for days, so it was a good time to relax. After walking around for a while, the two of them walked into a luxurious restaurant, intending to eat something. The restaurant's business was very good. Many seats were filled with people. The two of them went all the way to the highest floor before finding a seat and ordering some dishes. The two of them chatted as they ate. After half a month of cultivation, Xian Yanqing's mastery of one of the martial arts techniques that she cultivated had greatly improved. Her combat strength had also increased by a lot. Creak. The fifth floor was divided into two areas. One was a private room and the other was an ordinary dining table. At that moment, the door of one of the private rooms opened and two young men walked out. Ice Dragon. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. One of the young men was Ice Dragon, who he had defeated. The other young man walked side by side with Ice Dragon. He had a confident smile on his face. Apparently, he was also a genius of the same level as Ice Dragon. They are the geniuses of the Blood Sun continent. Lu Ming looked at the other young man and his heart skipped a beat. The Blood Sun continent was ranked second among the ancient city of gods. This continent was also filled with experts and geniuses. Although it wasn't comparable to the ancient city of gods, it was stronger than the other continents and could not be underestimated. The two of them walked directly to Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing's table. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly and drank his wine. You are Lu Ming, right? Ice Dragon looked at Lu Ming and said coldly. Not bad. Looks like you have a good memory. Lu Ming said. We'll settle our scores another day. Ice Dragon said and looked at Xian Yanqing. You are Xian Yanqing, right? That's right. Xian Yanqing said. Very good, your opportunity has come. The person in the private room is young Master Lin, a peerless genius from the Heavenly Divine Sect. He thinks you're not bad, so he asked you to accompany him for a drink. If you accompany him well, you might even have the chance to sleep with him. Then, you'll be able to climb up the social ladder. Ice Dragon said. Chapter 1252. Get lost. Xian Yanqing scolded coldly. What did you say? Bing Bing's face darkened, and so did the Sky Pride from the Blood Sun continent. She asked you to get lost. Didn't you hear her? Lu Ming said indifferently. Brat, what does this have to do with you? Shut up. The Sky Pride from the Blood Sun continent scolded and slapped Lu Ming's face. Slap. A crisp sound rang out. A person staggered back. It wasn't Lu Ming, but the young man from the Blood Sun continent. A palm print appeared on his face, and one side of his face was swollen. He looked at Lu Ming in confusion, unable to wrap his head around the situation. He was the one who made the first move, but Lu Ming's speed was so fast that his slap landed on his face. His head buzzed, and he was completely dazed. How dare you, Lu Ming? Do you know that you dare to attack us? Do you know that we represent Sir Lin? Bing Bing scolded. Get lost. Lu Ming scolded, and a cold killing intent erupted from his body. This killing intent made Bing Bing shiver. Who cared if he was Sir Lin, or if he was a Sky Pride from the Celestial Divinity Sect? It would be fine if it was something else, but when it came to Xian Yanqing, Lu Ming wouldn't give anyone face. Hee hee. At this moment, a chuckle came from the private room. Then, a handsome young man in a white robe walked out. Lu Ming had seen him before. He was one of the 3 Sky Prides from the Celestial Divinity Sect who had come to the Godly Ruins continent. Sir Lin came to Lu Ming's table indifferently. His face was calm, but his eyes were cold and arrogant. He looked down at Lu Ming and said, Miss, it's a pity that you were born in the Godly Ruins continent. Are you willing to follow me? When the time comes, you won't need to participate in the selection. You can directly enter the Celestial Divinity Sect to cultivate and become an official disciple. These words made the Sky Prides of the Blood Yang continent and Bing Bing envious. The eyes of the other people in the restaurant were even more fiery. They wished they could be Xian Yanqing and replace Xian Yanqing. Young Master Lin had a confident smile on his face. He believed that in this continent of God, no one would reject such a tempting request. Not interested. Xian Yanqing said coldly, which made young Master Lin's face stiffen. Miss, you'd better consider this carefully. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Young Master Lin continued. I said, I'm not interested. Xian Yanqing's brows furrowed as he grew impatient. Xian Yanqing would have flipped out long ago if it wasn't for the fact that the other party was a genius of the heavenly god sect. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Short-sighted and pretended to be virtuous. She's just a bitch. Leng Bing and the young man from the Blood Sun continent shouted one after another. Boom! Lu Ming's body exploded with intense killing intent. His cold eyes fell on the young man from the Blood Sun continent. He said in a cold voice, "Since you said those words just now, you're dead meat." The sky prides of the Blood Sun continent couldn't help but shudder under Lu Ming's cold gaze. However, when he thought of young Master Lin, he regained his courage and said, "I'm talking about the matter." What? You still want to attack young Master Lin? Kill! Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted coldly. He rushed out and struck a palm at the young man from the Blood Sun continent. The young man from the Blood Sun continent was also at the 7th level spirit god realm. However, he was completely stunned by Lu Ming's palm. This palm contained a terrifying pressure that acted on his body, causing him to be unable to move at all. Young Master Lin, help! The young man from the Blood Sun continent shouted in horror. How dare you attack in front of me? Young Master Lin's face was gloomy. His body moved slightly. Almost no one could see his movement clearly. His body suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming and struck a palm at Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming's palm collided with young Master Lin's and made a dull sound. Both of their bodies shook slightly and took a step back. Peak 8th level spirit god realm. Lu Ming's heart jumped. Young Master Lin's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level spirit god realm. Young Master Lin was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to take his palm. However, the coldness in his eyes became stronger. Sky Wind Palm. Young Master Lin's palm emitted a green light. He struck a palm at Lu Ming. There was no doubt that young Master Lin was using a concept martial technique. Moreover, he had reached the 3rd level. Sizzle, there were traces of lightning flashing on Lu Ming's palm. He cast the Thunder God Strike and struck with his palm again, clashing with young Master Lin's palm. Bang! In the end, both of them took a few steps back. You're courting death. Die! Young Master Lin was furious. He felt embarrassed that he couldn't take down Lu Ming in 2 consecutive moves. He was ready to use his killing move to kill Lu Ming. Swoosh! Lu Ming used the 9 dragon sky stomping steps. His body flashed like a flickering shadow. He stepped over young Master Lin and struck a palm at the youth from the Blood Sun continent. This palm was as fast as lightning. Even young Master Lin couldn't react in time. The youth from the Blood Sun continent widened his eyes in shock. However, in the next moment, his body was torn apart by Lu Ming's palm. He was killed on the spot. Sizzle, many people gasped in shock. Firstly, they were shocked by Lu Ming's battle strength. A peak 7th level spirit god realm genius was as weak as a baby in front of Lu Ming. He couldn't resist at all. Secondly, they were shocked by Lu Ming's courage. He dared to kill a genius who was with young Master Lin in front of him. This was a slap to young Master Lin's face. On the side, Leng Bing's expression changed drastically. He quickly retreated. After not seeing Lu Ming for a while, he felt that Lu Ming's battle strength had become stronger. He was much stronger than the last time he fought with him. This made Leng Bing fearful. Kid, you're courting death. No one can save you. As expected, young Master Lin's expression was extremely gloomy. A green light flickered on his body like a burning green flame. A cold killing intent bloomed in the restaurant. Many people's expressions changed as they retreated out of the restaurant. They were afraid of being affected by this terrifying killing intent. Ha, I'm afraid you're still lacking. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Let's go out and fight. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He didn't give young Master Lin any face. Then, he stepped out and appeared in the sky outside the restaurant. You can't escape. Young Master Lin also stepped out and appeared in the sky above the restaurant, facing Lu Ming. The heavenly god sect's genius is going to fight. This news spread out like a whirlwind. Swoosh. 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 Not long after, countless figures appeared in the area, watching from afar. It's really the heavenly god sect's genius. Who is that young man? How dare he fight with the heavenly god sect's genius? How audacious. Let's not talk about how noble young Master Lin is. Even young Master Lin's combat power is absolutely shocking. Judging from his aura, young Master Lin's cultivation is at the peak of the 8th level spirit god realm. However, young Master Lin is the heavenly god sect's genius. His cultivation techniques and martial skills are absolutely top-notch. His battle strength is absolutely terrifying. This person dares to fight with young Master Lin. Who is he? I know him. He seems to be from the Southern Divine Palace. He's from the Divine Wilderness Continent. The Divine Wilderness Continent? That remote place. Chapter 1253. Brat, I'll kill you in 3 moves. Young Master Lin roared. The green light around his body formed a pillar of light that shot up to the sky. Heavenly Wind 100 Palm. Young Master Lin waved his palm. A palm print whistled as it charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped out. 9 dragon powers erupted from his body as he activated the Thunder God Strike. He punched out and a phoenix formed by lightning flew towards young Master Lin. Boom! The lightning phoenix clashed with Lin Fan's palm print. Break! Young Master Lin revealed a ferocious expression. Boom! 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 The moment the two clashed, young Master Lin's green palm print exploded. The palm print actually released a terrifying force of 100 layers. The thunder and lightning phoenix that Lu Ming cast was defeated in no time. The palm print continued to charge towards Lu Ming. Die, trash! Young Master Lin roared in his heart. What a mystical intent realm martial technique! Lu Ming's eyes moved. Young Master Lin's intent realm martial technique was obviously a lower divine martial technique and he had only cultivated it to the 3rd level. However, the power that it released was extremely shocking. It could only be said that young Master Lin's intent realm martial technique was of high quality. It was even more mystical than the Thunder God Strike. It made sense. Young Master Lin was an official disciple of the Divine Sky Sect. Lu Ming had only learned the Thunder God Strike in the first round of the examination. Naturally, it was impossible for him to learn it as well as young Master Lin. Suppressing Hell Art. Lu Ming activated the Suppressing Hell Art and punched out. Bam! Bam! There was an intense explosion. Lu Ming's punch broke through young Master Lin's force of 100 layers. Then, Lu Ming stepped out and punched out again. This punch was straightforward, but its power was shockingly strong. Young Master Lin struck out a few more times to counter Lu Ming's attack. However, after a few explosions, young Master Lin staggered back. This left everyone flabbergasted. A disciple from the Divine Sky Sect of the Yuanlu continent couldn't defeat Lu Ming? And Lu Ming was only from the Divine Wilderness continent. How could he be so powerful? So shocking. Kill, kill, kill. The gazes of the crowd made young Master Lin go crazy. His murderous intent was at its peak. He was a disciple of the Heavenly Divinity sect, just like those high and mighty princes of the mortal world who lived in the imperial city. As for Lu Ming, he was from a remote village. There was no way he could compare to him. But now, he was being suppressed. How could he tolerate this? He roared in his heart, and his true essence crazily revolved. He wished he could tear Lu Ming to pieces. This is the battle prowess of the heavenly god sect's prodigies. In my opinion, you're nothing in the Heavenly Divinity sect. Otherwise, how could it be so weak? Lu Ming sneered. the Yuanlu was the core of the Yuanlu realm. It was a holy land for cultivators. Many sovereigns racked their brains to join the major factions in the Yuanlu realm. The Celestial Divine Sect was a great sect in Yuanlu. If young Master Lin was really a genius of the Celestial Divine Sect, he wouldn't be so weak. Lu Ming guessed that Sir Lin's position in the Heavenly Divinity Sect was very ordinary. Trash, you're courting death. Lu Ming's words seemed to have hurt young Master Lin, causing him to scream hysterically. He had completely lost his composure. Yes, Lu Ming was right. In the Heavenly Divinity Sect, there were countless prodigies. People like him were at the bottom of the hierarchy. He had to bow and scrape every day and look at other people's faces. Therefore, he took this opportunity to come to the Godly Ruins continent. He originally thought that he would be able to show off and enjoy himself in the Godly Ruins continent. He did not expect to be suppressed and mocked by trash. He went completely berserk. With a screech, a green divine eagle appeared above young Master Lin's head. Without a doubt, it was a level 9 divine bloodline. Its body was emitting a green glow. Young Master Lin transformed into a divine eagle and was about to use his strongest killing move to kill Lu Ming. Enough! At this moment, a majestic voice was heard. A middle-aged man appeared in the sky. This man was also the envoy of the Heavenly Divinity Sect. He had been following behind the white-haired elder. The moment he appeared, he stood in front of young Master Lin. No, a piece of trash dares to insult me. He's not putting the Heavenly Divinity Sect in his eyes. I'm going to kill him. Young Master Lin screamed hysterically. Enough. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? The deacon asked me to bring you back. The middle-aged man said. Upon hearing the word deacon, young Master Lin shuddered. He seemed to be very afraid. He turned his gaze, gritted his teeth, and transformed into his human form. He stared coldly at Lu Ming. Kid, I'll let you go today. However, this matter is not over yet. Leaving behind a cold sentence, young Master Lin turned around and left the place. The middle-aged man casually glanced at Lu Ming. No one knew what he was thinking, but he turned around and left as well. A great battle ended just like that. The surrounding onlookers felt that it was a pity. This Lu Ming offended young Master Lin. I guess he won't have a good time. It'll be difficult for him to be chosen by the Heavenly Divinity Sect. Some people were discussing. Shao Qing, let's go. Lu Ming came to Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming, I've implicated you. I'm afraid that you won't be able to enter the Heavenly Divinity Sect because of this. Xian Yanqing said. Fool, it's fine if I can't enter. At most, we'll go to Yuanlu and find a sect to join. Lu Ming scratched Xian Yanqing's nose and smiled. The two of them returned to their residence. Half a day later, the second round of the Heavenly Divinity Sect selection would begin. The remaining 500 geniuses from the four directions' divine palaces gathered around Tiangang Peak. What's going on? Why isn't Lane Yo here? The leading elder from the West Divine Palace frowned. Lane Yo was one of the 3 strongest supreme talents from the West Divine Palace. Although he had lost one of his arms, his combat strength was still very strong. There was still a chance that he would be chosen by the Heavenly Divinity Sect. The West Divine Palace still had high hopes for Lane Yo. But at this moment, Lane Yo was nowhere to be seen. The leading elder had a bad feeling. I heard that Lane Yo went to the Lightning region to cultivate and recover. A young man said. Did he meet with an accident in the Lightning region? I heard that he brought experts with him. There were even honorable realm experts. The supreme talents from the West Divine Palace discussed softly. But as time passed, Lane Yo still did not appear. Many people knew that Lane Yo must have met with an accident. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to not appear. This was the Heavenly Divinity Sect selection. 6 figures appeared in the sky. The people from the Heavenly Divinity Sect had arrived. The leader was still the white-haired old man. Behind him were 2 burly men. Behind them were 3 young men. Young Master Lin was among them. His gaze swept across and landed on Lu Ming. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "Kid, you're dreaming if you want to join the Heavenly Divinity sect. After this selection, I'll find a chance to kill you." Young Master Lin sneered. "Alright, the second round of arrangements has been completed." Chapter 1254. Light doors floated in the air. At a glance, there were more than 500 of them. Moreover, with the light doors as the starting point, the void was undulating and trembling. Spiritual consciousness spread out and formed many void passageways. However, it was difficult to see them with the naked eye. Here, every light door represents the entrance of a void passageway. In these void passageways, there will be various tests. Moreover, every 2 of these void passageways can meet at random. The meeting point will be your battlefield. Only the winner will be able to move on. Moreover, we will be able to see the battles at the meeting point. Therefore, you must do your best. The white-haired old man explained. What a wonderful selection method. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. More than 500 people would enter a void passageway. After passing the test, 2 void passageways would meet at random. The 2 people in the 2 void passageways would fight. The winner would continue to pass the test while the loser would be eliminated. This would continue until the most powerful person was determined. Moreover, the people of the Celestial God sect could see from the outside. Therefore, they could observe everyone's performance and choose the most suitable disciples. "Alright, now, you can choose any light door and enter," the white-haired old man announced. However, before he could finish, his expression suddenly changed and he looked up at the sky. High up in the sky, there were 9 ancient altars floating. Legend had it that the 9 altars were once connected to the 9 major forces of Yuanlu in the distant past. They were the spatial passageways that connected each other. The Celestial God sect had come from one of the ancient altars. At this moment, one of the 8 altars was shining. This scene caused everyone's hearts to tremble. The ancient altars were shining. Could it be that another major force of Yuanlu was coming? Could it be that other major forces of Yuanlu are coming? Oh my God, it's already a surprise that the Celestial God sect is coming. Not bad, this is a great opportunity. Many people were discussing excitedly. Even the sovereigns were extremely excited as they stared at the altars. What's going on? Which force is it? Behind the white-haired old man, a big man frowned and said. The white-haired old man also frowned. Buzz. The altars shook slightly. Many inscriptions were shining and the light was getting brighter. In the end, a few figures emerged from the altar. There were a total of 5 people. 2 of them were young, while the other 3 were middle-aged men and a middle-aged woman. However, judging from the situation, the middle-aged woman was the leader. All 5 of them carried long swords on their backs and wore long purple robes with strange patterns embroidered on them. 9 Heaven Sword Sect. The Heavenly God sect's white-haired elder's expression changed. Looks like I'm not late. I've finally made it. The middle-aged woman with a long sword on her back said. 9 Heaven Sword Sect, what are you doing here? The white-haired elder from the Celestial God sect said coldly. Of course we're here to select young geniuses to join our 9 Heaven Sword sect. Am I not welcome? The middle-aged woman smiled. The Heavenly God sect was the first to arrive at the continent of divine ruins. All of this was set up by us. The white-haired old man said with a cold face. You guys are just one step ahead of us. Moreover, how much effort would it take to set up all this? The Godly Ruins Continent group doesn't only belong to your Heavenly God sect. Our 9 Heaven Sword sect can naturally come as well. The middle-aged woman said indifferently. At the side, the people from the Continent of Divine Ruins group were extremely excited when they saw this scene. Another Yuanlu sect had arrived. Moreover, they were here to recruit disciples as well. With this, the chances of being selected would undoubtedly be higher. especially those young geniuses who were overjoyed. Buzz! At this moment, the altar above them shook again and emitted light. Everyone was dumbfounded. It's moving again. Could it be that another Yuanlu sect is here? What's going on? In the past, no Yuanlu sect had ever come to the continent of divine ruins to recruit disciples. Why are there so many Yuanlu sects here this time? This is good news. This is good news. Everyone was discussing excitedly. However, in the next moment, their pupils dilated rapidly. That was because other than that altar, there was another altar that was emitting light. The people from the continent of divine ruins group were stunned. The Yuanlu sects were coming one after another. The white-haired elder from the heavenly gods sect and the others looked extremely gloomy. Buzz! Buzz! The two altars emitted two soft cries and a few figures appeared on each of them. 5 figures appeared on one of the altars. All of them were men and they emitted an aura of superiority. They were like the kings of the beasts. On the other side, 6 figures appeared. Each of them had a monstrous demonic aura and their demonic aura shook the world. Both sides had young geniuses following them and they were looking at each other curiously. Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, Divine Dragon Valley. The white-haired elder muttered as a dignified look flashed across his eyes. Ha ha ha. Looks like we are not late. The Heavenly Gods sect has not succeeded yet. A burly man laughed from the side that was filled with the aura of the kings of the beasts. They were from the Divine Dragon Valley. It's good that we are not late. The side that was filled with demonic aura was from the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. A tall and skinny elder said faintly. The 9 Heaven Sword Sect, Heavenly Universe Demon Sect and Divine Dragon Valley stepped out and stood with the people from the Heavenly God Sect. It's too easy for you to come now. Everything was set up by us. The white-haired elder said. It's just some setup. We will compensate you according to its value. The middle-aged lady from the 9 Heaven Sword Sect said. That's right. These are small matters. The tall and skinny elder from the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect sneered. In the end, the white-haired elder had no choice but to allow the other 3 forces to participate in the selection of disciples. These 3 forces were not weaker than the Heavenly Gods sect in the Yuanlu. They were forces of the same level. At the scene, more than 500 young geniuses were excited and their eyes shone with a fiery light. The 4 major forces of the Yuanlu had come to recruit disciples. This was a supreme opportunity and they were filled with anticipation. They swore to themselves that they would seize it well. All right. Now, you may begin. The white-haired elder looked at Lu Ming and the others again. Let's go. This is my opportunity. I must join the major forces of the Yuanlu. I must break through the sovereign realm and become a sage. I must reach the peak. No one can stop me. Each of the geniuses' eyes shone brightly as they rushed towards the light doors. Whoosh! Whoosh! Each of the geniuses rushed into the light doors excitedly and disappeared. Shaoqing, let's go. Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing nodded his head and the 2 of them flew towards a light door. You! Stop right there. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming and blocked his path. It was Master Lin, the genius from the Heavenly Gods sect.